nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und Folge
Good morning, everyone. Oh, I'm nice and loud this morning. Nice to see you all here bright and early. I hope you had a fantastic night at the dinner last night if you were there. I'm so happy to kick off today, the last day of the conference, with this session. It's very dear to my heart. My background is in community development. I worked for local authorities in Ireland before moving to London and getting involved in health policy, but my roots are very much in community background. I was lucky in this conference to get the opportunity to work with Danny Power, my co-chair, who has been an absolute aid to the development of the conference here in Belfast. And over the few days before the event, I was lucky enough to go and visit many community projects around Belfast. So the videos that you're seeing at the start of the plenaries are ones that myself and my colleague David Lenan had a chance to visit before the conference. A huge and important work going on in the community in Belfast. So not to eat into anybody's time, because we have a lot of presentations to go through this morning, I'm going to introduce my co-chair, Danny Power from Belfast Learning City. Thanks, Danny.
Fiona's told me I'm on a clock, so I have to put the timer on. And for anybody who knows me, this will be a minor miracle if I manage to keep it to 5 minutes. I suppose, first of all, thank you for inviting me to be part of the conference. Just a little bit about myself, but hopefully not too much. I'm a community worker in Belfast. You may notice by the accent, it's not necessarily a local accent. I've been living in Belfast for around 40 years, originally from Scotland. First of all, I suppose I should just start by thanking all the international visitors for, first of all, for coming to Belfast, but for bringing the good weather with you. For those of you who came prepared with raincoats, I apologise. My role, as some of the audience, some of our hardest working GPs in Belfast are just sitting just in some of the early rows. That's Grania Bonner, the woman who's looking slightly embarrassed here at the moment. I have a multifaceted role in the city, but essentially I'm a community development worker. But today I'm kind of here as the co-chair of Belfast Learning City, which, for those of you who don't know, is a UNESCO designated learning city. It's part of a global network of learning cities. We have 354 cities in the network across 77 countries, and we work quite closely together. So it's a vast kind of depository of information and advice and guidance. So that's kind of why I'm here. We have 6 learning cities on the island of Ireland and 10 across the UK. And Belfast, in its unique political perspective, can tap into both. I suppose I look forward to hearing some very interesting approaches and success stories that address the core thinking behind this conversation. I should say at the start, we're all part of communities, and many of us are also signed up to designing and delivering public service support, particularly in the arena of health and social care. However, people's lives, as we all know, are not separated into nice, neat planning boxes. So what happens in their health life is affected by their education, by their environment, by their economic circumstances, and many other issues. So therefore, to build lasting and sustainable resilience across our communities, cities, and countries, we need to do things in a different way. And just maybe just like to say a little bit about, some of you will have known and read the work of Professor Robert Putnam, who in his book in 2000, was based on his previous papers, he talked about the decline of social capital in America from the 1950s onwards. And he talked about the decline in social discourse which found Americans educating and enriching the fabric of their lives. And he essentially put forward the idea that the core idea of social capital theory is that social networks have value. People coming together have value. So in the context of that and that understanding, I believe we need to understand and develop a resilience-based population health approach, which puts accountability and responsibility to the fore, and which aims to improve the health of our communities, to enable resilience and embed well-being, improving the physical and mental health of well-being while reducing health inequalities. I have loads of pages, but I promise you I'm not going to read them all. A population health approach would create a collective sense of responsibility across many organisations and individuals, in addition to health specialists. It is not to confuse it with the phrase population health management, although widely used and often heard with a specific meaning which is narrower in focus than population health. Population health management refers to ways of bringing together health-related data to identify specific populations that health services may prioritise. Population health planning, in my understanding, brings together people to look at how you improve the quality of life with people at the forefront and centre. We have increasingly complex communities, and we need to understand the dynamics to those approaches. We need to develop a sense of identity, commonality, and spirit across our groups of people. New relationships are developed between communities and public sector bodies by community engagement, which build trust and make joint action possible. There is, through community engagement, more influential community participation in community-based led social or economic development activity and the way public authorities design and deliver services. We require a new proactive relationship which moves away from focusing on what doesn't work. And in some cases, we've actually forgotten when we focus on the problems that we also need to focus on the good work that happens and do more of it. So better engagement for me leads to better outcomes. And clearly, I'll finish with, to reduce demand, we must keep people well and for longer. So therefore, the issue of community engagement leading to better outcomes is not just a nice thing to do. It should be part of the core planning processes, which actually empowers people to take responsibility and essentially hands the power back to them, because I do believe that what we've done is we've disempowered by providing things for people, doing things to people, but we haven't actually, in broad terms, included them in the process. So that's just a couple of thoughts to try and hopefully provoke some discussion later. I look forward, we're going to take some questions, and then I think we're going to open it up to yourselves. Thank you very much, folks.
Thanks, Danny. You're going to be really inspired by our presenters this morning. We've done many meetings in advance of the conference to discuss what the session would look like, and I'm truly inspired by everything I've heard so far. But we'll start off with Sumit Suttis. Sumit's coming to us from Toronto, and she's going to talk about diabetes initiatives with the First Nations.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to be talking about an initiative with the First Nations communities in northwestern Ontario in Canada. But before I start, I thought I would just do a quick land acknowledgement. The work that I'm doing in Northern Canada is based in the Americas, or in North America, which is Turtle Island. But being here in Northern Ireland, I wanted to acknowledge the land here, and I wanted to say that I acknowledge and appreciate the knowledge, wisdom, beliefs, teachings, languages, help, support, love, care, and traditions of the many ancestors who have been on the land known as Turtle Island, as well as this land, since time immemorial. I'm going to be talking about, on behalf of my team, about this work. I just wanted to acknowledge as well the large team and all of the time that's been put in to doing this work. I co-lead this work with two colleagues. They're both First Nations leaders, Janet Gordon, who's the Chief Operating Officer at the Sioux Lookout First Nations Health Authority, and Ralph Johnson, who's our elder. He's a natural healer, part of the natural healing program in Sioux Lookout. Myself, I'm a family doctor based in Toronto. I've been working in northwestern Ontario for over 20 years. I'm also a researcher with the Department of Family and Community Medicine at the University of Toronto. Just to give a little bit of context, we're talking about Northwestern Ontario. Ontario is basically, there's a lot of Canadians here, so basically East Central Canada. The area that I'm talking about borders the land between Hudson Bay and Lake Superior. The Sioux Lookout area has about 33 communities. The majority of them do not have land or road access. There's three or four that have road access in the summer, and because of ice roads, there's another 5 that have road access in the winter. Aside from that, these are very remote communities. The population of the 33 communities is about 30 to 35,000 people. When you talk to community members, they talk about being on the land, so I wanted to share what it looks like to be on the land in Sioux Lookout. The traditional foods generally involve fishing, hunting, berry picking. That's one of my favorite things to do in August. And then some of there's a lot of lakes, and one of the roads there in the bottom corner, that's one of the roads to that's year-round to one of the communities there. The work that we're doing is around diabetes. So again, just to give a little tiny bit of context, diabetes in First Nations communities, especially in the north, there is a disproportionate burden of people living with diabetes. The prevalence of diabetes is somewhere between 13, 14, 17% for people living on reserve, so people living in those remote communities, compared to the general population. For the non-Indigenous people living in Ontario, it's 5%. The prevalence also translates downstream in terms of diabetes complications, morbidity, and mortality. The bottom graph there shows the rates per 100,000 of lower limb amputations. Sioux Lookout is known as the amputation capital of North America, if not the world. And the dark green line shows that the prevalence of amputations has been increasing over the last 10 to 15 years. And then the blue line actually shows a decreasing prevalence in the general non-Indigenous population. So we are talking about sort of a very high burden of illness and disability. This is basically, diabetes isn't the only condition that is disproportionately high amongst First Nations people in Canada. Many people, most of the people that I talk to, attribute this to root causes around the determinants of health, based in the difficult relationship that the government of Canada has had with First Nations going back many generations, around colonial ideologies based in racism, colonial governance, loss of land, culture, and loss of power. So one of the first things that the team and I worked on was developing a shared vision to work on diabetes. And basically, the initiative, we call it the Diabetes Connections Initiative. In the local language, it's called Shukowapi Pinawin Mamau. It doesn't translate completely into Diabetes Connections. It translates into we are all coming together to work on diabetes. And the shared vision is around improved health and well-being, so not just for diabetes, but for overall health and well-being. And really the goal of the work is to empower communities to have autonomy and ownership for responding to the diabetes crisis in their own communities, and as a pathway towards being empowered to address all aspects of health. Basically, this work has 2 components. There's an implementation component as well as an evaluation component. Basically, the implementation component primarily is funded by both the federal and the provincial governments, as well as family foundations and other funders. But the work is to co-design and collaborate to support different models of care for diabetes at the community level. And through the work that we've done, we've identified a couple of key areas together with community members, leaders, as well as regional policymakers and decision makers to focus on to achieve this. And basically, the four implementing areas are supporting community healthcare workers, people that stay and live in the community. You can imagine in these remote communities, healthcare workers come in and out generally, but community healthcare workers who are from the communities, who stay in the communities, need quite a bit of capacity and support. The second aspect is improving the quality of care through integration, specifically at the service provision level, but also at the governance level and other levels. The fourth area is amplifying community cultural and traditional strengths. And the last bit, which we've heard a lot about during this conference, is enhancing community relevant data and digital solutions. There's also an evaluation component to this work, and we're looking at describing the different associations between a model of care across different outcomes around community wellness. Where for our outcomes, we're looking at the quadruple or the quintuple aim, as well as an implementation evaluation framework that comes from New Zealand, from the Aboriginal, some of the Aboriginal communities in New Zealand that look at sort of a more holistic and broad outcome-based approach to implementation that focuses on community engagement, systems thinking, integrated knowledge translation, and cultural safety and cultural connection. I thought I would describe some of our lessons learned with some of the quotes. I have 3 different lessons learned and 3 quotes that I've kept in my pocket from different community dialogues. And then I'll talk, hopefully I'll explain a little bit about the work and what it is that we actually do through that. One of the first lessons, and this was a lesson I learned about maybe 7 or 8 years ago, and I've carried it with me, and it's around relationship building, reciprocal trust. And an elder said to me, this work will progress at the speed of trust. And I think that's really, really important. I have a little timeline up on the slide there that shows that this work we've been doing together, I've been doing together with my team and the partners in Sioux Lookout, goes back to 2014. We're actually celebrating 10 years of working together, Janet Gordon and I, this summer. And this all started with a feasibility study back in 2014. And through that feasibility study, it was funded by a private foundation. At the time I was working with an ONG or NGO called Dignitas International. And I was actually doing community engagement and community healthcare worker training for the HIV response in Malawi and Southern Africa for decentralizing HIV treatment. And we looked and thought about being based in Canada as an organization. We felt a responsibility to see what kind of lessons we could translate to the Canadian landscape. And I came across Janet and her team at the Sioux Lookout First Nations Health Authority, who actually wanted to work with an NGO from an advocacy point of view. Because of the broken trust and difficulties with funding, difficulties with designing health systems that were culturally appropriate for First Nations communities, Janet felt at the time that she wanted to send a message to the government and to the world that, look, we need an organization that does crisis response and humanitarian work overseas. We want to bring them here to Northern Canada so that we need that kind of support, because the support that we have from our existing models doesn't work. So that was in 2014. Slowly we were able to build up a pilot program. We developed a community healthcare worker program. We had a number of setbacks between 2019 and 2022. The pandemic, of course, makes it very difficult to do community engagement, but as well, we had government changes in Ontario, in the province, that created sort of funding gaps and fragmentation of different services for the Sioux Lookout area. But then in 2022, luckily we were able to get some dedicated funding to have community conversations for co-creation. We spent a year doing that, and then we were able to be where we are today, where we have some sustained funding and support. My last two slides just are around some other lessons that we've learned. One of them is just around co-learning, and one of the community healthcare workers has said to me, we have a lot of knowledge to share, but we could certainly use some help with understanding the ways of the South, so acting as a bridge, basically. And these beautiful pieces of art were done by an Indigenous PhD student back in 2019, where she showed sort of the trajectory of integrated and disassociated care. So the photo with the eagle, or the art with the eagle, shows everything flowing, everything's integrated. That's the traditional way, how everything was integrated and flowing well. Then you see a woman in a box with people not even looking at her. That's the fragmentation and dissociation of care. And then she talks about rebalancing, and this is my last lesson learned. And you can see that the eagle's now flying, people are celebrating and working together. And I just wanted, my last lesson was around outcomes. How do we know that what we're doing is working? How do we know that we're doing it right? And one of the community leaders, actually this was Ralph, that said this to me. I'm also a researcher, so I talk about outcomes and design of studies and evaluations. And he's like, well, we know we're doing it right when we know that we're able to know and share how to live a good life. So we're looking very, very holistically at outcomes, not just what works for health systems and health managers and policymakers and funders, but also what works for communities. And on that note, I'll say miigwech, thank you very much. I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Sumit. And just a reminder, if you do have questions, you can put them into the app. Hopefully we'll have time left at the end of the session to go through some of your questions. So next up, I'm delighted to introduce Melissa McCallum. And Melissa is coming from the Greater Hamilton Network, which is a network that connects the community with health and care resources. So Melissa.
Thank you very much. My name is Melissa McCallum. I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Hamilton Health Network, which is one of the Ontario health teams which are really widely represented this year at ICIC. So I'm here to talk about our experience with building community health alliances over the last 3 years through our initiative through our Ontario health team. So Ontario health teams, at the heart of it, are responsible for driving integrated care across sectors, from primary care, acute care, and community care. It is a provincial government initiative. Right now, the full province of Ontario, which is within Canada, has 58 teams, and that's full provincial coverage. So we are one of those teams. Our network is responsible for approximately 700,000 residents. And like many that I've heard in these presentations over the last 3 days, we have intense sociodemographic health needs that include complex health and social issues, rising and increasing poverty, homelessness, mental health and addictions, a large aging population, and a mix of both rural and urban demographics. For the first time, we're seeing more seniors than youth within our geography. We also have unintentional drug poisonings, driving, premature mortality, especially in our age groups of 20 to 44. We also see racial diversity increasing, like many areas across the world. Our rural communities have migrant farm workers that come in during seasonal work. We also see decreased transportation in these areas and more of a hidden homelessness problem. So overall, within our catchment area, there are many different and diverse communities that we need to take into account when we're looking at driving integrated care. So how do we do this with so many diverse communities? And really, we hear this notion about shifting the power, but what does that really mean? And we keep saying this, but on the ground level, for us, this has really meant a few things, which I'm going to talk about in our experience over the last few years. But it really starts off with exploring and calling out traditional power structures. Locally and provincially, we have a very acute-focused environment. We also see different ministries plan across different care modalities. We have Ministry of Health, Ministry of Long-Term Care, Ministry of Housing. The structures can be very top-down. There's a historical maintenance of the status quo that we need to challenge on a day-to-day basis when we're working with communities. Many of the voices that we hear locally when we talk about the diversity within our GHHN is that many voices have actually been missing. This has led to inequitable funding across sectors, high funding going to acute structures, lower funding going into community, and that in turn is also causing a pretty drastic wage parity between those that are working in community and those that are working in acute. But what this has also led to is grassroots organizations, volunteer organizations popping up within our communities to fill the gaps that are not being funded or that are not being recognized by other power structures as being an important part of integrated care. So engagement with communities, as we know and we've heard many times, takes a lot of time. But this time does not always align to our government structures. A very real example is that, when we do have to get funding out, do we always take the appropriate amount of time to engage with communities that have not been heard in the past? This is a real tension that we encounter at our local OHT level. So one thing that we have tried to do over the last 3 years is create communities as foundations to be ready for when the changes happen. A call for funding or a proposal might be, a few weeks long, but how can we ready communities to come together to respond in a more nimble way, to elevate their voices for funding structures that have been pretty top-down, and doing that engagement work up front in order to create that foundation moving forward. So how did we do this, and how have we done this? And there's still so much learning to come. But we've taken the notion in our Ontario Health team that inclusive relationships and partnerships are key. Our Ontario Health team has taken the notion that we work with anyone. We do not work with just traditional health service providers that are funded from our ministry. We work with small organizations that provide food security. We work with volunteer organizations, housing organizations. We really are taking the notion that we need everyone to unite around integrated care, especially as, going back to that first slide, what are our communities facing and who needs our help the most? We truly believe that everyone has a place, and this is not just about traditional health service providers. Amplifying voices at engagements, we often take the place of who has not been here. Who has the community not heard of in the past? Who's providing work? And this goes down to, community engagement. Who's providing care to populations, to diverse communities that haven't been amplified at big engagement events before? Sharing this expertise, especially with those that have not had a platform, has been highly rewarding. And it's also created connections amongst acute and social organizations that haven't been there before. Decreasing funding competition is a major priority for us. Currently we have so many organizations responding to a call for funding. How can we actually get into a room together, call out the tension of maybe it's not going to be your organization this time, but plan as an ecosystem of care? Often our funding comes down in chunks, primary care funding, mental health and addictions funding. But instead of that being left to each individual organization to respond to the call, how can we be brave and come around a table and say, what does the community most need? And that might mean that your organization doesn't apply for this money. So this has been an interesting kind of concept over the last 3 years, and it's been highly rewarding for us to develop these shared funding opportunities. Another thing that this does is level the playing field. A lot of small organizations do not have the infrastructure to respond in a nimble, data-informed way to funding. And how can we actually do that as a group to amplify, again, those organizations that are doing incredible community work but just do not have the resources to respond? So we are really trying to shift away from competing against one another for funding to shared visioning, and we're trying to do this sector by sector for now. We see tremendous opportunity in new initiatives to get them right. And what I mean by this is that, it's sometimes more challenging to go back into the system and right some of the challenges and tensions, but we have an amazing opportunity with new initiatives to build equity as a foundation moving forward. And I'm talking about, building in equity data collection, race-based collection of information, language accessibility, and then use these as cases for future integration. So we definitely see the value and the positivity of working together in new ways to then set the path moving forward. And relationships over transactions. We see this a lot in the financial world. You build a good profit by having a good relationship, but I feel like it's the same way in healthcare as well. Healthcare can be very transactional, and it takes much more time to build those relationships. But how are we going to come together to ensure that those relationships are the foundation of trust moving forward so that we can start to address those real intense issues that were just discussed on the first slide? A few action examples of what we have been doing in our local area is coming together around low barrier clinic options. Identifying priority populations, like I spoke about on the first slide, assess those needs from a qualitative and quantitative lens. What are the stories that we hear from people within the community about where the gaps are? And then collating partners around the table to provide low barrier care in place-based initiatives. Going to where people are at, going to shelters, going to encampments, going to small community churches to provide care. We've done this in a number of areas in terms of identifying, again, populations that we're seeing adverse health outcomes and are using, more acute services ad hoc. How do we actually co-locate a model around where people are at? Over the weekend, we've just did this with the Sikh community while I was over here in Belfast, but we've served over 1,100 homeless women, homeless men, refugee, and rural older seniors by bringing clinics right to them. Prioritizing most in need, oftentimes we have this data already. The problem and challenge is acting on it. We've also have an intense lower limb amputation problem within our OHT. We focused on reducing the inequities around wound care, devices, even just language. When we started our lower limb amputation program, no one had ever collected race-based and language data on populations. It revealed that 50% of people within this catchment actually did not speak English at all. So we then retailored our programs to understand how can we bring language accessibility right to people that are accessing this program. Primary care expansion, this was a good example of bringing the primary care community, which had been fragmented in funding in the past, around the table to talk about, well, if we want to see investments into our community, how can we do this as one? Another example is understanding who the system actually already takes care of. A perfect example of this is cancer screening within Ontario. Most people with an address and an Ontario health card, insurance card, will get a letter talking and telling you about, you're up for screening, pap screening, mammogram screening. We focused our initiatives around who the system does not contact. And those people are oftentimes our houseless people, our communities that are living in poverty, and those not attached to medical homes. Again, how do we make it easier to screen populations by bringing mobile screening, I keep on saying screening, PAP pop-ups, and training workers, building in, again, language accessibility so that these things are easy to be met. Hotspotting and place-based interventions are a key part of our work. Again, we have data that shows life expectancy differences of over 20 years between our neighborhoods. How are we going to rectify that with interventions that come right into communities? A very interesting thing that we're also doing is rolling out health boxes. Again, when we go back to the opiate poisoning crisis, where do we see kind of these hotspot areas of overdoses? Over the next few months, we're putting in 24/7 vending machines for harm reduction supplies in those areas. And lastly, none of this can be done without building inclusive board and committee structures that include people with lived experience, the patient voice. We do not start a working group without lived experience. That is a core and key component to even start work under our Ontario Health Team. So I think I'll leave with our socials. Please stay in touch and happy to connect. But one really important thing is that, despite government structures, policy, and politics, I truly believe that there is nothing that stops us from a local level from coming together and working together to solve some of that. And it's been an incredible opportunity. So thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. And Melissa and her team are a former winner of the Integrated Care Award very early on in their journey, so it's great to see that continued learning. Thanks, Melissa. So next we're actually going to go to Queen's University, not in Belfast, but actually again in Ontario. And Amrita Roy is going to be coming live through Zoom. Hope if she's ready. And Amrita is going to be talking about lessons from Indigenous communities. Here she is. Welcome, Amrita. Over to you.
Hello, thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Okay, I'm hoping that's a yes.
There you are, we can hear you now.
Okay,
Thanks,
perfect. Thanks very much. Excellent, so thanks again for having me, and apologies that I couldn't join you all in beautiful Belfast. I appreciate being zoomed in as an alternative. So my name is Amrita. I'm a family physician in Kingston, Ontario, Canada, and a professor and a faculty member and a researcher at Queen's University in Canada. I am not Indigenous. I'm a settler. I strive to be an ally by working collaboratively with Indigenous communities in research projects such as this one. So I'm thrilled to be here today to share some results. See if I can make my slides move here. There we go. Of this research that we're doing in the new Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington, Ontario Health Team. I presented some of these methods actually a year ago back in Antwerp, and I'm thrilled to share some results today around this question of what does meaningful collaboration look like between Indigenous communities and partners and Ontario Health Teams undergoing health systems transformation. So to offer a bit of background, health systems in Ontario have been restructured into these entities known as Ontario Health Teams, which are premised on integrated care and are driven by the quintuple aims. The fifth aim, of course, being pursuing health equity. In southeastern Ontario, which is where Kingston is, and sort of Kingston and the surrounding regions, is the Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington, Ontario Health Team. So that came together with numerous clinical and community partners, including local Indigenous health groups. So Canada, of course, is one of the countries in the world that has a colonial past and a colonial present as well, frankly. And so accordingly, Indigenous peoples in Canada face health inequities that are driven by colonization and systemic racism. Correspondingly, improving accessibility, cultural appropriateness, and cultural safety of health systems are essential. And to ensure that the unique needs of Indigenous peoples are met, there should be a collaborative participatory approach to planning and executing Indigenous-specific evaluation activities with Indigenous-specific performance indicators. And so this research that I'm sharing today has two objectives. The first is to co-design, implement, and evaluate a governance process for collaboration with Indigenous communities for certainly health systems transformation, but also Indigenous-focused evaluation of activities of the FLAOHT. And then from a research perspective, to nest the above into a case study of the FLAOHT, examining processes for centering Indigenous perspectives and priorities in systems evaluation. So there's a couple of sort of main expected research outcomes that we hope to end with once we reach the end of this study. The first is incorporation of Indigenous specific evaluation activities for FLA-OHT projects. So that won't be the focus of my talk today, but at the last slide that I'm going to be showing at the end of my talk, I do have a QR code for a toolkit with Indigenous specific indicators that we produced as part of the broader work for this project. So it was created for FLA-OHT use, but we hope that it will be useful for others as well. So please feel free to download from that QR code when I get to that slide. But the focus of my talk today will be the second objective, which is a framework to operationalize collaboration between Indigenous partners and mainstream health systems in the co-design and co-execution of health system evaluation approaches that reflect Indigenous perspectives and priorities. And so briefly with the method, so this research took, or is taking, an approach based on community-based participatory research, and also based on the principles of OCAP, which stands for Ownership, Control, Access, and Possession, which is a set of principles around ethical Indigenous health research. Correspondingly, the research team is quite diverse, and there's multiple people from multiple parties coming together in the co-design of all aspects of the research. And that includes Indigenous members of FLA-OHT working groups and tables, other partners from the region's Indigenous communities, Queen's University researchers who sit on the FLA-OHT's evaluation support structure, which is called QUEST, and other FLA-OHT members. The broader study or the broader research project is a case study, and so there's sort of multiple sources of data. But the data that I want to focus on for today's talk is interview and focus group data with current and previous Indigenous members of FLA-OHT working groups, tables, and support structures. So in terms of the governance of this OHT, there's various working groups and so forth. And in each of these groups, there's representatives from key parties, and one of those sort of key groups is Indigenous members. So there's 1 to 2 Indigenous members are sort of on each of these groups. So we spoke with both the current members and also previous members, so Indigenous members who started with the process but then did not continue, and took a qualitative approach to understanding, to hearing their experiences and gleaning from those experiences about what meaningful collaboration looks like. And so we spoke of the possible 16 such members, we spoke with 8, 7 of whom were current members. We were only able to speak with 1 who was a former member, which was unfortunate. And 2 of these individuals were employed in the health system at the time. And we were able to do member checking as well per qualitative research approaches. So moving right into some of the results, in listening to the experiences of these members, we were able to glean some ideas around barriers to meaningful collaboration. And these included things like feeling dismissed or ignored, tokenism, slow-moving work with unclear goals, a sense of the Indigenous community being burdened or being expected to be the ones to educate and advocate to advance Indigenous health, and having that fully on their shoulders. Costs such as time and energy that can dissuade participation, particularly when the goals of participation are unclear. Lack of clarity on OHT organizational structure, lack of accountability and transparency in terms of who is responsible for what with respect to advancing Indigenous health. So those were some of the things that we heard that felt like barriers to the collaboration feeling meaningful. On the converse side, there were facilitators or enablers that were identified, and that included an approach involving moving from sort of continual consultation to concrete action, recognizing time contributions with honorariums rather than expecting sort of volunteerism, having open minds, ensuring that participants have adequate background information so that they actually can contribute meaningfully, and ensuring that Indigenous peoples feel heard, respected, and supported. And so drawing from the interview data to come up with themes around this question of what does meaningful collaboration look like, there were sort of 4 key themes that jumped out of the data. The first is creating Indigenous spaces. And so that includes honoring Indigenous peoples and cultures in healthcare spaces, as well as creating spaces where Indigenous employees in health systems don't hesitate to self-identify. There was some discussion about hesitance to self-identify for fear of being overburdened with poorly supported Indigenous health-related work once identified as an Indigenous person in the health system. And then there was also some concerns around the lack of acknowledgement of diversity within Indigenous groups. And one of the possible actions that were identified within this theme was the creation of a designated Indigenous table for the OHT, where Indigenous representatives can come together and connect instead of being sort of scattered across the various groups. Second of all, increasing Indigenous representation, and that includes things like hiring more Indigenous individuals to do the large amount of work required in health systems to advance Indigenous health. And also being thoughtful about, again, representing that diversity within Indigenous groups in the region. What also came up was the need to honor time and contributions through honorariums or other compensations instead of expecting volunteerism. That also came up as well. Thirdly, focus on relationships. So this theme highlighted the importance of genuine relationship building that is premised on allyship rather than tokenism. And then the final theme, was drawing on previous work, which emphasizes the fact that there's actually already been a lot of work that's been done already. There's been extensive reports, recommendations, research that's readily available locally and nationally that can be used to sort of inform action on Indigenous health, and that can facilitate moving from what can sometimes feel for Indigenous peoples like continual consultation, to moving away from being stuck in that consultation mode to actual concrete action. And so thinking about kind of the ways forward for the FLAOHT, but potentially also for other organizations, if we were to learn from what we're seeing in our OHT to other OHTs and other institutions, these would be sort of these ways forward. So focusing on relationships, increasing Indigenous representation, creating Indigenous spaces, and drawing on previous work. And so a few conclusions in my last sort of minute or so. Action-oriented engagement, adequate funding and resources, and responding actively to Indigenous voices are key steps to ensuring that collaboration feels meaningful to Indigenous partners. This research is seeking to create a framework to operationalize what meaningful collaboration between Indigenous partners and mainstream health systems can look like. And our hope is that in addition to helping the FLAOHT forward, this framework may be broadly useful to guide partnership processes between mainstream institutions and Indigenous groups in other sort of contexts of health systems and policy. So the next step here for us is that we're actually going to be now doing focus groups with the FLAOHT leadership to figure out sort of ways forward. So I'd like to very quickly just acknowledge the various members from the Indigenous Health Council, Queen's University, and the FLAOHT who are working towards this work. And again, apologies that I couldn't be there in person, but please see my email address on the screen, as well as that QR code that I mentioned as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Not easy to present remotely. You've done an excellent job, a great timekeeping, and you're going to stay online for the questions, so thank you for that. Next up, we have someone who's familiar, if you were at the plenary session yesterday, which I really enjoyed. We've got Amrita Maxwell coming from Think Ora, and she's going to talk to us about their work around primary-led integrated care.
Atamarie, good morning. It's a privilege to represent Aotearoa New Zealand, and I am the Chief Executive of Think Ora, a very new role for me, but an exciting one because that makes me a little closer to the front line. I have to preface my short, I'll try and stick to time, presentation with the fact that I'm deeply, deeply passionate about communities like many of us are here. And I'm loving the learning from this conference and some of those shared themes that are coming through. And, I guess it's mobilizing us to take action, as I guess is what I'm taking from this. So also as a precursor, I'm not an expert in terms of the subject that I'm about to cover, but more of a bridge builder and really really to drive health equity from some of the common themes here, but also what is happening in Aotearoa, New Zealand. My specific focus is, as part of this overall empowering communities to lead change, is around taking a social investment approach in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And it's a topical conversation at the moment with our change in government. So towards actually achieving social impact. Now this little nice diagram actually gives you some of the ingredients of social impact, or at least some of the readings that I've done. These are common ingredients in terms of working towards creating social impact. And there's many of them, and it is a complex area. So why social investment? This movement isn't new. Certainly across the world and within Aotearoa, New Zealand, and it is an idea of using the data and evidence to target social interventions more effectively, with a focus on achieving better long-term outcomes for individuals and communities. It emphasises preventative measures and early intervention to address social issues. It takes into account health influences on all aspects of life and the factors that contribute to health. My lens over this was, okay, social investment. It is a real analytical lens on trying to measure the change we're trying to make in our communities. And some of the equation aspects that I put together was, we need that social innovation, and we're hearing lots of that as part of this conference. We need the investment, which will equate to the social impact. With the social innovation involving those new solutions to social problems in our communities, while social investment, as I say, is that we need the dollars to actually do and deliver, and together that will create the impact that we need. What is really important is acknowledging that to create that social impact, we need that cross-agency collaboration, and we've heard a lot and it's a real common phrase now, is that collaboration moves at the speed of trust, and it absolutely does. And I think it's just worth recognising that. I want to also touch on the data, because data is king, and we measure what matters. And if we do that, we might get the change and improvement that we actually desire. But getting the data isn't easy. I think those of us that work in either community organisations or meso-level organisations, it's costly, it's timely for small organisations. And the questions around whose role it would be to create the social return on investment calculations, that is something that I think is playing out right now, certainly in our country, and there'll be many of an economists, and I've talked to a few in New Zealand, that are working through this. So I'll watch with interest to see how we move forward with that. I want to get to some practical examples, and I'll move a bit more at pace now. One of the social return on investment reports that I had the privilege of being close to the person who ran this initiative, Dave Latelli, a real community champion for change, comes with his own story. I encourage you to check him out on LinkedIn. He's very communicative in terms of his journey, his history, the storytelling aspect of his background, and what drove him to make change and create an initiative which really brought about support for those with morbid obesity, and creating a gym and getting people exercising, getting people into jobs. And he worked with partners to actually do that calculation of, for every dollar spent, $13.50 was saved within the system. And so hence more funding came. But for everyone to try and do those reports, it's actually not that feasible. So how we get past that issue is something that I say as I watch. But it was fascinating to get the results of this, and it is amazing work, and it really is having an impact. I want to just quickly focus on the capturing the whānau voice side of things, or the family voice, and taking that sort of social innovation lens and creating the solutions for impact. Because if we can't get the data to measure, the next best thing, or the best thing, is actually listening to our communities and seeing what the change really is and how it's working. So here is an example of an initiative, Horowhenua Takiwa, or locality or region, that's or Rohi as it's called in Aotearoa, and they really did take the leap. And it is a case study of one of the prototype localities in Aotearoa, New Zealand. And whilst there's some change in that space with our new government, place-based planning is still alive and well, and this is an example of that. And this is an initiative that is led by two iwi, two tribal groups, Mopoko and Rokawa, and they've given me permission to share this story because it is their story within their community. And they laid the foundations for connection with organizations and families who had strong existing relationships built on trust. A Māori approach, or kaupapa as we call it, also underpinned the values, the ways of working, and the places, the spaces, the approaches to hear the voices of those who often did not have the opportunity to speak or be heard. So Yumiko Oliver was the project manager for this locality prototype, and she recognises that the critical part is that whānau, that family voice. And I have the privilege now to be working with her in my organisation and still linking with our iwi as well in terms of real partnership. So what has been shared with me is the actual on-the-ground engagement that took place, and going to places where families and communities are, so meeting them where they are at, and taking the time and space to talk, listen, and reflect back what we're hearing. They ran wellbeing sessions in rural communities, they met in schools, there were Pacifica hubs, and for the intellectually diverse, there were learning spaces created. They held workshops, one-to-one interviews, and used creative techniques like collage to support the voices. There was an exhibition, Whakarangamai community exhibition, as I say, supported and led by Mopoko Tribal Authority and Rokawa Whanaora Kaimahi or staff. They sat at stations and they listened to the people and they responded and they captured the stories. And so this is the photo of the exhibition, and they took some voting via the beads to gather what was important. And this was I went to this exhibition and I was absolutely in awe of the community development approach that was taken, a true community engagement. And it's not new, but it was great to see it alive and well in health. And so they had an aspirations or a moimoa, as we'd call it in Aotearoa tree, and they just really captured the voice. One of the highlights that came out as a real early action, and this was being able to take the voice of community and the listening and understanding to go, we're going to take some action based on what you've told us. And this was a mobile health clinic, so one of the superstars from the engagement, and they found that when they went out to the rural areas, the families were so grateful and began asking for regular visits of wellbeing services. And the mobile clinic goes out once a month and provides services from ear to eye checks to hairstyling. Practice Plus, which is a virtual telehealth service, was also highlighted as an after-hours telehealth service that provided better access for our families, and it was really appreciated. So increasing both access and support to Practice Plus was really one way of improving access to care. What they ultimately came up with by listening to community and engaging were the priorities, and these are the priorities at a glance, and these are owned by the community, and they really feel like they've been part of a journey that is ongoing. It's not standing still. So they tested that back with community just to make sure they heard right, basically. And again, through that interactive exhibition. So this, just wrapping up now, I guess what I was wanting to achieve here was the linking, I suppose, taking that sort of complexity of social return on investment, creating social impacts, and highlighting the difficulty of measuring what matters, but then switching to the if we just listen to our communities, we can actually take a very common sense, pragmatic approach, because I think we have the answers there, and we can just get on with the job, or get on with the mahi, as we would say in New Zealand. So the message here for me is, as I say, to prioritize the voice of community, take the action, and know that we need to take the leap in terms of the theme of this conference. So happy to answer any questions as we move forward into the panel, but thank you for listening.
Thank you, Amjad, an excellent thank you thing, well done. So we're going to move on now to Wouter van Bessien, who's coming from the Flemish Department of Care, and we're going to move out a little lens-wise and look at a policy approach in Flanders. And we were lucky enough to be in Antwerp last year, so it's great to hear the continuing journey. Thanks, Wouter.
Good morning. I'm Wouter van Bessien. I work at the Flemish Department of Care and the team primary care, so we focus mainly on the organization of the primary care system in Flanders and Brussels. And it's a system that has been revised and revised over again. I was going to say we implemented some changes in 2010, but the people who went to the plenary session yesterday with Professor Jan de Mazenegge know that the healthcare system has been in reform since the 70s, and it's just an ongoing process that's basically never ends. But what we have been doing since 2010 is basically starting to reform the ecosystem. So in 2020, we started to create local networks of healthcare providers, social care providers, local government officials, and citizens as well. And we wanted those partners to, one, be local, get close to the community, because if you're up there from a really high level, it's really hard to know what the needs of the population are. But we wanted those guys to really focus on how do we match the offer of healthcare, of social care, with the needs of the population, and how can we support those people in basically organizing their care. So we are building those local networks. You know, we're focusing on integrated care. We are bringing everybody around the table, and for us it's really important that everybody has an equal voice as well, because otherwise you get certain conflicts where people say, okay, this is tax funded, so there's some money going into this, and a lot of groups want a piece of the pie, and we need some system to make sure all the voices are heard. And so it's really about co-creating. Now, we're noticing, we started the system in 2020, then we had the pandemic, so we focused massively on vaccination, and now we are refocusing on those core assignments, and we're actually noticing that it's quite difficult, because you're asking local networks, not grassrooted, but basically government mandates from the government, to really look at the population, to engage with citizens, to co-create, to find what are the real priorities for your community, what are the things they want to see as well. And it's so hard, because we're getting signals all the time that people say, it's actually hard to find citizen representatives. It's even harder to keep them. And I think the hardest part of all is to actually make sure those representatives start to focus on the issues of the whole of the population instead of just a subgroup. Because that's what we're often seeing. Let's say somebody is a representative of people with diabetes, and it's all about diabetes. And that can be really informative, but you're talking about helping the population at a large scale as a government. So those zones they're working in are minimum 60,000 people, and you need to have some voices that are not organized. You need to have those voices heard. Let's say, for example, homeless people. If you're not listening, if you're not speaking with homeless people, how do you know what they need and how you can help them? So basically, it's a really hard challenge. Now, I'm not going to come here today and say to you that we have all the solutions, because we don't. But we started a process with stakeholders from both those primary care boards, but also patient and informal caregiver organizations and experts on participation, to really have a good look at how can we promote the citizen participation in local groups while not taking away their identity, because you're basically forcing a structure upon them, and you need to have enough leeway so they can say, okay, we can work independently, we can make our voices be heard, but we can do this in a systematic way. This is a work in progress. So currently we're having workshops, we're having discussions, we're having one-to-ones with different stakeholders to see what we really need. Is our governance helping this or not? So I can already show you some main themes who are emerging from this work, but it's still very much in progress. So we basically need to do three things. You need to help communities or those local networks to choose priorities. I heard something here about like, let's get together instead of just all fighting for different funding. You really need to be able to create something that says, okay, what are the needs of the population? How do we get that in a system? How do we build policy on that? Then you actually need somebody to support that, because it's really easy to provide lip service to the idea of participation, the tokenism. I didn't know the word, but I think it's a beautiful word, and it often happens like that. So we need somebody to support, to check, and as a government as well, we need to build in support and evaluate the participation. Why do we need a model of priorities? It's basically simple. We're talking about taxpayer money, so everybody's jumping on the boat. And everybody has this amazing project that's going to change the world, and it needs to be funded now, or yesterday. But it's quite hard, because you have a limited amount of time of people who are working in the organizations, so you need to select priorities. So we were brainstorming with this group, and this model popped up. Now, it's a UK model. It's not focused on healthcare. It's from the UK Design Council, I think. It's called the Double Diamond. But as we're visioning it, it basically forces those organizations to, from the start as the first diamond, to really start to look at everyone in your community. So not only data, because data always focuses on the people who are known, but also start talking with your providers, start talking with your citizens. What do you need? Where do you notice? Where is the low-hanging fruit as well? Where can you really make a difference without investing enormous amounts? So it's picking the low-hanging fruit as well. But so you're gathering all the data, you have your population analyze it as well, and choose some priorities. And in the next phase, that's actually the second part of the double diamond, you're looking at how will we form actions. Because I used to be a nurse, for example. I can probably build you an action. It sounds great for healthcare providers, and then you go to the community and they say it's ridiculous, it doesn't work, and the outcome is not necessarily what we want. So you really need to engage with your citizens really early and really often. It's the same what we did with the stakeholders as well. We said we're going to work on this, and we started to engage with them. Because if you don't do that while implementing it, how can you expect an organization to actually engage with citizens as well? So we have a model, but as I said, it's quite easy to say, oh, we're focusing on citizen participation, we're doing this for the good of the community, but the good of the community often is my own good. And that's something we're noticing really hard. Everybody's fighting for a little piece of the pie. So right now we're kind of looking like, okay, can we install, promote somebody or a group or an organization who actually focuses. You have been going on a process, you want to improve the quality of your participation, you want to listen to all voices. Have you been doing this correctly? And it's an important job, because then you're talking about power, because who's going to control the ones who control the participation as well. So that's something we're not entirely out of yet, but it's an important step in the whole process. Priorities, somebody to guard priorities. And lastly, we're asking a lot as governments. We're asking organizations to basically look very broad, gather a lot of information, select the correct priorities is really difficult. So as a government, we also need to support those organizations. That can be funding, but that can also be things like education, intervention, and so on. And that's something we really have to speak through with all those organizations. How can we support you on the long term so you're able to meet those goals? But at the same time, it's taxpayer money. So we're having to say to the people and to the politicians, okay, this is money well spent. So we have to find some KPIs. But the problem with KPIs is, if you put a KPI on a structure, for example, every local region is going to be different. Everybody is going to have a separate process, separate outcomes. So we need to find some KPIs to really focus on the process they're running through and not on the endpoint. And it's really hard. We're still brainstorming through this. We're doing workshops. We're thinking about this. How will we do those things? So, if I may summarize, there are 4 things I want you to take home with you. When you're working from a policy-making level, from a government-making level, start by engaging really early and really often as well. It's really important because you're going to ask those organizations to do the same with citizens, so you might as well start doing it from a governmental point of view. Then create a model of priorities because there's so much to do and there's so limited time and limited funding. So you need to select the correct priorities and focus the priorities on the needs of the people, appoint certain roles, who's going to check, promote the participation, and also, and that's done really from evaluation, look at the support, but also develop KPIs. And yet again, it's a balance because you can't, if people have to report all the time, it takes money, and that's time and money that goes away from actually helping in the community. So we're still struggling. This is open-ended at this moment. Now, if you have any questions, remarks, great ideas, we have the panel discussion. You have my email address over there, and speak to me in the conference as well, because I'm really curious about all your ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Wouter. So last up, we have Pauline Ferzian, and Pauline's going to talk to us about a social medicine approach. Thanks, Pauline.
So first of all, I want to acknowledge our team at home of patients and healthcare providers. You are the heart and soul of this program. These slides have disappeared. Oh, okay. Hold on a minute. So you may have noticed that my co-presenter is not here. And I'm not sure where he is. So I'm actually going to be tackling some of these slides for the first time. And I am anxious for him. Well, actually, I'm concerned because it's very out of character that he's not here. So I'm asking for your indulgence so that I properly honor this program. So Dr. Andrew Buzari is really the innovative visionary of this social medicine program. He created it, he lifted it up. He's a brilliant young physician and policymaker and researcher. And I was along for the ride. I'm a senior advisor to this program, and I'm a professor in the Department of Family and Community Medicine at University of Toronto. This is actually Andrew's slide, but I will be speaking to the converted when I say that we know the social determinants of health are a broad range of personal, social, economic, and environmental factors that influence individual and population health. In Ontario, where we practice, there are unavoidable and unjust health inequities that were really characterized before COVID-19, but were really accentuated during the pandemic. And that pandemic disproportionately affected low-income families, unhoused or homeless people, and segregated neighborhoods that the social medicine program is really trying to lift up. So the program is data-driven. We were able to see that 51 UHN patients had no fixed address, and they comprised over 1,500 visits in the same 6-month period. The cost analysis shows the cost effectiveness of supportive housing compared to what we have right now in our society, which are hospitals, jails, and shelters. Hospital ward, approximately $32,000. a jail 15,000, a shelter 7,500, supportive housing 3,500. So we can see that a lot has to change. The social medicine at UHN, that program is multi-pronged, and it provides comprehensive, and I will say orchestrated, people-centered care, both in the hospital setting and in the community. It does that through 4 main services. So the first one is a stabilization site for people with substance use. And these are people who ordinarily would be taken to the emergency room because of acute intoxication. But instead, they are offered a place of recovery at the stabilization site and are connected to a range of supports. Next, we have trauma-informed support through peer workers in the UHN emergency room departments, and a health and social care model that is facilitated by dyads of nurse practitioners and community health workers who attend to people both, again, in the hospital setting and in the community. And then lastly, the most recent service is supportive housing. Through a partnership with the City of Toronto and the United Way, we are in the midst of offering 51 housing units to people who are the highest utilizers of UHN services. So some years ago, I attended the Salzburg Global Seminar where hospitals were featured in their role in building healthy communities. And I still recall the words of our Scottish colleague, Sir Harry Burns, who very much like what Danny, our co-chair, said this morning, talked about hospitals as institutions that act to do things to people, not necessarily with people. And certainly that was the perspective of UHN prior to the pandemic, but the pandemic gave us this unique opportunity to partner with a coalition of community support agencies, community health centers, to address people who are at the greatest need living in congregate settings. And it's really due to the foundational trust, the relationships that Andrew built with those partners that have just grown and really altered their perception and their cooperation and collaboration with University Health Network. They've become the anchor of this program because they really help us recruit and mentor peer support workers and community health workers to work in the program. So the peer support workers are people with lived experience who have experience with homelessness, mental health issues, and substance use. They provide a range of supports to improve the patient experience and healthcare capacity. So looking at analyzing some of the data, we see that in their interactions, 94% of the time, it's really about a friendly conversation or a empathetic discussion that really helps de-escalate potential risk situations. 84% of the time, it's giving out care products that people might need. 80% of the time, it's bringing their lived experience to really appreciate what the person's going through in the emergency room. And then lastly, 76% of the time, they're actually helping navigating just the emotions and well-being of that population. What we know about the population is that 45% of the clients have no fixed address, and they're referred to shelter beds. And of those 45%, 13% are in the shelter, 30% are homeless. So the emergency services now have brought a number of people to the stabilization center. They're given something to eat. a shower, maybe a warm set of clothes, and then whatever it is that will help them get back on their feet. It might be a cell phone, it might be a connection to a shelter or a community agency. And since its inception, we've managed to divert 2,500 patients from the emergency room. The model of social medicine that integrates health and social care does it, as I mentioned, with 2 nurse practitioners, about 12 community health workers. Referrals are made to community-based organizations, to harm reduction services. There's a fair amount of case management that goes on, trying to decipher what their medical needs might be, access to specialty care within UHN and beyond. And then, of course, the social supports cover a range of social and community integration, referrals for example, financial assistance, and so on. Integrating health and social care, you can see, has a lot of components, including just basic needs. Someone talked about the Maslow hierarchy yesterday. Really just a need for comfort, for safety, a roof over your head, community integration, dealing with food insecurity, and getting people involved in social enterprises. So sometimes we are helping people get back into the workforce. For people with substance use issues, getting them involved with harm reduction services, legal aid, and all of this is informed by our Standing Advisory Council. We have an Indigenous program coordinator, and we are consistently evaluating the outcomes of this program. So at the core are our patients who comprise our first lived experience advisory council, who are people who've been structurally marginalized and have lived with homelessness, substance use, or mental health challenges. And the intention is really to encourage their vibrant activity in the planning, the implementation, and the evaluation of every aspect of the social medicine program. They meet monthly. They are financially supported for meeting, and we do feel that their impact is really what keeps this program honest and on track. So we believe that the social medicine program is pioneering. There are a number of firsts. The first treatment for food insecurity during the pandemic, social medicine housing, providing 51 supportive housing units. I've mentioned the Peers and the ED program, and the social care model that's been integrated into the hospital setting, and that really looks to address 1,000 patients annually. And then, of course, diverting patients from the eMERGE each year through the stabilization site. Thanks very much for listening, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you, Pauline. A huge amount of practical advice given to us this morning. We're very close to the hour, so if you'll indulge us an extra 5 minutes, we might run till 5 past and give some time for questions. So I'll hand over to Danny. Thank you, Danny. Done.
Okay, you hear me, folks? Now, for those who know me, no heckling. We've roughly about 10 minutes, I hope. We've a couple of questions that we kind of knew were going to come up, so we anticipated that you were going to ask them, and there are some questions through the app that we're going to try and, there are a lot of overlap in the subject headings. So for the first question, I think we're just going to crack right in. For Amrita, who is hopefully sitting, well, she's not sitting behind me technically, but she is behind me. How do we move beyond the rhetoric of engaging communities to making it meaningful and to really impact improvements and outcomes? Do you hear that, Amrita?
I can, yes. Thanks very much. Hopefully you can hear me. I think that's a really important question. you know, I think in the last few years, we've sort of seen this increase in conversations around equity and diversity and inclusion and indigeneity, truth and reconciliation, and community engagement, which is great. You know, those of us who've been doing this for a while, I mean, I remember 15 years ago as a PhD student being told to not use words like colonization and oppression in grant proposals because that would make them make it not politically palatable enough to get funded. So, you know, we're at a point now in the last few years where we're actually talking about these issues in a very normalized way, which is fantastic. But I think where the stumbling block comes in is when we're doing all talk and no action, right? So how do we move from having these conversations and engaging communities with these conversations to actually acting on them? And the reason why that's important is because there comes a point where, you know, if all we're doing is talking with communities and listening to communities and talking more and listening more and consulting more and not actually acting, there's a point where it actually causes more harm than it does good. It becomes tokenistic. It raises questions of is this just a checkbox, you know, that we all have to fill in now, and at the end of the day, community consultation, I mean, the burden of that really falls to the community, right? Both in terms of time and also just the emotional and cognitive labor. So it is important that we don't just do community engagement for its own sake, but we actually do it to actually bring about change. And so how do we do that? Ultimately, that comes down to political will, accountability in terms of deliverables and action items, and at the base of that is resources. You know, is there funding to do the work that communities tell us that we need to do? Is there person power? Is there infrastructure? And is there a mentality of long-term planning? And reflecting on that in the context of the Ontario health teams, and not to be too cynical here, but ultimately for all that the Ontario health teams are being premised on this idea of integrated care and the quintuple aims and so forth, they were brought in by a Conservative government in Ontario to cut costs. And that has made it very challenging on the ground in Ontario health teams to do much because the budgets are small, it's sort of one-year funding structures, and that can be quite challenging. And we heard that in our focus groups with Indigenous community members around, we're not really sure what the point of all this is because we know that there's not a lot to go on in terms of having action. So, you know, moving the needle really does involve actual investments beyond simply saying to Ontario health teams, you need to engage with Indigenous peoples and Francophone, which are the two special groups outlined. And so for what it's worth for FLAOHT...
And Rita, I might just stop you there just because we've only got a limited amount of time for our questions. For sure, but thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, Amrita.
I would have listened all day, to be fair. I mean, obviously the questions follow on. A lot of the issues being raised are issues that people recognise in their daily challenges. So continuing that, I'd like to ask Wouter a question. How can you convince policy and purse holders to invest in and facilitate citizen participation?
Well, that's actually a hard one, because if you're working with citizen participation, you're actually posing a danger to politicians, because a politician is making policy, and so they're enforcing that. But what if the community actually says, like, it's a really crappy policy? So you basically have to step to policyholders and say, okay, we're going to provide citizen participation, we're going to provide the voice of the people, but it isn't hijacked by certain special interest groups, because that often happens. So you need to have the quality, they can see it. You need to promote this as basically a way of promoting democracy, because if they're engaging a lot with the community, they get better standing and they might actually get re-elected, which is, alas, often really important to politicians as well. And another advantage of having a lot of groups working in the community and talking to the community is that when you have things that happen which you don't have a policy over yet, and a perfect example has been the corona crisis, for example, we had a lack of structures to really ask questions to the population, like, we want to do this, is this actually a great idea, how do you think about it? Because a lot of it is about ethics. So you kind of need to sell it in general to the politician, like, this is a great forum to actually get some information from the population and basically to get re-elected, because the what's in it for me works for healthcare workers, social care workers, but also for politicians as well.
Well, we'll move on, folks. I mean, look, I know you'll have questions, but hopefully if we can't talk them here. We'll meet in the corridors of power outside. The third question then I'd like to ask Sumit. There was a lot of conversation around doing things for people and doing things to people. So how do we turn what kind of appears to be a passive population in communities that are used to having services delivered to them into proactive approaches and often reversing long-term poor and established practice?
Yeah, that's a great question, thanks. I think one of the things that we've been talking about is community empowerment, amplifying voices, representation, and I think we're missing one of the things that we haven't talked about is around capacity building. How do we ensure representation here at the table or there at the table? I mean, for my work, I would have loved for Janet or Ralph to be able to be here either in my place or next to me. Unfortunately, one of the challenges that we have is with the Sioux Lookout First Nations Health Authority and international travel. It doesn't really work. I'm hoping they might travel to Calgary for the Integrated Care Conference because it's in Canada. But I think the representation of having I guess it's a social justice thing. Having our community members at the table when we're having these conversations, I think is the way to go. We talked about, one of the presenters talked about building bridges. So we're in that intermediary step, right? We're building bridges. But what's on the other side of the bridge, I think, is what's important. And it's where we're all together and having our voices not just amplified, but having the voices right there and then.
Thank you.
I've got one here actually for Melissa, if that's okay. And to the others, there's a few questions that are coming in around accountability and how you hold providers accountable and how, as a network, you do manage to get that equity of voice from both the community but also from the provider side.
Yeah, thank you. The interesting notion about an Ontario Health team is that in its current construct, there is still accountability agreements with our current ministry. So a lot of this work is actually around collective impact and wanting to do it together, which is even more challenging in the current landscape. So I think that at the provider level, at the community level, people want to see change. So there is an exciting opportunity to think about that different. And kind of going back to what all these presentations talk about is that the status quo was not working. The engagement of communities has not been well done in the past. This to me is an exciting opportunity. How do I hold people accountable to that? Well, we hold each other accountable when we come around the table and talk about what we want to do. And that comes in various forms, whether that's a terms of reference where we have a mutual agreement, but staying open and flexible to understanding how that could change. So, and I saw a question I'll quickly say on the board level, how do we have an inclusive kind of governance structure? From our standpoint, we've built that in across a number of different structures. Our board follows a pretty intense diversity matrix, but no board is going to be perfect. There's no way we can represent every single person that we need to. I very much really think the structures and advisories underneath a board are the most important. They will inform the decision making. A board is, hands off, eyes in. So including, the equity lens in all of the working groups only helps a board continue to understand to promote that at that level.
Thank you. Well, I have one last one here if I just wanted to get a direct question for Pauline. How did you rebalance homelessness from solely a housing crisis to one of a comprehensive health and social one?
Can you repeat that question, please?
How did you rebalance homelessness from solely just being about the housing situation to being a more holistic approach to that individual about their whole?
Well, I think it's so central, but obviously it's not just about homelessness. By having a really comprehensive approach that meets the patient or the person where they are and what matters to them, you realize that there are so many pieces around becoming homeless, some of it having to do with inadequate addressing of mental health challenges, some of it having to do with substance use, often having to do with social isolation. And so I think that by really looking at what matters to the people who are in that situation and becoming extremely broad-based in how you address that, you go way beyond homelessness.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
We're out of time, folks. Again, it's quite difficult for me. Normally, I'm usually the one in the middle of the conversation and prompting kind of more questions than answers usually. I think it's very interesting that we use different language to say the same things. And in each of the presentations, there were kind of common themes which were recurring. How do you make participation meaningful? How do you affect change? How do you affect it at an individual level, at a community level, and at an organizational level that then allows people to take responsibility for themselves in their communities? And how do we then collectively support that, and how do we measure it, I think is a key challenge for us. Great. So thank you very much, folks.
Thank you. Back in here in 20 minutes for the Northern Irish session. So thanks for your indulgence with the extra time.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our session this morning on integrated care within Northern Ireland. My name is Martina Moore, and I'm a director in the Department of Health here in Northern Ireland, and I'm leading the programme of work at the minute to develop and implement a new integrated care system in Northern Ireland. So I'm absolutely delighted that we have this opportunity this morning to take you both through the work that we're doing within the department in developing the ICS model, but also those examples of integrated work that are already at play within our system. So what we're going to do today is run through all 5 of the presentations and then hopefully have the time at the end for your questions. We are going to begin with the 3 presentations really looking at the integrated work that's a practice in primary care at the minute, and then we're going to move across to the integrated care system model that we are developing. So I'm absolutely delighted to introduce our first speaker today, and that's Sinead Hughes from our Southern Health and Social Care Trust. And she's going to talk to you about implementing that primary care multidisciplinary model within the Newry and District GP Federation. So thanks, Siobhan.
So, hi folks. My name is Sinead Hughes and I'm the Multidisciplinary Team Project Manager in the Southern Trust. Just to sort of give you a bit of a background, in 2016, Health and Wellbeing Together 2026, 10-year plan for transforming health and social care in Northern Ireland was launched. As part of that plan, there was a response to the report by Professor Bengoa. There was a key element of the plan was the development of MDT teams. The MDT teams have an increased emphasis on a holistic model of health and wellbeing, and each team is made up of multidisciplinary team professionals, and that includes our GPs, our first contact physios, mental health practitioners, social workers and social work assistants, the pharmacists, and an enhanced level of our nursing care. So today I'm going to talk about the implementation of the MDT project in the Newry and District Federation. However, my focus for this presentation is not so much on the data and the statistics that you will hear and you have heard throughout the last couple of days, but I'm going to focus on people and their stories. I am delighted, however, to say that the MDT projects across Northern Ireland region, both from our regional team and from our local projects, have been very well represented at the conference, and there are many posters and presentations that have already been delivered. Just to give you an idea where Newry and District is, in case nobody knows where it is, it's in the Southern Federation, and it's one of the 3 operations operating under the governance of the Southern Federation Support Unit. All in all, there's about 72 practices in this region, and it covers a patient population of approximately 426,000 patients. There are 29 practices in the Newry and GP Federation area across a wide geography, and it covers a population of 160 residents, so lots and lots of people. We've had a phased rollout since January 2020, and we have sort of full and partial allocation in 23 of the 29 practices. So we're really keen to get Newry and District Federation complete so we can move forward to our other 2 federation areas. So people, going back to the people, and you'll see in that slide there's photographs, and I'm sorry to say I haven't got photographs of all the people that are involved in the delivering of change within MDT in the Newry and District Federation. Couldn't get photographs of my regional colleagues, so I've just had to sort of name them. But when you look at that slide, there's a plethora of people there. We've got patients, we've got GPs, we've got our GP practice staff, we've got our MDT leads, we've got our regional MDT colleagues, and that includes our IT, our accommodation folk, the people in the data. We've got our community and voluntary sector, and we've got our trust colleagues. So I suppose without these group of people and individuals, I couldn't do my job. And just to say, when I first took up post, one of my key actions was to dedicate quality time to get to know and make friends with every single person in this slide and others. And this has really proved invaluable to me as a project manager. All these people in this slide are the driving force behind the success of the project. They bring their skills, their expertise, and their dedication to the table at all times. Their creativity, adaptability, and problem-solving abilities are essential for overcoming some of the challenges, and we have plenty of challenges, and to achieving our MDT goals. Investing in people development and empowerment has really enhanced our project in Newry and District, And we have learned so much, and it will be so useful in terms of the upscaling and spreading to the other 2 GP Federation areas. So for the next few slides, we'll focus on our staff as that group of people. A well-functioning team of people with diverse talents and perspectives is critical for project success. We have invested time in making relationships with the people that I've previously named. We recently held 2 MDT staff workshops to help and shape our strategic direction of travel. The main aims of these workshops were, first of all, to get everybody together. You all know about COVID. It kind of put a stop to group gatherings, team meetings even. So we wanted to also get to know each other, recognise our collective work, all our achievements and learning, and make connections within and across the MDT teams. We also wanted to get everyone involved in developing our shared sense of purpose, the direction of travel, and the ways of working to embed and grow MDT services over the next few years. We all know that effective communication, collaboration, and mutual support are key elements of strong team dynamics. It is key that we continue to build and trust and foster a positive team culture, which will then enhance motivation and productivity. So in terms of the engagement and the buy-in, you may know that within Northern Ireland and the health and social care family in Northern Ireland, there's a statutory duty to involve and consult with service users and carers in planning and shaping of services. And I suppose in 2018 that was further directed towards a co-productive approach. In terms of the wider involvement of people, and in this case our staff, we know that by engaging our staff as stakeholders in our MDT team project fosters ownership, commitment and support. Understanding our staff and their needs, concerns and expectations is so essential for delivering the outcomes that and also meet their requirements. We're constantly gathering their staff stories. Continuous communication, transparency has built trust and facilitates this effective collaboration on a daily basis. So how do we approach staff involvement and engagement? It's very, very simple. It's not rocket science. We actually listen. We create the right environment to ensure they feel comfortable and confident to share their stories. We ask questions. Where are we now? Where do you want to go to? How are we going to get there? And most importantly, how will we know that we're making a difference? Our people, our staff, are the key in helping us answer all of those questions. So in terms of empowering and motivating staff, I just want to focus on the ongoing work that we're doing with our staff. I feel it's so important that we empower our staff by providing autonomy, resources and opportunities for them to grow. This increases their motivation and ownership of the MDT project. We continue to recognise and celebrate their achievements, and that's really, really important to do. And we've seen that this boosts the morale and it also reinforces that culture of success. Investing in people's well-being and professional development is core to what we do as a project team. We know that it strengthens their resilience and commitment to the project objectives. So you'll see this slide shows just some goodie bags that we give our staff and a wee pot of mint. And we did ask our staff to come back with photographs of what they did with the mint. So we've got lovely herb containers and stuffed legs of lamb. But more importantly, I think we got more photographs of mojitos and cocktails. So it was put to good use. So I'm just going to show you a video. This is a story I want you all to listen to, if you don't mind.
When you see me now, no one would believe how far I've come in the past 18 months. I had lost my life partner before COVID, and with restrictions, it suited me to live a very solitary life, relying on my family to bring me the essentials. I had become a recluse, and that was fine by me. I felt so lost and often went to bed hoping I wouldn't wake up the next day. I just couldn't see a way through, and to be honest, that was okay. I didn't care for living. It was my GP that referred me to their MDT social worker, and it changed my life. She came in at a time when I was lost and gently worked with me, encouraging me with my interest in crafting. With a lot of support, I went to the first wool crew class. It wasn't easy. I had no confidence to talk to the other ladies, but in time, I felt at ease with mixing, and through a shared interest, I could feel a change in me. Over a number of months, my social worker helped and guided me to take many baby steps, and in the process, I am living again. I am reconnecting with people and the world. I am enjoying my life and making decisions for myself, and life is better than I ever thought it would be. I really enjoy going to the Will Crew. It's very much part of my weekly routine, and I've made many new friends from it. I love how my hobby has supported others in so many different ways, and I get such great fulfillment from that. I am making amazing plans for my future and living my best life, something I never thought I'd do again.
It really is remarkable how far Jane has come in the past 18 months. From the recluse that could barely open the door to me some 18 months ago to now, she has totally blossomed. The change of confidence has been amazing. She is taking such a massive interest in her life, how she dresses, being able to confidently mix with anyone, no longer afraid to make eye contact, ask a question, or work off her own initiative. I have always had an interest in crafting and could appreciate how therapeutic it can be, especially during lockdown. As an MDT social worker, with a role in developing community development opportunities, I was successful in securing funding to start up a virtual craft group, which I called the Will Crew, which Jane was one of the founding members. As restrictions eased, we were afforded the opportunity to do a meet and greet session, and the patients advised they would like regular classes, with everyone working in their own area of interest, with the goal of crafting for local and worldwide charities that would benefit from our skills. The art of giving is also so important as part of our overall health and well-being. The response has been amazing, not just for the charities that benefit, but also for the patients who have found the group to be a safe haven, forging new friendships and a new purpose in life. It has been very fulfilling for me to see how this group has transformed lives, with one patient stating, "This group is like a blanket that I didn't know I needed." Everyone that attends has their own story of loss, social isolation, and loneliness, but this group has been a gentle way of nurturing support and compassion.
Yeah, so that was just a story I wanted to share, and I suppose my colleague before in another session talked about the seed fund. As an MDT project, we also have a seed fund, and this project availed of the seed fund. I've met Jane, and I've met loads of Janes throughout the project, so it's great to see that this lady is now working with Women's Aid and working for them, delivering programmes. This is a lady who's never worked before and was quite reclusive, so it just shows you the impact that if we invest in our people and give them time to develop, this is what can happen. I'm just going to leave you with, sorry, I need to go back. There we go, some key takeaways. I suppose really I want to encourage you all to embrace people themselves as the drivers of change and development. It's so important to recognise the people and the stories behind the data, emphasising empathy and understanding in data breakdown and decision making. People are really the most valuable asset in project implementation, driving innovation and collaboration and success. And just to leave you with a slide there from a best-selling author. So how do we actually take the data we collect and put it into context? What techniques and tools can we use to analyse the data and draw out the stories it's telling us? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sinead. And I'm delighted now to introduce our second speaker, Dr. Siobhan McEntee, who's from the Eastern Federation Support Unit. And Siobhan's going to talk to us this morning about elective care services within primary care.
Good morning, everyone. I am delighted to be able to share with you the story that we had to begin the delivering the general practice elective care service. Although I'm telling the story, I work with an amazing group of people, from our managers, our nurses, our GP staff, and along with our colleagues in SPPG and commissioning who have helped us along the way. So what is GPEX, as we call it? It is a GP elective care services. So it was commissioned to design and deliver a range of pathways to better manage some conditions in primary care. We wanted to improve the patient experience, and we wanted to upskill and improve support our GPs in primary care at the same time. So why did we do it? Why did we bother? GP's busy enough. We had strategic drivers for change, and I think if you ask any GP, the patient is at the heart of everything we do. And at that time, in 2015-16, there were over 200,000 patients on the waiting list in Northern Ireland for their first outpatient appointment for a routine procedure. This was the highest and the longest waiting list in the UK, and indeed in some areas, some specialties, the waits exceeded 5 years. So demand was definitely outstripping capacity. There are recruitment and retention issues right across health and social care, and there are high levels of job vacancies, so there really just wasn't enough staff to meet the demand. So waiting lists, we had a look at what we could do in primary care. When GPs do their training, they do hospital specialty work as well and gain a lot of experience that they can use in primary care. So what we looked at, we focused on the referrals to the gynae or the Women's Health Service in Belfast and looked at it across all of our GP practices. So the GP practice with the lowest referral rate, which was 1.6 per thousand patients to gynae, and we compared that with the one with the highest, which was 81.5 per thousand patients. So I'm not going to say what is right and what is wrong, because there is massive variability and research into referral data, consultations and interpretations. But what we did realise that the GP practice that had the lowest number of referrals actually had 2 GPs that had a special interest in gynecology. They had done these type of jobs during their training. So they were able to deal with the most basic and manage conditions that were best managed in primary care, and they didn't have to refer on. So we wanted to find innovative solutions, primary care solutions for primary care problems. Our problems were that our patients were on long waiting lists, they were representing at the surgery and often in pain or discomfort, and there was nothing we could really do. But we did know that primary care had the skill mix, the expertise and indeed the infrastructure to deliver. So what did we do? We had a 3-pronged approach. We built capacity. We created a new job called a GP with enhanced skills, and this involved a GP who had extra training to enable them to carry out these, manage these conditions in primary care. We know that the portfolio model, it was mentioned in the plenary yesterday, that the portfolio model of a GP is really a very attractive option to our younger colleagues, and we really need to feed into that, and this gave that opportunity. We designed 5 new pathways, an alternative to secondary care referral, because prior to this, that was the only alternative. So these new pathways allowed us to refer to our friend down the road who maybe had skills that we didn't possess in the practice. We established host practices across GP federations and put in it the infrastructure, the governance, the IT and the HR. We actually mostly used the host practices' existing infrastructure and just tweaked it a little or flexed it to meet our needs. Our second approach was education and training to help upskill our GPs and let them, give them advice on how to refer. I'll go into this a little bit more detail later. And our third approach was demand management. So how were we going to cope with this insatiable demand for care? With our consultant colleagues, we locally agreed guidelines for diagnosis and management of the 10 most common conditions in primary care that necessitate a referral into secondary care. So that meant that GPs could use our guidelines to kind of work down and we'd refer at a later stage. And indeed our colleagues in secondary care would say in dermatology now, they see patients at a much later stage than they would have because GPs have gone down the ladder of care. We offered peer support and peer review where we would encourage GPs, we would mentor and also offer them training for procedures, offer them clinic observation, anything that we could do to enhance their skills. And we developed the Confidence In series. So what are these 5 pathways you keep talking about? I can hear you ask, and here they are. So dermatology is one of the first ones. This was done in a northern pilot many years ago. And as you can see, it's eczema. It is acute inflammatory rashes. The reason we chose this is because these patients often are the longest waiters. Understandably and importantly, our secondary care colleagues must prioritise red flag referrals and suspected cancer. So there was nowhere really for these patients to go. And anybody who has ever had a bad rash or a relative with psoriasis knows the morbidity, the discomfort, and indeed the social and psychological problems that having a rash brings. So this is what we started on. Gynecology, we started with HRT management, menorrhagia, and long-acting reproductive contraception, or long-acting reversible contraception. Pessaries kind of weren't in our plan, but we realised one of the localities had difficulties with this. So what did we do? We upskilled our staff, enabling them to take this work on and help the community. So MSK is really sore joints. We work in collaboration with our first contact physios, and what this is really sore joints. So I always think it's best to tell the story, and this is the story that really kept us going when there were bad times. So I had to call him Paddy. Paddy, the 42-year-old painter and decorator who was self-employed. He had a sore shoulder and was awaiting a joint injection on the long hospital waiting list, and unfortunately, due to pressures, other more serious conditions requiring biologic treatment, he was away down the list. When his GP heard about our services, he referred him in. At this stage, Paddy was out of work, was claiming benefits, and was feeling pretty depressed. So he got his treatment in a timely manner. He had his joint injection, his self-care, and his management afterwards. He was able to return to work and go back to providing for his family. He was off benefits, and his depression had lifted. So it's not only, we always talk about holistic management in primary care, and it really is, it affects every aspect. Our primary care service is just kind of a turbocharged version of our minor surgery service, which we offer in GP practices. If you don't have the skills in GP practice, instead of referring a lump or a symptomatic lump or bump to the general surgery waiting list, you can refer to your colleague down the road. And vasectomy, last but not least, is our fifth child. So vasectomy was really born de novo with a GP elective care because we didn't have a GP service before that. What we did was train GPs in the new non-scalpel technique, which meant they could have vasectomies under local anaesthetic. So education and training, just a little bit about our education and training, because this fueled a lot of our demand management. We established robust accredited training programs in collaboration with our local deanery, NIMDA, for joint injections, LARCs, vasectomists. We worked with the local guidelines, which I've already mentioned, and we created a series of webinars for each of our specialties to give people confidence in, and therein lies the title. So it's confidence in dermatology, confidence in MSK. So each of these webinars was co-created with our secondary care colleagues, who again, we worked on the 10 top referral reasons for secondary care. We also created a website of resources that's easy accessible to all of our primary care colleagues, pharmacy included, nurses and GPs. And you can just see there, that's just a little snapshot of our the dermatology aspect of the website. You can see our guidelines are easy. You can go on and do a skin lesion recognition course. You can access any of the webinars, and all of these help with development. So demand management. The aim, we had an unenviable aim to reduce referrals into primary and secondary care. And everybody knows there's no magic bullet to do this. And indeed, during the pandemic, this actually worsened. So, we all know the theory of demand management, but how did we actually put that into practice? How did we reduce referrals for long-acting reversible contraception going into hospital in the first place? So we established a primary care gynae service in each of the 17 federations across Northern Ireland and used and distributed the local guidelines to all the GPs. It soon became apparent that 80% of our referrals into the service were for long-acting reversible contraception, so we are aware that this was a need, a learning need in primary care. There were not enough practical skills to manage. Demand outstripped capacity, and I think that's a theme that we've heard throughout the conference. Demand outstrips capacity in every sphere of health and social care, and we had longer waiting times than we anticipated or wanted for our patients. So what did we do? We established the accredited training in LARC, and GPs applied for the training. They could apply online, and then they would be allocated a trainer. What we did was we prioritised those GPs that came from the highest referring practices so that they would be able to offer the services to their patients to try and balance out the health inequities in the population. So we soon had a waiting list for training, and oh, that old chestnut comes back up again. Demand for training actually outstripped our capacity again. So what did we do? Undeterred, we decided to increase the capacity of our trainers, so we started training our own trainers so that a higher volume of GPs could receive training, and really this was a democratisation of the educational resource. So GPs, once signed off, could work in our service. They could also provide this service for their own patients in the practice. This also generated income for the practice through receiving a financial payment through our locally enhanced service, and it prevented the need for primary or secondary care referral to secondary care services, or to referral for gynae services. Now, I think this was a win-win. The biggest win was for the patient because they got their care. The next win was for decreased referrals into secondary care, and also it was a win for primary care as well because we were able to upskill our staff. So what have we achieved since we dipped our toe in the water and took the leap, as the conference says? Since November 2018, we have seen over 72,000 patients. You can see the distribution there, where gynae is the big one, which we discovered the need, and dermatology. We have 99 practices that have made a referral, and it is my quest before I retire that I will make that 100%. So watch this space. We have established 59 host practices right across the region, and as you can see, we're in even the rural areas where people traditionally would find it difficult to access treatment. So these are little mini outpatient departments based in GP surgeries, and we have 59 of them right across the piece. We've seen over 65,000 patients. And so what do the patients say? Because really, it's the patients that matter at the end of the day. There's no point in doing it if it's no good. So 99% of our patients perceive the service as good, very good, or excellent. And I think you can just see some of the comments there. They might be hard to read. I particularly like the middle one. From the minute I walked in the door, I felt at ease. The girl in reception was lovely and gave clear instructions on where to go. The doctor and nurse who did my appointment were fantastic, very welcoming, and explained everything in a way I understood. And their kind and caring manner made my anxiety disappear quickly. We'd highly recommend this service to others. Now, what I liked about this is this went straight from the front door of the practice right through to where they were treated. And our practices are our bedrock. They're the ones that do a lot of the work, all the work. We employ 150 GPs and nurses on a sessional basis to provide these services through 4 Federation support units. And over 1,500 people have accessed our training and education, either online or practical. And for this, we've won 2 national awards, of which we're very proud. So, what have we learned? What advice would I give to somebody who wants to take this step into the unknown, take that leap of faith we all talk about? The problem, where do you start? How do you start? People will say, I don't have all my ducks in a row. I actually don't think I ever had my ducks in a row, and I'm convinced most of them were pigeons and we're never going to be ducks. So what do? You start somewhere and start small. Review and refine your model until you're content with it to be able to roll it out to other places. So what we did was create standard operating procedures for all our services that practices could just take, embed, and then they can make local tweaks to serve their local population. Be agile. Be open to criticism, be open to challenge. We were one of the first services to start during the COVID pandemic. We were all GPs, so we were used to doing remote consultations. So we quickly just changed this over into the GPEC service, and we were able to do remote consultations using photos for dermatology and a lot of pre-procedural counselling. You'll be glad to hear that no vasectomies were done remotely at this time. So, but we were able to provide patients with pre-procedural advice so that when restrictions lifted, they went straight for their procedure. Another thing is, don't fear governance. Governance is your friend. Good governance is your guiding light and can help you prevent problems before they occur. So barriers, any new service, anything anybody does, there's always going to be barriers and concerns. So what did we do? Well, we tried to make friends. I think Sinead covered that in her talk as well. We tried to make friends We worked hard with people, like-minded people who wanted the service to improve, and it's building relationships. This takes time and it's difficult to quantify, but it is in this magic space that the magic of transformation occurs. So buy-in, how do you get buy-in from your stakeholders? So we had a lot of stakeholders. We had the department, SPPG, GP practices, individual GPs, federations, and most importantly, our patients. So my tip is communicate, communicate, collaborate. So communicate your vision out to your stakeholders, engage them and help them envisage what you see. Collaborate with them, what do they need for their community, and communicate what you're going to be able to do. So what have we learned? We did have our critics, of course, and I welcome criticism because I think that challenges it, and indeed it kept me on my toes. So what did we do? I think the best thing that I could advise is data. Gather your data, gather your evidence so that you're able to allay concerns and dispel fears. I'll give you one example, and this was a real example. We had a number of colleagues who, particularly in rural areas, who were really worried that these services would destabilise the GP workforce, that the GPs would all want to go to something nice and shiny because work's pretty tough at the minute. But what we had already put sort of some restrictions in place to prevent this happening, and what we did was everybody that worked in the GPEC service had to be a GP, and I always said there's a big GP at the front of your title, so you have to be a practicing GP and you have to be in the performers list. And the GPs were only allowed to do 2 sessions in their chosen specialty, so that still left the bulk of their week available for core GMS time. So what did we do? We took a staff survey, and this was actually interesting. 97% of our GPs responded that the GP's role would encourage them to continue working in primary care. And indeed, we saw quite a number of GPs move from doing locum or sessional GPs to become salaried and more substantive posts such as partnerships. We've quite a few now. GPs have taken the leap again to become a partner. 62% responded that working in elective care made them enjoy their core GP work more, and this was just as the variability. It gave you variability in your work, it helped with your career development, it gave you something different to do, and also an expertise that you could bring back to your practice and offer it to them. And 100% agreed that elective care makes general practice in Northern Ireland a career more attractive to younger doctors, which is really important at this current time. As we heard in the plenary, Jennifer Walsh had said about developing portfolio careers in the northern area, and we know from our work about 80 to 90% of the younger GPs would like to do a portfolio role. So where are we now? We're at the stage where we would love to expand. We want to continue improving the patient experience and strengthening primary care. We have non-recurrent funding for 4 of our services, but I'm delighted to say that Minister Swan recently made an announcement to give us recurrent funding for the vasectomy service. From now on, vasectomies, where possible, will be carried out in primary care under local anaesthetic. There will be a few patients who cannot have this procedure, and they will go to hospital. I would like to thank Minister Swan for taking this leap of faith with us. And just to see how far we've come, so we started training GPs and our nurses. Now we've been asked to train urologists in vasectomies, actually bringing it full circle, because they need to be able to do this procedure as urologists, but they don't do them in hospital. So that's where they'll be coming now. So thank you for listening.
So thank you, Siobhan. So we're going to come to our 3rd presentation on our multidisciplinary teams in general practice. So I'm delighted to invite Janice Gulligan from the South Eastern Trust up to give her presentation.
Thanks very much, Martina. So my name is Janice Colligan, and I'm Assistant Director for Primary and Integrated Care in the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust. My presentation today is primary care multidisciplinary teams, and I'm going to focus on realising the potential. So we know that primary care is the bedrock of our health and social care system, and around 95% of care across the lifespan happens in primary care. but there's only 5.4% of the actual budget sits within primary care. And there was a piece of research undertaken by Dr. Claire Fuller. She undertook this in East Surrey, but I think it is transferable. And she looked at a population of 250,000. And she identified that 60% had a moderate to high risk of hospital admission. She then looked in the detail at the top 1%. That equates to about 600 people. And she noted their contacts in the last year. And she found that they had 1,800 ED attendances, 450 outpatient appointments, 400 inpatient appointments, and an astonishing 54,000 GP contacts. So that equates to about 2 appointments per patient per week. And she also found then by changing the model to a more proactive approach with multidisciplinary teams supporting GPs, support from the community and voluntary sector, and improved working with secondary care, that she was able, and her team were able to reduce hospital admissions and ED attendances by 12%, and GP contacts by 20 to 30%. So that's 216 people didn't have to attend ED, and over 13,000 reduction in GP attendances. And remember, that data is only for 1% of the high-risk population. So it's evident then of the need to change the model and to work in a more integrated way. We know that great things can happen if you have the right care, in the right place, at the right time. But any change requires that leap of faith and a cultural shift and new ways of working, with changes to referral pathways in primary care, to the community and voluntary sector, and to secondary care, and staff co-located in primary care. So in 2018, the Department of Health in Northern Ireland took that leap of faith, and they introduced a multidisciplinary team programme, introducing 3 new roles into general practice. So they were first contact physiotherapy, senior mental health practitioners, senior social workers, supported by social work assistants, and additional investment in health visiting and district nursing. And this model had 3 main aims. The first aim was to better meet existing demand in primary care by improving access to services and embedding that new MDT roles into practice teams. So what have we achieved? Well, our current position in the South Eastern Trust is that we have now 29 GP practices with an element of multidisciplinary teams in them. They're covering a population of over 187,000. We're very lucky to have full rollout within 13 practices in the Down area. Unfortunately, we still have one area of our trust of 12 GP practices with no multidisciplinary teams. But you can see there in the first 3 quarters of this financial year, our multidisciplinary team staff had over 55,000 contacts. 71% of patients had no onward referral, and we supported 92 community and voluntary sector initiatives. The second key aim then of multidisciplinary team implementation is to boost the capability and capacity for early intervention, prevention, and to focus on well-being, really resulting in improved patient experience. Again, you can see our data there. So within the first 3 quarters, our first contact physios have had 25,000 consultations. They treat things like knee pain, shoulder pain, cervical neck pain, with key interventions like exercise and prescription, pain symptom management. We've talked about joint injections as well. Then our social workers, again, almost 15,000 consultations, again, with key interventions like advice and guidance, group work, and therapeutic and emotional support. And our mental health practitioners, in excess of 15,000 consultations, again, focusing on things like CPD, focus interventions, medication reviews, psychoeducation. And then I wanted to include this example for you because I think it really demonstrates the benefits of early intervention by an appropriate practitioner. So this is an example of 2 patients, both with whiplash injuries, but with very different journeys. One was a patient in an MDT practice, one in a non-MDT practice. So the patient in the MDT practice saw the first contact physio on 2 occasions. They had short-term pain relief. They didn't need an x-ray. They had exercise and advice and, as I say, pain relief. And within 3 months, their symptoms were more or less resolved. They'd returned to full activity. In contrast, the patient in the non-MDT practice was seen by their GP on 3 occasions, referred for an MSK assessment. They then were referred to core physiotherapy and had to wait 6 months because of the waiting lists and had 6 appointments. They're currently on a raft of medication there, opioid and analgesia, antidepressants, diazepam, required an x-ray, are waiting for an MRI. 6 months on, they're now out of work. Their home situation strained. They have pain, continuous pain. And then just moving on, the further aim of our multidisciplinary team implementation was to provide a platform for service reform, supporting that shift of care into primary and community settings, and really resulting in improved collaborative working, improved patient and client experience, and improved staff experience. And you can see there, our first contact physios are managing nearly 77% entirely within their own service, with only 8.4% referral to secondary care. Our social workers, again, 70% nearly, and they work closely with our community and voluntary sector, so they refer on, probably signpost on about 17%. And our mental health practitioners, very similar, about 64%, but only referring 6% to secondary care. But this is not just a focus on illness, but on physical, emotional, and social well-being. And it's really a population health approach. So there's a great opportunity to work closer with our community and voluntary sector. And our multidisciplinary teams are not about duplicating what our community and voluntary sector already do really well, but to work smarter and better together. So in 2022-23, we had over 2,000 patients who were able to avail of MDT community development initiatives and benefiting from the seed funding that we were able to provide. And you can see some of those groups there in the slides, but they're addressing things like isolation and loneliness, dementia, bereavement, frailty, diabetes, asylum seekers, poverty, just to mention a few. And now within Northern Ireland, I think we're at the stage where we have the data there, and we've talked about data, but we have multiple data sources and feedback, both regionally and locally, which are enabling us to really evidence the story of our multidisciplinary teams. And Sinead mentioned there about a patient story, and we have asked for feedback from our service users. This is a thematic review of feedback from patients who have accessed the service or from mental health practitioners. And you can see some of those key themes. They talk about improved communication, about being able to avail of information and coping strategies, about compassionate care, about immediate access to services, and about being empowered and taking back control of their lives. And then we asked our multidisciplinary teams what they felt about working in this multidisciplinary integrated way. And they saw improvements in collaborative working, in communication, in being able to provide early intervention, and about better understanding each other's roles. And then, of course, they would say, what would be better? Well, to have multidisciplinary teams in every GP practice in Northern Ireland. And then from a regional perspective, we've asked our GP colleagues what they felt about the introduction of multidisciplinary teams. And they cited things like improved quality of care, improved patient access, improved patient safety, better use of the GP time for more complex patients. And they felt that it really increased their knowledge through that cross-fertilisation of the multidisciplinary team. In Northern Ireland, then, we've had our recent Northern Ireland Audit Office report, and that's on access to general practice in Northern Ireland. Now, this report was last March, and at that stage, we had 318 GP practices in Northern Ireland, but 39 of those were deemed to be at risk. Within Northern Ireland, we have only one fully fledged, fully supported, implemented MDT practice or federation, That's out of 17. But this report set aside one full section onto multidisciplinary teams in primary care. There was 8 recommendations, but the 2 standout ones are the need really to stabilise the workforce within primary care and the need to really reconsider and to continue that rollout of multidisciplinary teams in every GP practice in Northern Ireland. They also talked about GP fragility, and we know about that within Northern Ireland in March 2024. Over the last 2 years, we've had 24 GP contracts that have been handed back, 13 in contracts in 22-23 and 11 in 23-24. And within South Eastern Trust, we have our own lived experience of that, when last year we had one very large practice of 14,000 patients was handed back, and it had actually 2 sites. And we were given, as a trust, 1 week's notice just to take over management of that practice. I do remember that first day starting in the practice with 1 GP covering 2 large areas. But we had a major weapon within our trust armoury, and that was that we could actually provide support through a multidisciplinary team to support that practice at the very beginning. So we put in social workers and first contact physios, and it really helped to stabilise the practice, to attract locum doctors and salary doctors to come and work there. And we're quite lucky because within 6 months we have a new provider for the service, but they've seen the benefit of multidisciplinary teams and have kept those on. So then, to summarise then, we know that the introduction of multidisciplinary teams in primary care can really make a difference. We can evidence the benefits from a patient perspective, and it's about improved patient outcomes, about timely access, improved patient experience, providing the right care at the right time, at the right place. And then from a transformation perspective, it's about stabilising GP services, about improved provider experience, services closer to home, and we can evidence value for money. I think within South Eastern Trust we're really fortunate to have the only fully implemented multidisciplinary teams within our Down area, but we're really keen to progress that rollout so it covers all our GP practices within the Trust area, but all our GP practices also within Northern Ireland. We know that the department is fully committed to extending the model across Northern Ireland as quickly as possible, but it is dependent on the availability of appropriate funding and suitably qualified and experienced staff. And then just to finish, by prioritising person-centred care with collaboration among healthcare professionals, multidisciplinary teams are at the forefront of transforming primary care for the better. And by harnessing the expertise of healthcare professionals, we can really enhance accessibility and improve outcomes for our patients. In conclusion then, the introduction of MDT teams, I think, represent a pivotal step forward to a more integrated approach. Thus, it's evident that the multidisciplinary teams are the forerunner for integrated care services, and there's transferable learning and collaborative approach is key to their future. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Just before we move on to the next presentation, can I just remind you all, if you have any questions, to submit them in the app, and hopefully by the end of the session we'll get 5 or 10 minutes to go through those. So I'm delighted then to introduce our next presenter, Vincent Ramirez from the ICS programme team, and he's going to take you through our integrated care system model in Northern Ireland.
Good afternoon, and thanks very much for attending this session on ICS and I, and indeed for your attendance and participation to this conference, which IFIC booked to Belfast to really coincide with the launch of our new integrated care system here in Northern Ireland. We are now on the 3rd and final day of this conference, and I think it's fair to say that we've seen a huge amounts of quality papers and presentation, heard some really interesting discussions, insight from colleagues from all over the world and at very different stages into their journey to integration. You will have seen examples of how a local approach to understanding needs and planning service is essential to really achieve improved outcomes. And we've just heard about local initiatives with some very successful results indeed. But we need to do this consistently and in partnership with all those who can make a difference. You will hopefully also have heard from Sean Gallagher and Professor Bengoa on Monday morning, who reminded us of the strategic drivers that have been the foundation to developing ICS&I. It's fair to say that we're still very much at the beginning of our journey here, and ICS&I is currently being implemented, and we're working to setting up a new model in shadow form between now and the end of the year. We will now briefly highlight our journey as well as what our vision is for ICS&I before we hear a bit more detail about the role of service users and carers have played in the development of ICS&I so far. But coming back to the roots of this journey, a journey of deep transformation indeed, which has faced many challenges since its inception, but which started with Sir Ian Donaldson's review of commissioning and then Professor Bengo's System No Structures report, which led the department to respond through delivering together the long-term strategic vision for Northern Ireland. And with this strategic context set, and despite the suspension of the Northern Ireland Assembly in 2017, the decision was made to take a phased approach and initiate the closure of the Health Social Care Board at the start of 2018. As you can imagine, this is something that would take time and effort, but enough progress was made to enable us to start looking into the opportunity of developing a new model, a new planning model towards the end of November 19. And with the executive returning in January 2020, things were all set to align perfectly. However, obviously, the work had to be put on hold in March of that year to enable the system to address the many challenges arising from COVID-19. Fortunately, we were able to resume our work toward the end of 2020 and were granted the approval for a work program to develop a future planning model based on an integrated care system approach. This was the start of a vast collaboration and extensive engagement with a wide range of stakeholders, internal and external, including professionals and clinicians, of course, but also critically our communities, our people through our VCS partners, who in Northern Ireland have long played an essential role and demonstrated how invaluable they are, and their action is both regionally and locally. And some of you will perhaps have had the opportunity to take part in some of the site visits that were organized across Belfast the last couple of days. And of course, our service users and carers, as I've already mentioned, and we'll hear in a minute from my colleague Teresa McGarvey, who coordinated our service user and carer work stream. And we was joined by Laura Collins, who will provide some insight into their work as part of the development of ICS&I. But what we've done, we've applied the very principles of what we wanted to develop into our own ways of working, co-production, involvement, and indeed wider engagement. And we finalized a first draft of a framework for ICS&I that was consulted on in the summer of 2021. In the meantime, the Health Social Care Board was effectively closed on 31st of March 22 and migrated to the new Strategic Planning and Performance Group, SPPG, and we then developed our model further in that context, getting ministerial approval for our approach before the Assembly and Executive unfortunately folded again. But we nonetheless were able to establish a test site in the southern area, which ran from May to December last year. And we have since been implementing the many recommendations that were derived from the learning of this test, adjusting a model and framework accordingly. So there's still a lot of work to do, but we have now started implementing ICS&I, including selection and nomination process for members to our area integrated partnership boards, which I will touch upon shortly. And we are on course to have ICS&I stood up in shadow form by the end of the year, hopefully. But before we go into more detail about the model itself, I thought it'd be useful to play our little video that will illustrate the vision behind ICS&I.
ICS&I provides the framework through which we will plan and manage health and social care services in the future. In a world where we see our population growing and ageing, where we face increasing financial challenge, where our people are waiting far too long for treatment and assessment, ICS&I provides the opportunity to think and act differently. Differently in how we plan, differently in how we manage, how we work, both within health and social care, but crucially, how we work with others. ICS&I is a mindset. It is a way of working that not only focuses on the immediate, but also looks to the longer term, that aims to keep our population well in the first place. It is that need to balance both. To do so, we must maximise the potential of what we already have. And what we do have are communities who are informed, engaged, and understand local need, dedicated individuals, professionals, and organisations who work directly with their local populations to deliver for them, a wider public sector, and a diverse and engaged third sector working across Northern Ireland to tackle the broader issues which impact on our health and well-being. We have a wealth of information and data. We have a health and social care system that is already integrated in legislation and structurally. What we need is a way of bringing this all together, and ICS&I aims to do just that. It is about connecting people and organisations who are working towards the same vision of a healthier, happier population. It's about enabling them to come together around the needs of that population, to learn from each other, to identify the collective assets and resources that are available, and think critically about how they are being used, to understand what we do well, what we don't, and where we can make a difference. It's about coming together in the most effective way. It's about taking action, doing the work with each other, not in silos. It's about culture. We work better when we trust in ourselves and our partners, when we can share openly, let ideas flow, and embrace the chance to do things differently, do things better. Resources are stretched, and the pressures we face are real. But consider the skills, expertise, knowledge, experience, and resources that each individual part of our system and our partners already have. Now think about what we can achieve if, instead of working in isolation, we bring all of that together. If we can truly harness that potential to ensure that we build a society where we can all live long, healthy, active lives. ICS&I is a way of working that aims to deliver on that.
So ICS&I provides us with a new framework for planning and managing health and social care services in Northern Ireland, focused on collaboration, integration outcomes, and person-centred care. Our overarching vision is that of one system working in an integrated and coordinated way to plan and deliver health and care services to improve health and well-being of our population and address demand by placing a focus on people, keeping them well in first instance, providing them with timely coordinated care when they're not, and supporting people to self-care when appropriate, but also ensuring that we are maximizing the resource that we have available to deliver the best outcomes for our population, optimizing the effectiveness and efficiency of what we do and reducing duplication. But that's the concept, and what will it look like in practice? Well, how will we implement this vision and our expectation that the whole system will seek to work more collaboratively in more integrated ways? Well, our expectation is very much that all parts of the system will go through the same motions to ensure that they fully understand the needs of the population through not only the data statistics and profiles that we have access to, or the input from professional and clinical experts, but also the bigger picture around existing services that are already in place, the related financial performance information of the services, how much do they cost, how much do they deliver for the resource that is being invested, the insight and local intelligence from the community and local population themselves, and involvement obviously will have a critical part to play in that respect, and the identifications of where the gaps are, where the good practice is, where the potential for perhaps expanding those actions that deliver the best outcomes locally is, and streamlining, maximizing existing services to make them more effective and efficient. And importantly, building from the existing assets that are out there and that already deliver for population. And to do that, ICS&I will build on the work of three main components of the system. First and foremost, the Public Health Agency, PHA and SPPG. This is perhaps one of the main specificities of our model here in Northern Ireland, that SPPG, supported by the PHA, will plan and manage integrated care and services across the system, informed by local and regional collaboration. It's very much about integration at every level in how the services and the different pathways are designed, and they will hold the strategic oversight for the planning and delivery of health and social care services. And multi-professional planning teams will, as I've explained in previous slides, seek to understand the need, understand the service provision, as I said there, connect the system, carry the gap analysis, and agree how best to deliver consistent services. There will also be key strategic partners to the other two components, providing guidance, professional expertise, and leadership, but also analytical and operational support, and they will be commissioning all the regional and specialist services. Pardon me. The PHA as well will provide population health needs assessment to get all the different work starting. We'll then have the Regional ICS Partnership Forum, which will be the single regional forum for the system, a collaborative partnership that will work regionally to support the work of the IAPBs, identify opportunities for regional collaboration, support shared learning, and ensure alignment with the strategic direction as well as between the local and regional levels. And working locally in partnership beyond the health social care sector, 5 area integrated partnership boards, IAPBs, will seek to identify local needs, agree priorities, and identify what cross-sector collective action should be taken to effect change with a focus on prevention, early intervention, and community health and well-being. But beyond the operational aspects, it's important to reiterate that ICS&I is a vision. It's a mindset that would provide the opportunity to think and act differently in a well-known context where population is growing and aging, demand is outstripping capacity. It will be all about connecting people, communities, and organizations who are each, after all, working towards the same vision of a healthier, happier population and delivering improved health and social well-being outcomes and reducing health inequalities. And of course, the role of our service users and carers is essential in achieving this. And I will now pass over to my colleague Teresa, who will showcase the work from some of those service users and carers, like Laura, who have hugely contributed to developing ICS&I. Thank you very much.
Vincent just stole my thunder. I'd just like to then introduce Teresa McGarvey from the programme, who's going to take us through the work that we have done with the service user and carers in designing the ICS. And Laura, is Laura going to come up as well? Yes, and Laura Collins, one of our service users who's worked with us throughout the programme, will actually then give us her reflections once Teresa's given her presentation.
Thanks, Martina. As Martina said, my name is Teresa McGarvey. I work in the Department of Health and I co-chair the ICS Service User and Care Workstream along with my good colleague Laura Collins and Brian O'Hagan. So first up, our presentation today is about transforming service in partnership with service users and carers to co-develop the ICS model. And I want to owe thanks as well to Claire Forsyth, who's in the audience. Claire was part of this submission. So I'm not going to go into the detail of this slide, but I just want to show the reflection of the inclusive governance structure that we have. And as I say, there's various project teams there, but first and foremost there we have our service user and care work stream, and it was very much part of the overall governance. You can see the Health Minister sets up our group and our steering board is chaired by the Permanent Secretary. So what we wanted to ensure was that the lived experience was embedded in the design of the ICS model, and it was a dedicated strand. And of course you'll be aware within Northern Ireland we have a statutory duty to involve service users and carers, so that's with the reflection we worked on. So just moving on, we wanted to create the conditions obviously for the cultural change. So it's about bringing together the experts, and what better experts than our experts of experience or service users and carers. We also had colleagues from the health and social care organisations, the PPI involvement leads from the trusts, and of course we had our decision makers within the Department of Health, all coming together on this work stream. And I suppose we were really leading by example. The co-chairs, as I said, was Brian O'Hagan and Laura, my colleague here, and I chaired it as well from the Department of Health. But I think one of the successes of our work stream was the fact that we had pre and post work stream meetings, and those were very beneficial in that we had our service using carers with us from the outset and keeping them at the start. So our meetings were very productive, we were planning ahead, the meetings were really action focused, and the follow-up. So we had a real good trajectory in place. We met over 2.5 years and we had over 21 meetings. But I suppose what we were reflecting was investing in developing equal trust and relationships whilst designing the model for involvement. So I'll quickly go through this. So all in all with our work, there was horizontal and vertical influence, and indeed, as Professor Bango had mentioned, there was the sideways influence as well. So the co-designers, we had creative thinking together to find the solutions and a range of perspectives to better focus. We had the core infrastructure, and our work stream, it wasn't an advisory group as such, it was really part of the design, because our service use and cares really did influence it and seen it from their lens to embed meaningful involvement. And it was design and inclusion at every stage. Influence in other projects. We also had our service use and care colleagues sitting on the communications group as well, and it was all about a commitment to deliver on the whole design and implementation. So how did we influence? As a group and in our work streams, we set out to see how we could really influence. So our service users and carers were at the foremost of it all. We would have got webinars. We had the King's Fund from England who come over, and we had a very dedicated webinar, and there's loads of webinars on our website. And they really talked about embedding co-production within ICS. Our workstream projects, as I say, we worked very closely with comms and our team, and we wanted to have accessible information that was, you know, public messaging with newsletters, with videos, and I'd encourage you to visit our website because there's good frequently asked questions and videos there. But it was all about getting that message out there and inviting service users to be part of it. Our service use and carers also influenced the whole strategic outcomes framework and a co-production with the finalisation of those. And our service users and carers were involved in a screening tool which embeds involvement at a strategic level. So Vincent referred to earlier about our model, and we have the area integrated partnership boards. So you can see there our service users and carers play a vital role there. They're in there with the chief executive, the trust directors, voluntary community sector, council, GPs and pharmacists. So they have a key role in this planning of our new integrated care system. So we had to embed we were embedding the lived experience. So service users and carers were in the regional group, with a couple of our users there to establish the governance arrangements. But we also set up a test which Vincent referred to, and our service users and carers would have designed their role descriptions. And within the test, obviously we set up it in May last year, and it was service user and care involvement. With a few wee hiccups there, we tried to get the message out. We went out for recruitment, but with no appointees. So I knew my task as co-chair was to really encourage the coming forward and stimulate interest for people to come forward. So we felt that we had a message to get out there about service users and carers because we really wanted their voice at the table. So we had to choose them for the test, but I knew with the task, with the full rollout, we had a lot of work to do. So I suppose we were involved in the learning from the service use and care perspective from the test. So our plans was having a dedicated planning and promotion of the members' appointments. We really worked hard on that to see how we could stimulate interest. I went out and met with involvement advisors from within the trust, met with groups. We co-designed the job description and the information pack with our service users and carers, and we had an online information session, and it turned out to be really successful. We had over 80 people online just to get that message out there to encourage service users to come forward. Our service users and carers were involved in the induction pack, and we're also working with Patient Client Council to develop capacity building training. Another pointer from their group was we have established an involvement advisor liaison group, and it's peer network support for our service users and carers for knowledge sharing and to build that capacity. So just a reflection of the great work that our comms folks did with us when we were promoting the opportunities, and we had a lot of comms coverage. So we had 32 hits on Facebook for people who were interested in our positions, and we also had 10,000 over X or Twitter. So what did we achieve? I think key to it all was a building of relationships, trust and respect. I think we had that from the beginning, and that was reflective of our success. We had structures for partnership that were successfully to appoint this involvement advisors, and we've sourced various training to capacity build them to have them in their position. So the result of all our campaigns, we recruited 37 applications for 10 posts. So we have a good selection of people, and we're delighted we have those in place to move forward with the implementation. So just very quickly, I'm not going to go into the detail of those, but we carried out an evaluation of our work stream, and that's some of the comments. You can pick them up later. So on finalisation, I want to go on the reflections, and I think all in all, we always kept our service users and carers at the heart and involved them from the start, and I think that can only be said by Laura Collins. If you want to come and reflect, give your reflections.
Thank you, Teresa, so much. Last week, Oxfam GB published a new paper. It was called Valued, Breaking the Link Between Care, Poverty and Inequalities. Their ask was for a shift to a caring economy where all care is valued as a vital social good, where unpaid care is reduced and redistributed, and where all carers have powerful voices in decision-making. And it is to that very last point that I want to talk today. As a shielding and long-term family carer, I've been following the conference learning over the past few days through the online stream sessions. And today I want to draw upon 3 key themes made in the welcome session on Monday, and they relate clearly to the involvement workstream, its process and its success. 1, vision clarity, 2, teamwork, and 3, people. Number 1, Professor Bengoa in the opening session spoke to the importance of shared language, and he said, make sure the public are part of the conversation. And this is the exact rationale behind our workstream. As very experienced service users and unpaid carers, we are well aware of the information barriers faced by citizens in understanding and navigating the current disjoint and complicated systems. For us, it was imperative to succinctly relay the new culture, the new focus on population health, and why the addressing of the wider determinants of health should not be delayed any further. We therefore allied with the communications workstream to translate system speak, regulatory requirements, and the integration reform agenda into accessible online materials and information sessions. Clear public messaging and active outreach did mean that we were not only able to promote the expected benefits of ICSNI, but also explain why giving of your own time as citizens to the area boards could help shift the outcomes dial. Number 2, Minister Swan in his welcome speech spoke about the importance of building trust and strengthening relationships. And these are the core building blocks of integrated care. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the American Supreme Court judge, once said these words, fight for the things you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. And I believe that we as lay workstream members have done just that. We have taken prefigurative action in developing a workstream for change, one to future-proof inclusion of the missing voices in service creation and evolution. We have intentionally designed in lived experience voices, from strategic ideation and influence through to full inclusion, the 10 new involvement advisors across the 5 area boards. We have worked together with staff as equals, listening and learning from each other, leaning in when needed. We have nurtured a form of radical kinship where there's no them and us. We have come together for the greater good. Number 3, Professor Carroll spoke to solidarity and the fact that it is the people who make the change. So what do people on the ground want from an integrated care service? They want to be heard. They want their rights honoured. They want to experience a supportive well-being journey. And they want to be recognised as solution bringers. So in planning meaningful future services, we need to move forward from patient-centred care to people-driven care. We've shown in our workstream how positive involvement partnering is possible. We have created a transferable, enabling infrastructure design for strategic co-commissioning, bringing top-down, bottom-up, and middle-out into one model to deliver better social justice for all. Today's problems are from yesterday's quick fix solutions. We need new thinking to address the growing implementation gap. Deeper co-design can only be achieved if we proactively bring together cultural knowledge, research evidence, practice wisdom, and last but not least, lived experience. Our new ICS planning framework with mandated roles and perspectives will help us to see the patterns of change sooner, where we can adapt quickly for long-term system sustainability. And that's the very health equity future that we all want. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Can I just say then, as a programme director, that I just want to place on record my thanks to the Service User and Care Workstream, who've been instrumental, I think, in shaping the programme and really helping us to make the progress we have to date. So, and thank you to all of our speakers here this morning. So we do have time for some questions. So again, just a reminder, if there's any more you want to put into the chat, please do. One of the questions we do have this morning is about our area integrated partnership boards, which were part of the integrated care system model that Vincent described earlier, and about the fact that they don't have specific budgets or decision making over service planning. And how do we convince people then that their time will be useful? I think I'll probably take this one myself. I think one of the things I would say is our work on our integrated care system model here in Northern Ireland has evolved quite a lot over the last couple of years. And I think if you were here on Monday, you would have heard Sharon say where we've landed is not where we started. And I think part of that evolution has been through the engagement we've had right across the various sectors about the learning that we've taken from the likes of the test AIPB, and actually where there would be value in bringing people together in those local areas, so where the people around the table would get that value from being involved and where we could actually really make a difference for our population and really listening to the communities and listening to their needs. And I think that really took us back again to that reflection about where we are as a population in terms of our health and well-being and the challenges we see in terms of our health really within our local communities. So I think where we've landed in terms of where we are now for the area integrated partnership boards, it's very much around that focus on prevention and early intervention. And really that sort of ethos of community health and well-being. So in terms of the area integrated partnership boards, our sort of process, our planning way forward, and this is about actually bringing all of those partners around the table, about looking at the collective assets and resources we have, and really, I suppose, going to the video, really thinking about how we're using those assets and resources and how we can use them better to really start to make that shift change in our population health. Really tapping into those populations that we aren't reaching at the minute and seeing what it is we need to do to support them. And that's not always health and social care, but I suppose the important part in all of this will be that alignment back into service planning, because we know from that population health approach, if we do want to affect change in our population's health and well-being, we have to have that continuity right through. So yes, we need that focus on keeping people well in the first place, but that won't always be the case. So when they do need our services, that we are making sure that we're actually planning services to give them integrated care, integrated coordinated care in the right place at the right time. So part of this is the continuity right through the system. So yes, area integrated partnership boards, prevention, early intervention, but around that table will also be our planners who are making sure that we bring that continuity. So I think the value is really much in really thinking about how we can make a difference in the communities and how then we've informed that wider service planning. Any more? That's all right. How have we implemented shared learning from other areas?
Well, we have very much looked into what happened out there and how we designed our model to fit the specificities of Northern Ireland, but also to look at the successes out there. And IFIC have been instrumental in providing us with that insight, but we've also been speaking with colleagues from across the border, of course, in Scotland, Wales, and many different ICSs in England. We looked into all the different parts of what we needed to build to really carry through that transformation, from how do we set our strategic direction, and the experiences from Canterbury in New Zealand were quite instrumental in trying to shape how we did that in the context of adopting an outcome-based accountability approach and aligning to our program for government, which was still as a draft model at the time, but which had been quite common in the last 15 years in public sector in Northern Ireland. But we also had the opportunity to bring in some relevant expertise on board in our own program governance, and we had a quick friend from England in Stephen Ames, who came to really provide that critical eye to our development and how we worked in our developments. And we mentioned the testness as an area which was also attended by Mike Farrar, who had extensive knowledge and experience in that. So it's all about capturing that learning, translating it into the non-island context, and trying to develop a model that is fitted for our specificities, the main one being that in legislation we are already integrated in health and social care, but maybe not necessarily in practice. So it was all about how do we break that through and carry through our model with all that learning indeed.
And just to add to that, obviously, given where we are today, I think one of the other key factors in all this has been the support we've had from IFIC through the journey, and obviously the connections we're making through to really look across other countries and other jurisdictions, and even events like this in the last 3 days, and what we can learn from others. You know, I think one of the things we reflect on when you do listen to the many presentations are a lot of the challenges are the same. We may be coming at it from different approaches, we may have different constructs, but fundamentally the challenges are similar. So any learning that we can take from other areas is vital to the success of the programme. So I think we'll maybe just get another couple in, and I'll maybe turn to our primary care colleagues. And I suppose go into what I was just saying about the challenge that we face. So a lot of what we've heard in the last few days, and I think it was probably part of the opening presentation about people being our greatest asset. But I think the other observation I've heard quite a lot in the last few days is obviously if you really want to truly integrate and really sort of reach, we talk about a journey, reach, I was going to say an end point, but perhaps make a further progress in that journey, is it ultimately what we need is a cultural change. So that change of mindset, because what we are actually doing is to asking people to work differently. So one of the things that we just wanted to ask, given your different experiences across that, is how you supported the people then involved in your different teams and initiatives to really make that shift change. So going from perhaps where you would have had that traditional GP setting to actually working with others they may not used to be working to, or actually taking on those additional duties. So I'm not sure of any.
Okay, I suppose when we first were implementing, and I wasn't there at the very start when I came in as the project manager and linking with our MDT leads, we were very conscious that anything new you try to implement, you need to be able to translate that into language and communicate that so that people will understand. And that goes for everybody, because people are people regardless of what their status is or what their professional background is. So we were very conscious of that within Urian District, and one of the things that my colleague spoke about earlier was doing some kind of training with all staff within the GP practices, and we did. Our MDT leads do a lot of on-the-ground training, but we introduced the health literacy training as well for frontline staff, because the MDT model was quite new to the admin section of the GP practice, and they're your first port of call. They're the first people that people see and hear when they come into the practice. So that was quite successful as well. But it's also gone back to that translating any new policy, any new strategy, or any new change into language and communication that people will understand, because working in the trust and big organisations, you get information and it's quite top heavy sometimes. So it's investing the time to explain that to people, and that goes back to having dedicated time to actually speak and listen to your staff, and sharing that story, sharing that strategic story with people on the ground. I think that's probably. I don't know if I've answered your question.
No, you have. And I'll probably move back to Vincent, actually. One of the things then, I suppose, again, is about how you measure success, and how you evaluate integrated care. And again, we've heard about all the difficulties, and it's just, I suppose, it's a more specific question about ICS&I and how we intend to measure our progress. And I know Vincent's done a lot of work on the strategic outcomes framework, so I'll let him take this.
Yes, and again, that in itself is very much part of transforming how we perceive things and how we actually understand and perceive what success is. Very much, like I mentioned, the program for government, adopting an outcome-based accountability approach, very much trying to look at what is actually a successful outcome and what is it that people want. And I think we've tried to, and I see many of our colleagues here in the room today have contributed and co-produced some of those outcomes that we're trying to achieve, just to try and expand from our program for government and really looking at what is it that people want when you ask them about what's important about their health and well-being. So it's going out there to our population and then translating that into, first of all, inspiring outcomes, but then how do we translate that into quantifiable measures, and how do we use what we've got in terms of data information, and we do have a wealth of data information, as Martin was saying earlier, but how do we then translate that into bringing the story around the numbers, as was mentioned earlier as well. So it is a challenge, that coupled with bringing the operational side of things as well into how do we measure performance of the system in a new way of thinking, in a new mindset that we'll be trying to instill through ICSNI, but what is a good outcome in terms of how we invest locally, regionally, in all the different services, but how do we then address the need in the first place and then help people get healthier. Very much.
Thank you. So I'm conscious we're nearly on 1 o'clock and I'm sure you'll want your lunch. I think if it's okay, Laura, I'd like to maybe end with yourself as having the final word. Obviously, you've been involved in the work stream for quite some time, but I think there was a question here about experience. So integrated care, what would that mean? If we realise true integrated care, what is the difference that would make actually for you as a service user?
Is this on? Yes, it is. It is. It is. For me, is having a service that, as a carer, I don't have to go and find. I've become a super integrator, really, over the years. I've learned to navigate the system. And I shouldn't have to do that. As a family carer, I've enough to do caring. So I would love that the system would actually have services that are available that meet the needs of my son, but also my needs as a family carer. I know as other services are not what they once were, and the funding is really, really tight, that demands will be increasing on family carers and on citizens to start caring for the first time. So I would like for them to be found early in their caring journey, because journey is the word that has pervaded the past 3 days. I would love that they would be found early in their journey and supported to be carers who want to share their love, but they also have great expertise keeping people well at home and out of hospital. So to value what they do, but to be there for them and for that structural burden to go away, and for us to have a quality of life the way we want our loved ones to have one too. Thanks.
Thank you, Laura. Just to suppose on closing, and again, just reflecting on what you said about the journey, and it has been a theme right through the last 3 days, and it is a journey, and I think it's one that we have to constantly seek to really evaluate where we are, assess, and look to continually improve. But I think, even from the presentations today, if we do so, working in co-production with our service user and carers, with our partners, with all of our partners, both within the system and without, then we actually can make those improvements and build that model that actually will make that change. And I think, again, going to our first 3 presentations, reflecting on Northern Ireland, we are starting from a good foundation. We have integrated work at practice right the way through in different various guises, and really then the challenge for us is just to make that at a systemic level. So thank you so much. Thank you to all of our presentations here today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello. We're just about to start the poster session in 2 minutes. So if we could just make sure, because this is going to be live streamed, I think. And the presentations will be happening up here on the stage.
It's I'm roller, by the way.
Hello, and welcome to the oral poster session on the last one for the conference. My name's Karen Hutchinson. I'm a physio and researcher in Australia, and I'm very pleased to be chairing this session today. So each presenter will present for 5 minutes, and we'll have questions at the end, just because of the timing that it's quite a tight ship, I think. So I'm very pleased to introduce the first speaker today, who is Anne Boulens, on integrated childcare for young children with a disability.
Thank you for being here today, whether you're with us in person or tuning in from home. My name is Anne Boulens, and I'm a policy officer at the Flemish Agency for Persons with Disabilities. Today I'm quite excited to share our journey and the collaborative model we've been developed to support young children with severe multiple disabilities. Our core goal is simple, but yet crucial. We would like to ensure that all children, including those with complex needs, can grow, play, and learn alongside their peers in a supportive environment. Now, allow me to describe the current landscape in Flanders. This is illustrated in the figure at the top of our poster. So children under the age of 3 have access to childcare services through the Flemish Agency for Families and Children, also called Growing Up. The green triangle illustrates the various layers of support needed by each child in childcare. The bottom of the layers addresses every child's basic needs. The middle layer represents situations where children may need additional pedagogical support, such as language simulation or emotional safety within the group. The third layer involves support from specific experts. Sometimes the support provided by the first 2 layers of the green triangle may not be enough, and a child may require in-depth disability-specific expertise. This support can be provided through mobile guidance or outreach from facilities recognized by the Flemish Agency for Persons with Disabilities. The upper pink triangle focuses on children with highly intensive care needs that go beyond the capabilities of mobile support methods. This group includes children with severe multiple disabilities. Specifically for this group of children, we search for a method that is more inclusive and while we're ensuring the necessary care and support that can be provided. Now, how do we do that? We make the opposite movement. Instead of strengthening regular childcare for children with complex needs, we open the doors of specialized daycare. So the integrated childcare model brings together specialized daycare and general childcare services under one roof. This enables the recruitment of both general childcare workers and more specialized staff like nurses and paramedics. It breaks down barriers for parents to intensive support, and it fosters experience sharing among healthcare and childcare professionals because they're colleagues. Now, you might be wondering how this model looks in practice. You can find the model at the bottom of the poster. So the childcare organizer, in this situation it's Zorg Leuven, requires a license for 30 childcare places from agency Growing Up. The subsidizers will come from 2 agencies. Growing Up will subsidize 22 places for children, while the Flemish Agency for Persons with Disabilities will subsidize 8 places for children with severe care needs. Ganspoel, our healthcare provider, will oversee the organization and care of these 8 children. This ensures that the necessary support and care can be provided, allowing the children to grow up in an environment with their peers. Furthermore, there are some additional conditions that must be met for this model to be implemented in specialized daycare centers in Flanders. The infrastructure and the living group must be large enough to accommodate 30 children. There must be specific areas, such as a tube feeding room or a storage place for adapted materials like keel walkers and standing frames. And in this particular project, there will as well be a sensory room. So, because of this specific need for adapted infrastructure, it means that the model cannot be implemented overnight. Now, let me point out one final additional advantage of this project between Zorg Leuven and Ganspoel. The building will also include residential care for the elderly and opportunities for partners such as the regional office of the Child Health Clinic. Now, I would like to take a moment to thank a few people, Kathleen Grovart from the agency Growing Up and Eline de Grauwe from Ganspoel, because both of them has contributed to this poster but could not be here live. And last but not least, my colleagues from the Flemish Agency for Persons with Disabilities, who are supporting me from home. Thank you for your attention and feel free to ask any questions.
Thank you very much. That sounds an absolutely wonderful programme. I forgot to mention, if you have any questions, you can add them to the app, and then that can be used at the end as well. So, sorry, I just have to get into my app again. And so, for the next presentation, we've got Angela Ryan, Optimising Healthcare Integration, Design Methodology, Approach to Developing an Integrated Care Service, Delivery Model for Irish Health Service Executives, Health Regions. Did I get that almost right?
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Angela. I'm from the Health Regions Programme team with the Health Service Executive, or HSE, in Ireland. And this poster outlines the implementation of evidence-based design methodologies to develop an integrated service delivery, or ISD, model for the Irish Health Service Executive Health Regions. Sláinte Care is a 10-year programme transforming how healthcare in Ireland is delivered, building towards equal access to services based on need. As part of the Sláinte Care reforms, 6 HSE health regions have been established. These regional bodies are responsible for the planning and delivery of integrated health and social care services, empowering local decision-making and supporting population-based service planning. A key priority of the HSE health regions is to align hospital and community-based services to deliver joined-up integrated care closer to home. In creating the high-level design of integrated care services in the health regions, the programme team undertook a co-production process working with the Organisation Development and Design team and the Department of Health in Ireland. 94 individuals, including patient partners, HSE staff, managers, partner agencies, policymakers and integrated care experts, some of whom are on this stage during the last couple of days, collaborated in the design process. We implemented a co-design approach adhering to the evidence-based design methodology outlined in People's Needs, Defining Change, the Health Services Change Guide. This is our official policy for change within the Irish health and social care system. The approach was also based on the Public Service Design Principles, a component of Ireland's Action Plan for Designing Better Public Services. Throughout the co-design process, the IFIC 9 pillars of integrated care were also used to frame discussions. This design process was informed by the 3 phases of change activities within the Change Guide, which are define, design, deliver, as well as the 5 phases outlined in the Public Design Principles: empathise, define, ideate, prototype, iterate. The project team strategically integrated these frameworks, establishing a robust evidence base for this work. 3 integrated service delivery, or ISD, group events facilitated collaborative exploration of the Irish Health Service Design Challenge. Analysis of outputs identified patterns, defining user needs in line with the agreed principles. Key stakeholder groups participated in individual and small group meetings over a 6-month period to generate creative and solution-focused ISD options. Forums sought wider representation and feedback from GPs, academic officers, frontline staff, patient service user partners, and Chief Officer, Chief Executive Officer groups. These activities align with the engagement approach advocated in the Health Services Change Guide and the Public Service Design Principles. Workshops with frontline operational and clinical representation tested structures and evaluated ISD design assumptions, yielding 4 high-level structural options for integrated service delivery in the health service. The ISD workstream employed a multi-criteria analysis aligned with the European Commission Better Regulation Toolbox to identify preferences in terms of the preferred ISD model. This appraisal process resulted in an overwhelming preference for the high-level structural design depicted in this poster. This initiative serves as a guiding blueprint for navigating the design of an integrated service delivery model. By prioritising systematic approaches, stakeholder collaboration, and human-centred design principles, our experience offers valuable insights for those tackling the complexities of integrated service delivery and structures to support its delivery. The engagement of diverse stakeholders, guided by co-production principles, highlights the significance of inclusivity in crafting solutions that resonate with unique community needs. This flexible, collaborative, and inclusive approach, in contrast to a formal and hierarchical one, aligns with the IFIC pillars of shared values and vision, people as partners in care, system-wide governance and leadership, and transparency of progress, results, and impact. Detailed design of the preferred model for integrated service delivery has commenced. This co-design process will adhere to the Health Service Change Guide, Public Service Design Principles, and incorporate the IFIC pillars of integrated care. Widespread stakeholder engagement will continue throughout the detailed design phase, facilitating the provision of the right care in the right place at the right time, as envisaged by Sláinte Care. I'd just like to acknowledge colleagues who were involved in this work, specifically Nuala Scannell, also from the Health Regions Programme team, who undertook this engagement with me throughout last year, and also the rest of our colleagues on the Health Regions Programme team, the Organisation Development and Design team, and all of our stakeholders who contributed with this throughout this extensive engagement, and hopefully we can continue to build on that in the future. Thank you.
Some great work going on in Ireland. Thank you very much. And so for now, for the next presenter, we've got Shu Shi. Oh, sorry, my app decides to want to update Ding. On the feasibility and mHealth integration into integrated youth services, a secondary data analytics approach. Thank you.
Hi. So integrated youth service have emerged as a primary solution to address the mental health and substance use needs for youth through the creation of a seamless and coordinated system of care that address the diverse needs of youth across various domains of life. Foundry, which is the setting of this study, is an IYS initiative based in British Columbia in Canada. We aim to create a single access point for youth to come in and being able to access multiple areas and multiple kinds of services. Foundry also launched its virtual platform with a Foundry BC app during the pandemic to increase access, and they're being continuously used until today and in the future. For this study, we looked at a cohort of youth who accessed Foundry service from official app launch, which was around April 2020 to December last year, approximately across 4 years, with the goal to understand the service utilization pattern between virtual and in-person groups, to see the demographic and health profile differences among groups of youth who have different service access preferences. After looking at the data descriptively, we have three areas of major findings. The first one is among 41,034 youth who registered for Foundry, 25% of them never proceeded to access service. Around 40 of them only accessed in-person services, and around 17 of them accessed only virtual services, and the rest, 15%, chose to access both in a hybrid form. Looking at the virtual platform data where youth used to book and complete both in-person and virtual appointments, around 40% of youth who logged into that platform actually successfully booked an appointment. And out of the ones who booked appointments, only half of them proceed to complete those appointments. So if you give it an overall look, only around 20% of youth who accessed the virtual platform in the end completed an appointment. Our second finding is about the types of service accessed. The majority, so around 80% of virtual services visits were youth seeking help on, we call it My Feelings, but it is about stress, depression, and anxiety. And they count for around half of in-person visits, and close to 20% of in-person foundry visits were youth seeking help related to sexual health. Meanwhile, only 1% of youth who seek sexual services are doing this via virtual methods. Of course, we understand that some sexual health service involves testing and medications that is very hard to be delivered in a virtual setting. However, we still want to point out that the potential barrier exists for youth to seek help virtually for this type of service, potentially lack of safe space or trust on a virtual platform. Lastly, we found out that older youth between the age of 18 to 24 are much more likely to access virtual service compared to younger groups. Additionally, another significant difference is youth who prefer in-person services reported much better mental health status compared to youth who prefer virtual services. So to summarize, it is a very preliminary descriptive study to take a brief look at the service utilization pattern and the demographic health profile of the three groups of youth who chose to access RIS with different modalities: virtual only, in-person only, and a hybrid form. We learned that while these options are presented to youth, there are still barriers existed for youth to access and complete sessions. Future research is needed to understand the underlying rationale behind what is causing older youth or youth with poorer mental health to choose virtual-only service. And with that goal, our ultimate goal is to improve service, even to look at the feasibility of personalized service, tailoring to the different needs in order to improve quality of care, health access, and the overall health outcome. Thank you.
Yeah, another great presentation there. That sounds like lots of options and trying to get different ways of engaging with young people. So now on to our next presenter, Felician Azaturuanawo. I apologise for the pronunciation. Enhancing health inclusion services for homeless people towards trauma-informed e-case management system in acute care. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this presentation. So you might have seen a little bit, some of the content has changed because this is your a PhD project. And so my name is Félicien Izatruanao, and thank you for pronouncing it. And I'm a PhD student in the Center for Innovative Human Systems at Trinity College Dublin. And I would like to thank the Science Foundation Ireland Center for Research Training in Advanced Networks and Sustainable Societies for supporting this PhD project. And this PhD project focuses on understanding the needs of patients, staff, and organizations to trial HealthPass, which is a mobile health record app for inclusion health services to support people who are experiencing social exclusion, and those people could include those with lived experience of homelessness, drug abuse or use, and refugees. So this project builds on St. James's Hospital's efforts in addressing this issue using trauma-informed approach. So the study will involve like the use of mixed methods, because we want to try, and gain a deeper understanding of how health pass, can make a difference. So this PhD is divided into 4 phases, which are also aligned with 4 main objectives. So the first phase focuses on patient rounding in St. James's Hospital, which is the largest hospital, which is the largest teaching hospital in Ireland. And also it includes, meeting with healthcare professionals in Ireland to try and understand the health care system in Ireland. It also includes discussing with health pass developers to try and understand the app itself, and also it entails doing systematic literature review to understand, the evidence around the topic. So the second phase involves, the evaluation of healthcare utilization and also understanding user experience of health pass at Talacross University Hospital. And this will involve an analysis of quantitative data from an electronic health record, and also conducting semi-structured interviews with healthcare professionals. The third phase seeks to gain like a better insight into the user needs, patient, staff at St. James's Hospital, in conjunction with a community-based service provider. This also involves, the evaluation of the current usage of healthcare information systems, such as the electronic patient record. And in addition, we intend also to conduct interviews with patients and staff to understand their perspective on what would be, an ideal trauma-informed mental health, what would be like a trauma-informed mobile health record app for people who are experiencing social exclusion. So the fourth phase evaluates the healthcare utilization and also understand the user experience of health pass at St. James's Hospital in conjunction with a community-based service provider. And also here we'll analyze quantitative data from health pass, and also we'll conduct semi-structured interviews with patients and staff at St. James's Hospital. The final phase includes conducting focus group discussions with patients and the staff at St. James's Hospital to try, and define the research and also formulate recommendations for how we could improve health pass. So, as you might have seen, so this PhD is like the expected outcome is threefold. Like we want to improve, integrated care or enhance integrated care. Like we want to reduce healthcare information fragmentation. I want also to try understand the needs of people who are experiencing social exclusion. Thank you.
That sounds a very interesting way of improving access to care and for people that are socially excluded at the moment. So it's really interesting. I'd like to know a little bit more. And so now we're on to our next speaker, introducing Taito Care to support clinical decision making for care home residents within the Southeastern Health and Social Care Trust. And we've got Robert Moore here. Thank you.
This is where I take my whistle wetler out of my mouth. Good afternoon, and as we say in Belfast, how's about you? In other words, how are you doing, and hope you're well. My name's Robert Moore. I am a technology-enabled care manager within the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust, and I'm a registered nurse by background, but I have a role and interest in using technology that brings benefits to those in receipt of health and social care, but also to those who are delivering it. Just very quickly, the South Eastern Trust covers the other side of the river, outside Belfast, George Bell City Airport, down to the mountains and more, and so where the fields start to become green and not quite so built up. The Trust incorporates acute hospital services, community health and social services, and it serves a population of approximately 345,000 people. So the poster is really aspirational in that it gives an overview of the work that's currently underway and reflects a collaboration between the Trust, Taito Care and 30 care homes within our geography. And just to point out, the care homes are private, independent sector care homes. It brings with it an international dimension through the company and a uniqueness in that what we're currently doing is something that our trust is the only trust and organisation within the island of Ireland itself utilising Taito at this stage. So it's illustrative of us taking the leap to try something new and hopefully something that's exciting that will make a difference. The project is one of a number of responses from the Trust to recent winter pressures and involves our enhanced care at home and our hospital at home services in supporting care home staff to get more timely clinical interventions and hopefully reduce the need for potential hospital admission, which brings with it hospital transportation, emergency department attendance and so forth. And we know once an older person gets through the threshold of going into the hospital, they're going to be there for at least 5 to 7 days. So we're paying for the hospital side, we're also paying for the nursing home side. The project is very much around supporting care home staff in identifying and responding to the softer signs of deterioration with their residents, those early signs of infection that, if not picked up early in the day, could end up leading to delirium or sepsis, which often leads to hospital admission. And I suppose what I'm trying to say is this, quite simply: if we understand that know our residents well, they're not quite themselves, then we should be considering hospital at home or enhanced care at home services to have a conversation and to look at the way forward in managing that client, that patient. It's very much around using a medical device, a clinical communications tool for consultation and examination, whilst also connecting the clinical decision makers to provide alternatives to acute care. So what is Taito Care? I'm able to show it to people after the presentation, but it just comes in this little black box. But it is a mobile handheld examination device with multiple attachments that allow us to do multiple medical examinations anytime, anywhere. It allows for us to help with diagnosis, to give advice to the care home staff, and also for joint care planning in terms of can be given as a result of this. And it links together the individuals through the residents, the homes, the teams, the consultants, the GPs, and the families remotely. So when did we start our journey? Our journey was really started last year when we looked at our ED attendances and the homes that were sending folks up the road to the hospital. And we thought, well, can we actually work with these homes to do something to try and reduce the number of attendants? We contacted the homes following an introductory phone call, some backup information, and then I went out, seen the homes with the device, demonstrated it, and I got 30 homes signed up. And as the real world suggests, that's fine on paper, but sometimes a home closes, sometimes there's other things like viral infections, so sometimes the work got slowed down. So phase one, which was last year, was very much around getting the devices delivered, set up, getting our own cybersecurity issues sorted out and addressed, training of our own trust staff within the hospital at home team and enhanced care at home team as users and trainers, and linking our homes with those services and building those relationships up. Because actually the use of Taito is very much dependent on referrals coming into the hospital at home and the enhanced care at home service. This year is very much about building up traction Getting the homes and the trust teams learning together, collaborating, blending the technology into clinical practice. This is being done by our teams in hospital at home and enhanced care at home, along with our clinical nurse facilitators, who are providing both planned and ad hoc training to ensure that their homes are confident in using the device. And we're also sharing our training resources such as the TITO Academy. And also as clients or patients come onto the service, it's also a learning opportunity with the device and the home staff, as well as their own staff, to consolidate that. We're also having virtual question and answer sessions and monthly engagement meetings with the Trust and Care Home champions. And we really want our TITO champions to be the people who are going to continue promoting this resource. It's like everything else, technology. Sometimes it takes a while to bed in, and some staff are hesitant in the sense that they think it's replacing clinical care, and I'm going, no, I'm not doing that. I'm trying to enhance the clinical care and give the nursing staff and other clinical staff other ways of engaging, spreading our resources and giving timely interventions. So our suggested, 1 minute, okay, early evidence would suggest that we can deliver acute clinical support remotely. We are enhancing the relationships between the trust and the care homes. We're hopefully enhancing the access and continuity of care, and also we're reducing the need for all contacts to be made by face-to-face. So our ambition and our key steps, apart from me hoping to come to Portugal next year with the results, would be to build up a body of evidence linked to the activity and the outcomes in using the TITO system. As we would expect, as the hospital at home numbers increase, we would envisage so would our use of remote consultations, undertaking and utilising the TITO device and trying to embed technology within our practice. And obviously we'll take a quality improvement perspective in PDSA cycles and so forth. Thank you for your time, and if anybody would like to have a look at the device after the session's over, I'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we all want to see what's in that little black box. Now on to the next speaker. We've got Maeve Collins, who is talking on an integrated approach to improving the process for dietetic transfers from acute to Cork Kerry community healthcare dietetic services. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thanks to everyone for being here. So I suppose our initiative essentially looked at improving the transfer of appropriate patients out of the acute setting into primary care. So I'm a senior dietitian working in primary care since 2009. So it was amongst the dietitian transfer system. So we've all heard of Sláintecare. It has been mentioned throughout the conference. So the Sláintecare implementation plan again uses and focuses on the phrase getting the right care in the right place at the right time by the right team. So that's something we've heard over and over again for the patient, and it's a name that was underpinning, I suppose, our project. So to give a quick background, I joined the primary care dietitian team in 2009, and I got a post in Cork University Hospital in 2015. It was a part-time post, so I worked across both sites, both in primary care and in the main hospital. So I suppose it put me in a unique position to be able to view the issues on both sides. So traditionally, the patient transfer rates from the hospital out to community were low. We never really captured them across the whole lot of Cork Kerry community healthcare. I was able to find an old audit from 2017 based on a population of 175,000, which had a finding of about less than 3 patients per month. So if you were to extrapolate that up, it would have been less than 12 per month transferred out. So from a major acute hospital, this is a very low number. When I worked there, I saw why. The transfer forms were very long, very wieldy. It was a paper-based transfer system, a lot of duplication of information, transcribing of patient details, demographics, etc. It took 15 minutes or more to complete. whereas it took less than 30 seconds for me to write a follow-up patient in 3 months in surgery outpatient clinic, even if that patient wasn't suitable or did not need to be coming into the acute setting. But at the end of the week, when you're already 2 hours late leaving, you can imagine which option was most appealing for clinicians. So I suppose outpatient clinics take clinicians off the ward, so really I knew it needed to be looked at as someone that worked on both sides. So during my time there, I worked on getting an IT system that was already in the hospital called ICM available in primary care. So this system, it proved very useful. It allowed us access to patient bloods, but when we wanted to set up a transfer system, it was the one we fell back on. We worked for a couple of years on setting up this transfer system, but COVID put an urgency on this. We needed to get patients now very urgently out of the hospital setting into community. So it actually very much expedited our project. We had all stakeholders on board at this stage. We had management who were behind us all the time. We now had IT on board. And I worked very closely with Gillian Holt, who supported me in this project in CUH, one of the other dietitians. So IT were able to generate a referral for us. This auto-populated all the patient details, the GP details, medical history, medication, and the whole discharge summary. So the dietitians really only needed to put in their therapeutic details. So I suppose just looking at results, we had a much more comprehensive discharge summary, so it was improving the quality of patient care because we had more information. A 50% reduction in time taken to complete the referral, and 50% was probably being pessimistic. It was a very high time, so it was saving clinician time. The information went into, it was a single route of referral access, so it was more traceable, accessible, so I suppose from a GDPR point of view, was more compliant. There was a reduction in OPD, the outpatient clinics, in the acute sector, therefore allowing dietitians to be on the wards, seeing the more complex patients. And the numbers of transfer rates out to community in 2020 were about 37 per month, up to 98 per month in 21. In 22 was 115, and last year was 146, and we're exceeding it again. So even last year alone, we had nearly 1,800 patients offered being able to be accessed an appointment in community, as opposed to having to travel 1.5 to 2 hours to an appointment in the hospital, battle with parking, etc. So I suppose overall, it's really about back to the right, the patient being seen in the right place at the right time by the right team. So thank you.
That's excellent and great to hear that people are getting care closer to home. And so now for our next presenter today, it's Lixia G, assessing the effectiveness of an integrated primary and tertiary multidisciplinary diabetic foot care program, a historical control study. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Li Xia. I'm from National Healthcare Group. I'm a senior research analyst in Singapore. So, I'm so pleased to be here to present our evaluation work regarding the effectiveness of the diabetic foot in primary and secondary, in primary and tertiary sectors for the care of diabetes patients who have diabetic foot diseases. So we call this program Definite Care Program in short. So as many of you may know, Singapore has one of the highest diabetes-related lower extremity amputation rate in the world, with about 12.1 lower extremity amputation among every 100 Singaporeans in 2021, as compared to the average of 6.4 among the OECD countries. So you may see that actually the burden of diabetic foot diseases in Singapore is quite high. Hence, effective management of diabetic foot diseases is crucial for preserving patients' limb functions as well as alleviating their healthcare burden. So the definite care program has been implemented in 7 polyclinics, which is considered the primary care settings in Singapore, as well as 2 tertiary care settings. So this program involves about 60 healthcare providers who work together to provide integrated and coordinated care to the patients with diabetes foot diseases. So our study aimed to evaluate the effectiveness of the definite care program in terms of its effect on reducing lower extremity amputation rate, increasing amputation-free survival rates, as well as optimizing healthcare utilization. So we conducted an observational study with historical controls. So the intervention group comprised about 2,800 patients with diabetic foot diseases who were enrolled in the definite care program during June 2020 and June 2021. Then we select the historical control group who actually receiving treatments in any of national healthcare institutions during the time between June 2016 and December 2017. So all those patients actually have diabetic foot diseases treated during this time in our organizations. So we assessed 1-year minor and major lower extremity amputation rate, the mortality rate, as well as LEA, so-called amputation-free survival rates among the patients. Besides that, we also assessed the 1-year healthcare utilization in different care settings within National Healthcare Group. As there were significant differences in the demographics as well as the clinical factors between the intervention and the control group, which actually you can see in the table 1. So we decided to employ the propensity score matching to ensure the compatibility of the patients in both groups. So after the successful matching, we examined the treatment effect of the definite care program. And what we observed that is the definite care group patients, right, they exhibited a 9% lower mortality rate, and also a 5% higher amputation-free survival rate. Additionally, those patients in the definite group also experienced about 1 fewer inpatient admissions and fewer ED visits. We also see that actually those patients had about 5.5 days shorter lengths of stay. However, the definite group patients had about 5% higher minor lower extremity amputation rates and more SOC visits. So just to summarize our findings, our study actually suggests that the definite care programs has the potential impacts on increasing LEA, so-called amputation-free survival rates, and also transforming the care from the ED and inpatient settings to the outpatient settings. So moving forward, the program will be further expanded to more institutions, including GPs, and we are going to take a more preventive approach to extend the program to patients with moderate and high risk as well. So thank you for your attention. If you have any questions regarding the study, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you very much.
Another great presentation, and it sounds that there's less patients getting lost to follow-up. It sounds like they're being linked in a lot better and into the community. And so for our last speaker today, we've got Paudi McQuinn, the development and implementation of a community-based integrated care programme for older persons, service in an Irish healthcare region, CKCH. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I hope you're all enjoying the conference. We just have the graveyard shift, so I hope we can keep you awake for another 5 minutes. My name is Paudi McQuinn. I'm project lead for integrated care programme for older persons in Kerry. My background is physiotherapy, but I'm presenting on behalf of Cork Kerry Community Healthcare Older Persons Head of Service, the clinical operation leads, Dr. Bart Daly there, Dr. Richard Liston, Keith McGrath, and the operation leads in the Cork Kerry Integrated Care Programme for Older Persons. I'd also acknowledge the work of done nationally by the National Clinical Programme for Older Persons. General Manager for ICPOP, Sarah Shanahan, is back there as well, so doing some great work in promoting the Integrated Care Programme for Older Persons. For those of you not familiar with the area, Cork and Kerry is situated in the south west of Ireland, where we're rivals in the sporting context. We're allies in the delivery of healthcare in the area. We're famous for Cillian Murphy, Michael Fassbender, Murphy Stout and the Rose of Tralee. The area represents both an urban and remote rural areas. There's a population of 740,000, of which 15% are over 65, and there's a projected increase of 18% in 2028. Cork Kerry Community Healthcare ICPOP has recognised the need for age-attuned services as outlined in the National Clinical Programme. The ICPOP hubs that have been established, that have been developed, seek to improve the quality of life for older persons and their support networks by providing access to integrated care and support, which is specifically tailored to their needs and choices, thus supporting them to live well. The ultimate realisation will see a shift in care delivery from acute, episodic, reactive care to a coordinated and integrated model that is preventative, planned, delivered as close as possible to people's home environment. This is in keeping with Sláinte Care, the government's plan for delivery of healthcare in Ireland. So the project aims are specifically to provide a specialist geriatric medicine opinion using an MDT approach, multidisciplinary team approach, support the emergency departments, GPs, primary care, community health networks and the nursing home facilities to provide support and education to the older person, carers, their carers and other healthcare professionals. So some of the highlights: the establishment of 3 hubs within Cork Kerry. That's Cork City, 2 in Cork City, North and South, and there's 1 in Kerry. There's a number of high impact operational improvements that have been established within the hubs, so we're uniform in regards to policy, practice, and metrics. We provide equity of access through a number of core and new additional pathways, for example, falls, frailty and memory, as well as nursing home outreach and nursing home support. We've integrated a number of existing services, for example, the frailty at the front door, a rapid access clinic and the community health network pathways as well. That's just making sure that all our pathways are end-to-end. Over 3,800 patients have been reviewed across all hubs in 2023, and the patient satisfaction audits that we've conducted have indicated 90% satisfaction with the audits conducted. A number of supports to live well, including the Community Connector Programme, memory gyms have also been established, as well as implementing the What Matters to Me. We've developed ICT shared folders, and we continue the rollout of the Interray project. We're participating in a lot of research and development, the Value Care project, which is the use of digital technology to support older persons. The Eclectic framework, which develops interdisciplinary working, as well as the use of data analysis for a population-based approach. In regards to workforce capacity and capability, we've developed that through recruitment of age-attuned staff and ongoing training and development. So the future plans are the progression of more robust governance structures, the recruitment of vacant posts, progression of 2 further hubs in Cork, the progression of pathways with our acute and community health network colleagues, and embedding the research model, and most importantly, a theme that has kind of come across the whole conference for me anyway was improved service user involvement. We're also looking forward to the new REO and working with the new integrated health areas. So I suppose the key learnings from Scale Up were the critical importance of communication. Local relationships are invaluable. The effectiveness of the services may take time to manifest, and the governance pathways require ongoing development to meet the demands of an integrated system. So this poster reflects a programme still in its relative infancy. Significant progress has been made through cohesion of efforts across Cork Kerry Community Healthcare. And if I could just leave you with 2 quotes from some of our patients, it sums up what we're trying to achieve. "It meant everything to me. I was at home and I was able to say what I wanted. Life was happier. Thank you for the chats and laughs. Everyone deserves a voice. Thank you for helping me find mine. May you be proud of the work you do and the people you are and the difference you make." Thank you.
Thank you very much, and what fabulous feedback is that to have people's voices being heard. We've got less than 10 minutes, and I just wondered if there are any questions at all for the speakers. No? Well, I've got a couple of questions. I was just wondering, so I'll just have to try and find my different presentations, but I was just wondering, because there wasn't much talk about who funds some of these, or how the funding works across all the integrated care, and I thought that would maybe be something to ask the different speakers. So I wondered if we could maybe start with Anne. Is Anne still here? About the different, who funds the programme in the childcare centres. Is there a microphone
Yeah, it's 2 kinds of fundings. The first one is from the agency of the families and the children, and they fund just the regular childcare facilities. And then up to that, when there is a child with a specific need, there can be a funding from the Flemish Agency for Persons with Disabilities to have mobile guidance and those things. And then you've got a separate thing that if the care is such high that mobile guidance isn't enough, then you can go by the funding of the Flemish Agency for Persons with Disabilities for all. But the thing is that the funding is 2 ways, but the house or the place where the care will be presented is one place. And I think that's the most important, that the funding, it doesn't matter from where it's coming, but for the people in the house, it's just one place where they go to and they get their care over there, and they don't mind from where the funding comes. But
yes, but the funding is for the person.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, that sounds fantastic. Anybody else want to talk about some of their funding, how their programmes have been funded at all?
Thank you. My PhD is funded by SFI, which is Science Foundation Ireland, Center for Research, Training in Advanced Networks and Sustainable Societies. And I'm doing it at Center for Innovative Human Systems in Trinity, Dublin College. But also I do that in conjunction with like a patient, observing patient round in St. James's Hospital. So it's, which is also like a teaching hospital that works closely with the Trinity Dublin College. Thank you.
Yeah, and while you've got the mic, can you, Health Pass that you talked about, is that an app, or is that how does that technology work?
Yeah, basically it's like a mobile health record app. Yes, it's an app. Like we want to enable patients to have access to their health records on their mobile phones. Yeah, so yes, it's an app.
Okay, thank you. And is there anybody else? I mean, Paudi, if you have any?
I suppose it's the European Community Care Programme in Ireland, of which a number of different national clinical programmes are rolled out. So we fall under the National Clinical Programme for Older Persons, and then there's also a National Clinical Programme for Chronic Disease, of which there's been presentations throughout the week. It's also the community health networks as well, so there's kind of, it's the health services going under a bit of change as well, so there's a lot more investment in kind of those integrated pathways where that's where the funding is coming from. So those kind of specialist teams targeting specialist areas, yeah.
Excellent, thank you. And any of the other speakers want to sort of add anything about funding? Nobody's wanting to volunteer? Is there anybody else got any questions at all, just after me asking a few more? No? Well, I think we'll probably wrap up the session today, and thank you very much again to all the speakers for taking the time to sort of do a 5-minute presentation on a very detailed posters. So thank you again.
nicht diese Töne, sondern lasst uns angenehmere anstimmen und
My name is Julie Jameson. I am the manager here of Reach Out Healthy Living Centre. We are in North Belfast, which is one of the biggest parts of the city and would have the probably highest levels of health inequalities in Belfast. Healthy Living Centres work across key health pillars, and that includes emotional health and well-being, it includes social isolation, it includes food health and physical health, it includes drug and alcohol misuse, and stop smoking. So all those things are designed, I suppose we work in the way that, you know, if we can get the food, the nutrition right, and the physical activity right, the positive mental health will follow. That is kind of the foundation stones on which we base our work. We have to then be rooted into what the needs of our particular communities are. So what's happening here in North Belfast would be around the health inequalities, because we've got highest rates of diabetes, chronic heart disease. So we are then charged with, and mental health is a huge issue in North Belfast. This was the area that suffered most through the Troubles. So there was most of the deaths happened in North Belfast. So we've got lots of legacy trauma out there, and you know what I mean, so lots of mental health issues. So we then challenge our services, or we do our services around emotional health and well-being. So we have a lot of family support services, care support services. We do a lot of work with older people as well, but a lot of our work with children and young people. We have a family who's been using our family support services, and 2 little boys, twins. One has ASD and the other one hasn't really been diagnosed as yet, but mum was finding it very difficult. She was at home, dad was out working, and they couldn't get services for the children. Going to school was it. Basically, they couldn't get services for the children, so they engaged in our summer scheme last year. They found it hard to sell. You know, their behaviours were challenging for staff and things like that. But the idea that mum got an hour to herself was just beyond any, you know what I mean, beyond anything. She couldn't believe that she got it. But we were going to outings and things like that. It wasn't probably, they weren't really able for that. So dad came along to the outings so that they could participate and things like that. So we allow all that. You know what I mean? We don't have, but you know, we look at our safeguarding measures and we do that, but we can still allow families to come along and do that. So we try and make it as good for them as possible. But you know, she's engaged in arts and crafts. She's engaged in self-care programs. She goes on the monthly walks. They go on the family walks. So for that family who were very isolated, they're here by themselves, that's been a huge support. And that's just one piece of what we do. That's one piece of the puzzle, but it's actually linking that person back into the community and making them feel this could be home. You know, that's a really important part of what we try and do. Funding is always a very difficult for any community group, I think, and actually at the minute I think this is the worst that we've ever been in terms of actual funding opportunities, because so many organisations now are, with funders are a bit slower to take up on the cost of living crisis and the impact that's had on your utilities and your heating and things like that. Those things have, you know what I mean? So for a small organisation who's running a very small margin, you know, our insurance alone went up 20%, our, you know what I mean, those are all huge factors for us, and we are funded year-on-year basis, so we don't have longevity of funding. We can't really plan beyond the next year, and I know this is true for all my colleagues across the Healthy Living Centres in Belfast as well. So PHA invests 1.2 million in the Healthy Living Centres in Belfast. So on the basis of that, Healthy Living Centres have to go out then and then, you know, seek other funding. So we've been able to, over the last year, 23 to 24, we've got another 2.1 million to actually deliver services on the ground. And that's a huge investment, you know, to be hitting the streets of Belfast, and it enables us to deal with like 34,000 plus beneficiaries to do that, you know what I mean, but it's kind of an unsustainable model, you know what I mean, it really does require huge amounts of work and time and you know what I mean, so we're kind of between the devil and the deep blue sea. We have to provide the programmes as is, but we also have to have time then to kind of fund for the programmes, governance and admin, training, and making sure our staff are, you know, in terms of risk, all those other things aren't really covered as part of your programme or your funding actually, but those things are the organisations have to suck those things up, and that's a huge challenge I think for every community, particularly community organisations.
Yes, that's okay. A warm welcome to all of you. We have spent 3 days together learning, sharing, unlearning,
and growing individually and as a community with the hope and dream, how might we advance health and well-being in our local communities, in our countries, and around the world?
So welcome. My name is Edelweiss Aldasoro. You have seen me in some sessions. It was a pleasure to meet you all. I'm part of the IFIC team. Thank you so much, everybody, for the support. And we are going to co-chair this session together.
I'm Jodine Goldhar. I have the great privilege to hold the role as Vice Chair for the Board of Directors for the International Foundation for Integrated Care, and along with Dr. Walter Watchus, lead one of the hubs, the North American hub for integrated care, which is often referred to as IFIC Canada. My personal commitment to the community that advances integrated care around the world is because I see firsthand how much we care about making a difference, how we want to relocate power to health and well-being, and how everything we are doing individually and collectively is how to listen to the signals around what is most important to people and their families, and how our health and care systems, despite best intentions, may not be designed in our current form to achieve those goals. And we are part of a social movement that is going to make that happen, and where it is already happening, whether it's in our local community, within our country, or across the globe. This is an ongoing, active way of working. This is breaking down silos between us. It is also about what we need to do within ourselves to continuously be explorers and learners. We each have something so valuable to contribute, and we each have something to continue to learn, because integrated care, we are never done. It is constantly evolving as people evolve to understand what is most important for people and their families and those of us that work in health and care. Today's session and how we are anchoring the finale to our 3 days is centered very intentionally around making integrated care happen, supporting the health and care workforce, and meaningfully using digital solutions and shared data for information and care management. And what might that mean? Edelweiss and I, along with our esteemed and wonderful panel, really want to offer a provocation. When we talk about workforce, what do we mean? Who's in? It means all of us. Residents of communities, often referred to by themselves service users, carers, which friends and families that support people who receive care from health and care, and those that work all across health and care. And the provocation is, so how might we leverage this to either be an enabler or not? So as we sit here and think about our opportunity, please consider your own experiences with digitization, technology, information, and data. How might it serve as an enabler, and when does it serve as a barrier for change? Edelweiss is going to build on that provocation.
A pleasure. Can I take this?
Yes.
So, I would say that we all have great expectations in the digital tools and the technology development to support us in this, can I use the word journey again? Was that like, I don't know how many times, towards integrated care. Can I ask to the audience, please put your hands up. Who has great expectations with the digital transformation? Who has fantastic experience with the digital transformation? Great. So I'm going to talk specifically, so this is not an evaluation, it's not a systematic review, it's just some snapshot of some of the experiences I've heard during the conference combined with my own. And we are hearing, because we know many countries, many regions, they have like great expectations, how coordination and care management is going to be improved when they get, if they get electronic health records. But can I also tell you my experience? This is not what happens with electronic health records, but this also happens when you put electronic health records. I'm going to tell you a short story, that this was my routine when I worked in a hospital. I am an internal medicine physician who works, that specialty is for the hospital, mainly multimorbidity, mainly complex cases. I am old enough to have worked in 3 different systems before electronic health records. And I'm going to tell you one routine. We started our work every morning, every day, 10:30. We would visit the microbiology lab. We would enter, good morning this, good morning that, how are you? I'm fine. I've got this list in my to-do list today. I've got to ask all these questions about those samples. Yeah, no results here, no results here. This one is showing something. Would you like to see? Yes, sure, like show me. And they said, it's a sample. Okay. So I've got this person in this antibiotic. You know what? Actually, in that facility, we are seeing increased resistance of that antibiotic. Shall I change it? Yeah, you should. Fantastic. You go upstairs. Oh, the nurse, by the way, they called from the lab. Like, that person has this problem, it's urgent, please solve it. So it's kind of like everything was based on communication, conversation. We knew each other, we trust each other. It was informal. This is only one example, but that this repeated with many other specialists we were in contact with. Is there any health practitioner here who works in this type of context where you have to talk to each other? So now I'm going to go to another phase. I'm going to talk about WhatsApp, and this is going to sound very, very strange, but maybe even these days, have you get a WhatsApp saying like, did you sleep well? Yes. Are you eating? Yes. It's raining? No. Thank you. We'll talk tomorrow. Would you say that's communication or just an information that you're alive? So sometimes the experience with the electronic health record is similar. You convert all the informal space and communication and connection with colleagues into a formal space. And what happens is that when you then ask, when you have electronic health records, you go on and ask, but do you have any suspicion? And they're like, wait until I give you the final results. Yes, but last year you would give me like a hint. Yeah, but this year we've got electronic health records. So you wait until I've got the final results. Because you wouldn't dare to write your suspicion in a formal environment. You would have a situation where you would thinking, oh, maybe it's time for discharge. And you go to the nurse and you say, okay, so shall we start planning discharge? And in an informal environment, they will tell you, I'm not really sure, something is off. Every time the family comes, he gets really, really excited and he gets really anxious. And I'm not really sure it's safe to actually send them home. Would you write that in an electronic medical record? You would never. And the same thing with mental health issues and many other sensitive information. So suddenly it's not you are missing something if you rely everything on electronic medical records. But also, and this is fun, I said we were like taking the profile of the people I used to have in my list. They were complex cases. So you ask for a blood test. Have you ever seen a blood test of a person with a complex condition? You can count asterisks. It's like 40% of the variables have asterisks. They don't mean anything. They've been like that for 20 years. But suddenly when you've got electronic medical record with alerts, you've got like 200 notifications at 8 in the morning, counting down how much it takes for you to verify and validate all of them. And most of them have no importance because they've been there forever. So suddenly you lose this capacity to differentiate what is really important information and why I'm being bombarded by information. So this is the feeling usually when you have this transition. And where is the connection and the time for communication with the person you are taking care of? Can you see, like, where is Wally? Do you call it Wally in English? Where is it? Somewhere there, right? Like between all these notifications and blah, 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 blah. And I was in a session the other day. I apologize, I forgot the name of the author, but they said, when you are doing this type of transformations and change management, really engages with people if there is joy. I've done the transformation from paper to electronic medical record 3 times. Any other people who've done the same thing? Nobody? Only me? Thank you. So usually it comes like this, at least in my experience, and maybe I was lucky enough or unlucky enough. Usually they come and they say, well, in 2 months, we are going to stop providing paper. So you know the patient, you know the story better. So why don't you summarize all the cases, all the paperwork, like usually a couple of books, like 3 fingers in 2 months. And since then, it's stopped, everything is electronic. And what you cannot summarize is going to be scanned as one document. So you just go like, and actually, and this, we don't talk about this enough, but when we talk about information, and we've been asked many times, please, if you are my reference practitioner, don't ask me the same question all the time. But then the beauty is in the details. And when you have to summarize something in 5 minutes, there is no detail you can maintain. And have you been in sessions talking about how important and how much we can do if we take data-driven approaches? We've never had so many data. Have you been in sessions like that, in projects like that, in contexts like that? Nobody? Okay, all of you. And the feedback usually is like, nobody understands what to do with data. We don't understand what it means. We don't have enough information. So how are we going to solve this? Like, are we going to bring somebody who knows what to do with data to the team? Are we going to teach the team what to do with data? Have we solved this? Doubtful. We said that workforce is everybody, and we cannot forget. I'm just going to mention the carers, for example, here. And they've been like brilliant examples, brilliant examples, trying to compile information and knowledge and put them on the website. Have you talked to them how easy it is to access those? Do they have time to go there and read the 150 documents you have built so that they can actually give insulin and make sure that they know the variables and they know how to change depending on the context? Does this work? I'm not talking in the name of anybody, but when it was my time to do that, I did not have the time. But when I was in contact with a nurse and I could ask and they had time, in 2 minutes, I understood it perfectly. So, yes, and I haven't mentioned this. There is, are you familiar with the comic Yes, But? I invite you, like, it's like really good, and that's why I took this approach, because yes, like I do believe that digital technology and digital tools and technology have a role in advancing toward integrated care. And it's part of the cake. I'm using just the 9 pillars here. But let's go back to square one, because this is not about success or failure of the digital tools. The thing is that unless you change the mindset, unless you situate in a model of care that is including all the factors related to integrated care, until you consider the whole cake, the digital tools are not going to solve our life. They are just a complement of it. And so sometimes the feeling is like, from great expectations, we're like, yes, promises, 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 very good. And if you read the papers, I love this, because it's kind of like, yeah, meaningful of digital solutions and shared might support, may support. I love, like, English verbs are really like explicit here. But do they support? And we haven't proven that many times. We're going to have examples now, and I don't mean that they do not. I'm just trying to ask, do they do it on their own? And I'm going to finish now with two things, if I'm allowed to. One thing is that I hope you all have a fantastic experience with the conference, and I'm pretty sure you remember how easy it was to contact the team by email, and how good was the submission portal, and how brilliant is the app. And probably that was the best thing of the whole conference, wasn't it? We received an email from, and I would like to thank you because we've got people watching us from long distance. And we've got a friend, she's a Kera from Canada. And she sent us, we are working with her, and she sent us a piece of work. And at the end she said, what can we do more to support the caregiver in the role of caregiving at home, and how do we address the impact on them? And I asked her permission to actually translate her question here. We haven't answered this during the conference, and we'll leave this open for the panel, but also for the following conferences. And final comment. I thought in a previous session, Carol Hope from Queensland said, she put a slide, and she said, call to action, 3 things. Let's see if you agree. 1, connect with your community. 2, bring all stakeholders together. And 3, co-design potential solutions. Happy for you to continue adding things to the list, but I think that was a great summary. So with that, Jodine.
Thank you, Edelweiss. So as we hold a number of truths, when we asked everyone to raise your hand if you believe in the possibility, 95% of the room, and perhaps those online all over the world. We had 1,300 people at the conference, over 2,500 interactions through a virtual connection. The possibility is sitting right here. And when we asked, what are you currently experiencing? There's such an opportunity. And what we're hearing from the opportunity is that connection is the correction. As we think about the opportunity for digitization and to connect up in these ways and the use of data, our mind and the provocation is when we think about the design, we cannot lose the element of connection is the connection. We have set up this panel really from a multiple perspective to say, so what is our possibility? What is our current experience, and how might we reach the possibility that is sitting and we are holding and we believe to be true, and that we hope that coming together as a global community and a social movement for change will help enable. So our esteemed guests today, we're first going to hear from Berta and Dan. I know you've had an opportunity to look at their professional bios, and as you each take the stage, what I would ask of you, please share something about yourself, to introduce yourself, perhaps what's not in your bio, or perhaps what's in your bio that's important to you as you share what you're going to speak about today. Berta, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much for the nice invitation to come and give a talk at this conference. When I did my PhD in 2007, Gus Shivers, who was one of the founders of this network, he came all the way to Denmark. And at that time, some of the first conferences, there was only maybe 100 or 200 people. So I have followed the network since, and it's been a great pleasure. At that time, I was doing home hospitalizations of patients using digital tools in 2005. I couldn't get funding in Denmark, but I succeeded after half a year and 37 applications. And since then, now I'm coloring my hair I'm getting older, but now digitalization has really evolved, and I've been one of the pioneers in Denmark. And I would like to take you along the journey we have had in Denmark and tell you about what we have learned so far. So my agenda is, you have a beautiful coast here in Ireland, but we also have in Denmark. I would like to give you a status of where we are on integrated care and digitalization, what we have learned, possibilities, but also the challenges, and how we're going to navigate the future, both by strategies and also what are future research. So here's Denmark, for the ones who don't know Denmark. It's a little country. Sometimes I say it's like a little part of LA. We have our capital is Copenhagen. We have 5.9 million inhabitants. We speak Danish. We are a welfare state. We pay a lot in tax. I think sometimes over 50%. I don't know how many would like to do that. But then we have free school. We have free hospital care, district nursing, free elderly care, healthcare centers, and also free going to the GPs. We had 3 levels, so when we talk integrated care, we have 3 levels to look about. The national level are the health authorities, the regional levels are the somatic and psychiatric hospitals and acute medicine, and then the local level is district nursing, elderly care, GPs, dentists, and so on. So what we started in 2003, I think, has been very important for Denmark. We built the Danish e-health portal. That means you see the yellow card there. Every Dane has a card in their pocket. And we have an individual number. So we have, each Dane has a number. So we can follow all the Danes from grave until they are dying. So by using this number, we have the sky in the middle, Sundhed.dk, or the e-health portal, where you can look in your electronic patient record. You can see your medicine, you can see prescriptions, you can see your agreements with the hospital. 2 years ago, my husband had birthmark cancer. We could follow everything. We could even follow the scans before we were going to the hospital to talk with the doctors. What the scan has said, he's free of cancer now, so that is good. We are reading that now over times. We can see results from blood test and video. So here you can go as a citizen, you can go as a healthcare professional, both from the hospital, the GPs, and the healthcare center. Yeah, and here you can see how it has increased the numbers, how the Danes are really using this e-health portal. We're talking about now having a version 2.0, so because it's going to be even more interactive than it is today. So people are really using it. The Danish healthcare system is really digitalized. So we have 2 electronic patient record in the hospitals. We have in the 98 municipalities about 20 different systems. But even though we have integration and sharing data between all these stakeholders. So all data is also linkable. So because we have this data from when we are born and you get the individual number, you can draw and you can also go across the registries. So in fact, our foreign ministry is telling Denmark, come and do research if you would like to do that in Denmark, because we have very good clinical data. We have just implemented national implementation of home monitoring for COPD patients. We have for heart failure patients, and we will do for diabetes by the end of this year. Integrated care and digitalizations. When you've been admitted to the hospital, there's a digital message to the district nurse, to your own GP, to the healthcare center if you're going to go there. You can do video consultation by all from the hospital and outpatient clinic. You can do by the district nursing. You can do with your GP. They are just a little, they're not that fast like the other actors, but they're coming there. You can have chemo at home. You can also have your wood, so you scan by a nurse in the homes and then talk to the doctor so the patient don't have to go to the hospital. So these are just some examples of where you can see the digitalization and the integrated care. So what have we learned so far? Well, the possibilities for the patient is that it has really improved the coherence and the continuity of care, and video consultation has really had a boost after the COVID-19. It saves time. Even though we're a little country, it might be that we have remote areas, so patients with complexities in chronic conditions, they save time going to the hospitals. And by this national e-health portal, we have one entrance to the healthcare system. And so you have all your health data in one place. You can have overview of waiting times. If you're going to have an eye operation, you can see what hospital would be good to go in Copenhagen. Maybe they have 5 weeks. Maybe I should go to another town where they only have 2 weeks. But also overview of your medicine. All this digitalization has also brought the healthcare professionals to be very innovative. So concepts like hospital at home, I did my PhD on hospital at home in 2007, but now it's being implemented that you can be admitted at home. Telerehabilitation, training at home, all these new technologies. So the municipalities are the ones that are responsible for rehabilitation of patients. They have taken it up. And we have evidence for that you can integrate your activities into your everyday life. You can increase motivations and also the empowerment. And the home monitoring, I know from all of your countries from all over the world, you have done that for years, but we are happy that it's everyday life now, feeling of security, empowerment, and patients can look at their symptoms before they have to be admitted, so they avoid admissions to hospital. Some of the challenges, even though we are facing our privacy and on GDPR rules, but also this digital literacy. How do we match patients with the right technologies? How do we access the technologies? At the moment, it's the welfare state that are giving the patients, if they are on a monitoring program, an iPad. But I don't know if we can afford that over time. Also interoperability, so that we can hinder the seamless exchange of informations. We also have, like you probably can recognize, loss of personal interactions, data overload. I had a heart patient last year. She was, even though a teacher, she said she was measuring sleep and physical activity, blood pressure, pulse, and weight. She said, I can't read all this data. What does it mean for me? I need the project nurse to help me to say what all this means. So we have some issues there, and also the legal issues. And quality of healthcare apps, so it's just been decided by law here from January 1st that our e-health portal, we are going to validate all apps before they get on the portal. For the healthcare professionals, we can see increased communication and coordination. It's easier, it enhances the quality of care. And also the virtual consultation can help to the underserved areas for the patients. We see this new concept, so I think it's really great to see that we can have new way of making new services for integrated care, and it also increases the patient's engagement. And of course also continuing education and training. Even though when I was sitting with my husband in the outpatient on the oncology ward, there was a lot of paper, and even though we would like to brag a bit in Denmark that we are first movers on digitalization, there were too many papers there. So I think sometimes we have lack of hands at the moment. It's a global issue that the healthcare professionals, they don't have time to think about what they could do with the digitalization. Also data analytics and decision support, that's what we can do because we have these unique numbers on the patients. So we're really taking next steps on AI now. And also for automated administrative tasks, so we can help, we're looking at how can we help the nursing and secretaries at the hospitals to work smarter and not harder. Challenges is that treatment plans. We need to have treatment plans. If you're a psychiatric patient, you're being discharged. There's sometimes, I would say too often, there's no treatment plans made or shared before the patient is discharged. So that's a big issue, one of our next challenges. We have these 2 electronic patient records in Denmark, so it also gives us some issues. And civil system out in the communities, so we're working on making integration between them. The legal issues, and then I have to admit, even though I think I might have some colleagues that would say we're very good at implementation, as a professor in digitalization, I think we've been too slow. Too slow from when the evidence is there. In 2014, I had a paper that we could decrease readmission rate on COPD patients with 54%. And it wasn't before last year that we implemented it, because the 5 regions were discussing how to implement it in the best way, how to make integrated care in the best way. So I like saying, not too much talk, but let's do it. Because, patients are suffering. We could see they were suffering. So lack of hands on digitalization and work smarter, not harder. Health equity, I really think we haven't solved that yet, like many of you haven't either. Ethical issues. And then also these tools for assessment of e-health literacy. I haven't seen anything in the literature yet that I think that we can use. So I hope many of you would help us move forward on this area as well, because that's very important, so we don't lose patients. So how do we want to navigate the future? Well, in Denmark, over the next years, we want to move closer to the patients, closer to the communities, especially citizens with chronic disease, but also acute functions, because we don't have beds enough in the hospitals. So we want to have acute teams out close to the patients. We want to have near hospitals for treatment, closer to the patient's home. It's not a patient's home, it's a summer house you can see on the picture. So we are not that little a country. But we also want to have more treatment with digital tools. And we have a new committee that in June is going to launch ideas for a new way of structuring the healthcare system. And it said it's going to be digital first. So I'm looking very much forward to see how the committee will come up with ideas on that we don't make A and B patients on digitalization and integrated care. So our strategy is better use of health data. We're really putting an emphasis on that. More treatment at home with digital health technologies. Modernization of legislations within children's psychiatry. And also doing the National Health e-portal better to give a better overview for patients when we take care of the e-health or consider e-health literacies. So I've been working this space for many years now, so I just wanted to give you 2 examples of how I'm trying to take it to the next level on this integrated care and digitalization. And one is with patients with atrial fibrillation, where we want to make quality of life. Today in Denmark, the patients, it can be a man who's 48 years old who goes to the doctor, and suddenly he has got atrial fibrillation. He gets 45 minutes by the doctor, and that's it in Denmark. So we made a program, and doing an RCT study, we are supported by the Danish Heart Association. We made the heart portal. It could as well be our national e-health portal, where we have all the informations, and the patients, they have like a digital toolbox. So we are in the middle of RCT, where one of our patients says, I feel good knowing about my disease. They can see all the values that they are measuring here, and at the same time, they're taught about their disease. The other project I just want to mention is on telepalliation. Patients who are in palliative care, where we have built, we are testing and implementing and evaluating a platform for patients in palliation. And here we've done a randomized controlled trial with 182 patients. And here we have communication modules, we have informations, patients reported outcome on pain, on quality of life, on feeling of security. And we here have patients saying that they can see when they don't feel very well, that their pain is decreasing and the feeling of security. So it's been a very strong project, and we have results coming up here by the fall. So this is really a very good example of how digitalization can help families, because they have many healthcare professionals coming. When you're in palliative care, it's a big prioritized in Denmark, but I don't want you to come. only when it's necessary because they want to be with their families. So here, by having video, we have had families where they had a son in Australia that he could participate over the platform in the care and the necessary dialogues with the doctors and nurses. So these are just examples of how we can do research and how we can make evidence and move the system along. So patients say it facilitates communications, makes illness and symptoms easier to understand, and they have a greater sense of security and of freedom. Some things it's overwhelming too, and then they drop out of the study. So these are just examples of how I try all the time to make integrated care and digital technologies, and I always start my projects by user-driven innovation and then building the system upon that and then making the evidence. So thank you so much, and you can follow my work here, and I put references in my PowerPoint when you are looking at that, if you want to have a look at that. Yeah.
What's incredible to me in listening to Berta and hearing what you shared first around how you started this journey is you've been part of this community for a long time, and you believe in the possibility that's sitting there, and you've also gone to let's get it done. And it sounds like with the values of connection is the correction and really paying attention to what's most important to people and their families. Dan, as you come to the stage, please share what brought you here, or something about yourself that's not in your bio, or something about you within your bio that's important to share with our audience as you share your own experience in enabling people and families as a result of using digitization. Welcome.
What's fantastic to me here is that Berta has just done a better job than I will be doing of my presentation in her second language. Good afternoon, everybody. It is an absolute privilege to be stood on this stage talking to you today. For those of you who were here on Monday, if you remember back to the first plenary session, there was a lady called Sharon Gallagher who talked to you all. So Sharon and I are colleagues. I'm one of the local people from Northern Ireland, although I'm actually English. So I get affectionately referred to as a blow-in. At least I think it's affectionate. So I am a Deputy Secretary in the Civil Service and the Chief Digital Information Officer for Health and Social Care in Northern Ireland. And I hope that as a local representative, you guys have had a fantastic time at the conference here. Belfast is really a wonderful place, as you've all seen, I'm sure, getting a few nods. And we did order the good weather, especially for you. So I am going to talk to you about the digital angle from the Northern Ireland perspective. Bertha's given a great set of examples there. I'm going to take a slightly different angle on my remarks here today, thinking from an enterprise architecture perspective. I haven't managed to get to the whole conference, but if I just try and characterize some of the themes that I heard in the time that I was here about what integrated care really means today, it's about increasing person-centeredness of care, improving outcomes with earlier interventions, and a focus on maintaining wellness and not treating illness. Removing inequalities, Sharon quoted, leveraging collective assets better as we plan, commission and deliver services, and building stronger partnerships across and outside organisations in the health and social care sector. So, like Bertha did, I'm going to give a little bit of a summary of Northern Ireland. Given that we are here, you've probably seen some of this, so I'll canter through it fairly quickly. We are 2 million, just under, souls on board in the province, and there are 6 provider trusts in Northern Ireland. 5 health and social care integrated provider trusts, that's a key point, and 1 ambulance trust. We've got over 6,000 beds, over 80,000 directly employed staff members, about an £8 billion budget to deliver in the public ecosystem, our health and social care services, and over 320 GP practices. It is my job in the department as the Chief Digital Information Officer to develop the vision and strategy for how digital and data will help deliver better health and social care outcomes and experiences in the region. Asking an audience to get their smartphones out in a presentation is always a little bit of a risk, but if anybody is interested in how we're going about setting that vision and the journey, because we're all on a journey, aren't we? The journey that we're taking from a digital perspective, you can hover over this wee QR code here, and that will take you to the mini site on the Department of Health website that sets out our digital vision and strategy. That isn't one thing, it's actually four. A data strategy, an innovation strategy using digital to innovate, a cybersecurity strategy looking after data and ensuring that we can maintain privacy, one of the points that Bertha made, and then an overarching digital strategy. You'll be able to find all of those documents and read them on the plane on the way home to your heart's content. The investment programme that comes behind the achievement of that strategy includes delivering lots of large programmes and projects and doing lots of heavy lifting from a technology perspective. That's my background. I'm in technology delivery. We are, just to give you a few examples of that, replacing the canonical electronic master patient index. So the numbering system that Bertha had talked about in Denmark, we are replacing one of those here, so there is a consistent health and care number with a modern master data management approach to how we look after that information. We're then delivering a single enterprise level integrated electronic patient record across acute physical care, mental health, social work and social care and community nursing, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that brings us in just a minute. We're replacing all of our medical imaging technology, all of our laboratory systems, we're replacing all of our back office enterprise resource planning, the kind of back office finance, shared service and procurement solutions. We're building new e-pharmacy systems, we're developing a new data institute. So there is an awful lot going on all at the same time in the digital space, and it does feel a bit dizzying at times. The big program that you might have heard people talk about this week, it's called Encompass, and that is the electronic medical record solution. We're rolling out a system called EPIC across all of our 5 provider trusts. I was going to talk a little bit about why we're doing all of that. So what are the actual benefits? But I thought I would use this as an opportunity just to come back on Edelweiss's comments about keeping humans at the centre of our digital investments. That is absolutely key. Bringing our staff along and having the workforce enabled by technology so that they can operate at the top of their license every day and do their best work is one of the key goals of our strategy. And I'll talk a little bit more about how we're doing that. One thing I should mention is on the stage today is one of our patient representatives on that Encompass programme, Joan, who may be talking to you shortly. So I'm really proud that we can demonstrate even here today we are bringing human beings, actual human beings, along on the journey around all of this digital delivery. So I'm going to build really quickly a mental model for us all about the complexity of how integrated care can be achieved. So bear with me for just a minute, and then I'll talk about digital interventions from an enterprise architecture perspective and give us a little bit of a school report on how we're getting on some of those things. So if we think about human beings, service users, patients, social care clients in the centre of all of our models, normally it's a circle. In this case, because I'm only really half qualified to be here, I'll have a semicircle. That's probably the best way to proceed. So they're at the bottom in this model. And then we've got our primary care settings, community pharmacy, general practice, telehealth and telecare, and increasingly, and we've heard already in this session about it, self-care. What are the things that one needs in order to enable the workforce to be able to operate in those settings from a technology perspective? So we need to talk about collaboration, we need to talk about workflow orchestration, we need to talk about integration, and we need to talk about the longitudinal patient record. So if we then build this model out and we think about other settings and services that are all involved in the delivery of successful integrated care outcomes, social work and social care, community nursing, ambulance services, acute hospitals, including inpatient, outpatient, elective, urgent and unscheduled services, mental health and intermediate care, and all of those settings have those same requirements. How do we enable the workforce? How do we get them to collaborate more easily? How do we orchestrate and manage workflow across different organizations and teams and silos? And then the final layer of my onion as I set out this mental model here today, we need to bring the government and commissioners, education, research and innovation, and then private sector operators in domiciliary care, nursing care, hospices, private health provision itself, and third sector organizations. So let's start thinking about how we react as technologists from an enterprise delivery perspective to that very complicated ecosystem. So you need to build a longitudinal care record. Northern Ireland gets an A+ in this regard. We put ours live in 2013, and it has an increasing number of professionals across all of those different settings and services able to follow the data of a patient, the coefficient of integrated care. Think then about collaboration. So what are all the tools that people use today? How do we uniquely identify our staff members? How do we uniquely identify citizens and service users in a way that allows them to build a digital identity and a trusted relationship with digital services? So we are doing good work. Most entities around the world involved in delivery of healthcare during COVID, to a greater or lesser degree, deployed something like Office 365 to all of their staff members to allow them to work in a new standardized way, in the way they do video communication between each other and video communication with patients, and then collaboration across different services and teams. I'll give us a B- on this one. So we've rolled out the technology, just as everybody else did, frankly, during COVID, but we haven't really finished off the business change around that. How do we get the full value out of the investment we've made in Microsoft technologies? So then I'll talk a little bit more here about Encompass. So this is, for those of you in the audience that are philosophically predisposed to integrated best-of-breed technologies, you're not going to like this bit, right? We've gone full down the monolithic route. We've bought Epic. We're rolling Epic out everywhere. It is a huge challenge. And thinking about how we bring professionals along on that journey, it's really hard. Sometimes it's harder to interact with a computer system than it is to pull a pen out and write some notes on a chart. So that is in rollout at the moment. We've gone live with the first trust. They went live in November last year. And just today, I've come from the Belfast Trust from their programme board meeting. We go live in June. Belfast Trust, as you've probably heard this week, is the really big kind of tertiary teaching hospital in the region. So I've given us a future A+. This is where we're going to be in about 18 months' time. I've given us an A+ for rolling out this massive monolithic programme. So then if we go to digital pharmacy and electronic transmission of prescriptions, so how do we get community pharmacy and general practice better and more tightly integrated to deliver pharmacy-first services to take pressure off of primary care in a way that the pharmacists have been clamouring for years, but we haven't really properly enabled either with policy, commissioning or data and technology. So we're going to be delivering, this is one of our to-do list items, electronic transmission of prescriptions and essentially a patient relationship management system for pharmacists to be able to deliver services on behalf of GPs. And then technology-enabled care. So how do we do support for self-care? How do we use consumer-grade technologies? How do we bring data back into a new risk management construct around how primary care in particular manages chronic diseases and how we can deliver increased independence for elderly citizens living in care environments? So we are actually pretty good on these historically. We've delivered social care enablement through telemonitoring services. That needs a bit of a refresh. So I'm giving us a to-do list item there as well. And then finally, the coefficient of all integrated care is data, right? Everybody who needs to interact across this ecosystem that I've just painted the picture for you here today, they need to be able to update and store data, normalize and code data, and then leverage data for the purposes of efficiency and improvement, including more and more often now the conversation about artificial intelligence and how we can leverage that for more effective decision support. So we're often running on the development of something called the Health and Social Care Data Institute. It's a new thing in Northern Ireland, and it's that concentration of capability, platforms, skills, data engineering and data analytics, but also more importantly, the evangelism. How do we get the capability development that Edelweiss talked about so that people can leverage data in the work that they do day to day and then more broadly in the work that we do as a system to drive forward both on outcomes and productivity. If you want to know a bit more, I did point you towards our strategy earlier on. A couple of things that you might want to look at if you're interested. This is a terrible URL, dhcni.hscni.net, or if you just search in Google for DHCNI, you'll find it. So that's the thing on the left of this slide. It's the website for my team, Digital Health and Care Northern Ireland. Everything I've just told you is explored in more detail there. We also have a TV channel on YouTube, dhcni.tv. So if you're interested in looking at videos of people talking a wee bit more about the work that we're doing and how we're doing it, then you can jump on our TV channel for more detail. Thanks very much. And again, it's such a privilege to talk to you. Thanks for coming to the conference.
Mic working? Yes. Thank you so much, Dan. We each have our observations, and we probably have a number of questions. Please, we encourage you to use the app and send questions in. Edelweiss is tracking them, and we'll be able to put them forward. A quick kind of nugget in everything you said is the effort to release time to focus on care and connection, and how we need multiple parts to work together to enable that, and also the integration of all parts of health and care, including education, policy, home care, in the home. And when we think about the opportunity that sits in front of us and where we're at today and the opportunity around where we have the opportunity to move and the examples both Berta and Dan gave, I'd like to introduce you to our panel. Joan described as herself as a service user, Richard from Carers Scotland, Helen from the Bevan Commission, and Carolyn Steele-Gray, chair in research related to technology and health. Helen, starting with you, share your thoughts and reactions to what you've heard and the opportunity that sits in front of us.
It's amazing, isn't it, when we hear all this stuff, and it's amazing to hear all the ideas that we've seen around today and over the last few days. Sometimes it's a bit overwhelming as well, isn't it? And you sit there and you think, how are we going to do this? One of the things that we've been doing as a commission is looking at the future. So if you think 20 years from now, we are going to see substantial changes in our demographics. Something in the region of an increase in over 90-year-olds. We're going to see something in the region of something like 87% increase just in that demographic, and all the others relating to it. We're going to see, therefore, more complexity. We're going to see the challenges that come along with that. But we're also going to see an aging workforce and possibly increased, if you like, absence from sickness. Alongside that, we're actually seeing a significant reduction in fertility rates, which means we won't have people coming behind. We won't have, let's say, the taxpayers coming to pay for it. But there is a real challenge. So change is not an option, and the stuff we are seeing and hearing is absolutely critical to that future. The dilemma we face, I think, is in not knowing what we need to do, and we say this as a commission, we know what we need to do, we've said it time and again. It's how on earth do we make it happen? And we were reflecting the other day, something like about 80% of change is about individuals, people, whether they be the public, patients, professionals. And it reminded me of a conversation that I had with, we like to learn from industry, and when the banking industry went online, and we all do it now automatically, but one of the things that they identified was a real failure was they actually didn't engage their staff, and they didn't prepare the public. And so the two things they did, which was really interesting, one, they took the tellers from behind the counters and helped people with the technology. And the second thing they did was use young employees, they're 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds, to support and inform their older employees with the technology. And I think we've just got to be really creative at how are we going to make this work in practice that will be the real challenge. We know what we need to do. And I think there is also this urgency. Come back. The urgency of doing it now. And we heard it earlier from Beth. She said, just do it. We have just got to do it. We've got to learn as we go. We've got to use our intergenerational partnerships much more than we do. And we've got to be really creative, bold and brave to just do it. And, I write lots of papers, and one of the things that we've learned, papers will not change the world, strategies will not change the world. It's you guys. So when you go back to your places of work, what are you going to do to enable some of this stuff? What's going to be your story as you go back? We identified 4 key enablers to the future if we're going to really have a sustainable health and care system. One of it was partnerships. No, we can't do this alone. Whether it's partnerships with industry, whether it's partnerships with each other or the public, it doesn't make any difference. Partnerships are really critical. Technology is absolutely essential, and we need to work and follow in the footsteps of people to understand their journeys in this. The third one is data. We do not use data to inform and shape our services. And the fourth one is that workforce, whether they be members of a professional group or, in fact, members of the public. I think we need to do much more to ensure that we get their ideas as well as our ideas into this. So it's a complex picture. It's a necessity. We've just got to do it and learn as we go. And remember, people are the ones that will make this happen, not the strategies and papers. Thank you very much. That's mine.
Thank you. 80% of the change comes from us, individuals. I'm holding that sacred. This is a brave space, naming what's really important that we hold and do. And we've identified, and Helen's identified, what doesn't work is when we're disconnected from the change ourselves, when it's structures and processes and papers that guide change and not the experience of each of us. Banking industry is a really good example. And we think about connection, meaningful connection as the correction. Joan, a warm welcome. Please introduce whatever's important to you, to all of us, and to share with us your thoughts and reactions and what's important.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to be part of the panel. As Dan said, I've been privileged to be involved with Encompass at the regional board level, the engagement group, which is purely service users, but more importantly for me as well is I was asked to join the South Eastern Trust Encompass board because our trust was the first to go live last year. So I've seen what it is at the coalface that people have to go through about the hard work that's put in to actually, everybody's talking about how easy this is going to be. Trust me, it's not. I witnessed the tears, the tantrums, and that was just for me. But also, I've seen the difference that it's made because I've got the MyCare app, the patient portal, and it's made such a difference to my communication. It's made such a difference. My husband's on it as well. So we get the up-to-date information. Like everything else, there's teething problems. It's, no technology is going to get it right straight away, but it has changed everything. It's fundamentally for the best because at the end of the day, it's about all of us because we're all going to be a user of service. We could all be carers. So we're invested in this. And I think from my point of view, what has been a privilege as well is for once, the higher echelon have decided that actually, we need to talk to people on the coalface. We need to talk to the patients and service users who are involved. No disrespect, Dan. But this is about us, because if it's not going to work for me, why are we spending a lot of money on a system that may never be engaged with? I remember what the run-up to the South Eastern...
Try again.
No, it's back on again. Yeah. I think it's maybe telling me to shut up.
Hello?
I remember what it was like in the run-up, the meetings that were held, the staff engagement that took place, and occasionally I was the one in the room went, excuse me, how do you think that's going to work? How do you think you're going to get that message out? And one of the important things that we looked at was when Encompass went live for the Trust, do we do the big launch of the MyCare app? And I couldn't see the point in that because staff were going to have to come to terms with something that was completely different. And believe it or not, we still haven't done the full, this is MyCare app, all singing and dancing. And to date, there's about 10,000 people have signed up for the app. A lot of it may be curiosity, but it's already been used. And a colleague that I was on the board with shared a story with me that She had been approached by a gentleman that was in his just turned 80 and thought my care was absolutely fantastic. We were worried on the board that maybe elderly wouldn't engage with it. Trust me, and I'm in that category, we have taken it on board. I want to say thank you because it's going to change what we do over here. I think it's going to make it important that our voices are continued to be heard and that actually staff are appreciated and are listened to. And for me, that was evident because I saw how much went into the effort of making sure that staff were trained, they understood that was happening, and when the launch happened at 4 o'clock in the morning, thankfully they didn't ask me to attend because there's no way I was getting up that early. But I saw everybody afterwards. So for me, it's a game changer. And for staff, anybody that I've spoken to, whether it's to do with my care or my husband's care, have really said that, you know, in another 6 months, it'll be paper. What paper? So it's been a privilege to be part of the sort of the board level, but as a user of it, it's just amazing what it can do for us. And it'll take time, but we'll get there. Thank you.
I'm experiencing our conversation as a build. No. May I please? Sorry, I'll hand it back to you. I'm experiencing our conversation as a build. Can you hear me? No. Let's try again. I'm experiencing our conversation as a build. We talked about the possibility that's sitting in front of us and the gap that exists between the way we engage in a meaningful way with technology, improves care, and it improves the experience of people that work in health and care. And Joan, thank you for sharing your personal experience and really the wise advice that's been building and that we all talk about but don't often name or not name enough or not build it into the way we actually create change that enables digital approaches to be useful, is that if it's not designed around what's actually going to make a difference for you and your family and the 10,000 people that have signed up, then what's the point? And so profound to hear you say, people wonder if it's making a difference. I know it's made a difference. Richard, as leadership for Carers Scotland and reflecting on the conversation we're had today, please build on this and add what's important from your perspective and from Carers' perspective as we continue to move forward. Patterning, as Bill Sharp will say, there's 3 horizons. The first horizon is when we're maintaining the status quo, or despite what we say, our actions are still past maintaining. To the second horizon, where we start to pattern our possible future. We've already started to hear the areas that are most important to achieve our possible future, which is one that we're building towards what is possible. And let's hear, Richard, your thoughts.
The microphones know the conference is coming to an end and they've just had enough. They're ready for a nap. Yeah, I'm going to talk to you about unpaid carers. And I'm going to go back to the sort of the title a little bit of this plenary, which is Making Integrated Care Happen and Supporting the Health and Care Workforce. Because we really need to think of unpaid carers as part of that health and care workforce because their contribution is huge. In the UK, there are currently over 6 million unpaid family carers, and that is pretty much double the combined health and social care workforce of the UK, which I think is about 3 million. And if you were to put that into an economic contribution, which we've done, carers in England and Wales, which is part of the UK, contribute about £162 billion a year in the equivalent of health and social care costs. When you put that against the NHS budget for England, which is about 180 billion, that's huge. And actually, Dan put up on one of his slides that the trusts in Northern Ireland have a budget of 55 billion. Well, the economic contribution of unpaid carers in Northern Ireland is 5.8 billion, so more than what the 5.5 billion for the trusts. So unpaid carers really have to be considered equal partners in that care. And I think, again, Helen talked about demographics. Demographics is hugely significant. We know that the population is getting older and that they're living longer with more complex conditions. But we're also seeing, and have done for a while, that shift from acute care into community care. And that, again, and particularly into home care settings, puts a lot of pressure on unpaid and family carers to bridge a lot of the care and that can't be provided by statutory services. So these are huge challenges, and unpaid carers absolutely must be part of those solutions. And actually, the digital solutions can play a huge role in that. Firstly, digital records are absolutely crucial. I think what we're seeing are some really innovative ideas, and my plea is that carers are fully part of those processes of developing digital records. Firstly, they're a great opportunity to actually identify a carer. For somebody that's getting a digital record set up, maybe through a conversation with a practitioner, actually identifying that carer and having them known on the digital record. But also, that carer has huge knowledge and understanding of the person that they're caring for. It's invaluable, and to be able to share that in perhaps a digital record, so giving carers the right to see records, to contribute to records, to upload information, that is invaluable information for care teams, and will really help increase the chances of positive outcomes. But also, I think with that, we need to think about how we provide training and education and support for carers to use those digital tools. Again, I think it's been great. Knowing I was sitting on this panel, I did spend more time in sessions where we were talking about digital solutions, and I've been really reassured by the fact that a lot of these programs out there are actively exploring the role of family caregivers and unpaid carers. But of course, it's really inconsistent. It's not universal. It's only emerging. It's not spread. So for many, they don't get this access. They're not identified. And beyond digital records, if we're looking at digital platforms and digital solutions, and these can be hugely important for unpaid carers, it can be sources of information, knowledge, training, education, sharing good practice, peer support, networking support. All of these things can really help carers. We know that carers, in many circumstances, aren't able to maybe leave the person they're caring for long periods. They can't leave the house. Time pressure is huge. They don't have time to nip out and do bits and pieces, but digital platforms can actually really give them an opportunity to engage. It can actually even give them the opportunity to participate in labour markets, to actually be able to continue to work in employment. But also, again, it is those opportunities to provide and get information on healthcare and support to potentially care queries, all through those digital platforms. So there's a huge power in digital solutions and what it can do to support unpaid family carers. And my plea is that to all those that are involved in developing digital solutions to integrated care is to treat the unpaid carer as part of that integrated care team, and to really maximize the skills, the knowledge, and the understanding that they have, and to recognize and value their caring role.
When we think about when we walk away from here today, what is our opportunity to take some of the lessons? I know for IFIC, as an organization, we don't want to have our conferences without equal partnership of clients, patients, and carers, and what we ask of everybody who comes forward. That's an absolute design principle in how we move forward. Because of that reason, it takes us actually holding space and putting what we think is important out there, and not having just individual voices that represent community members or carers, but all of us, ensuring that it's in the design of how we move forward. We have asked Dr. Carolyn Gray Steele to join us while we've been at the conference. I know Carolyn very well. She is a chair in research for implementing digital health innovation. And as you sort of hold a light around possibility and in the work you do, can you reflect on your own experience, but what you've heard from today and what our opportunity is? Carolyn.
Thanks so much. It's been so wonderful to hear all of the reflections today, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to think about that. And one of the things Jodiem asked me to do today is to try to kind of bring together the different conversations we've heard. Because I guess I have a reputation of doing that, of bringing different ideas together. And what I really liked is that we went through the gamut of clinical to system level thinking in how digital technologies can support integrated care. We heard about digital infrastrucures and how you need to think about the broader view. We heard about the models of care and different examples on how to do that. But then we also heard from a clinician, we heard from a patient, and we heard from a caregiver perspective about what that means to actually receive care well. And then we got a compelling question around how we do that. And as I think about the conversations that we just had, it comes back to a conversation we've been having in some of our writing around thinking of technology as a team member. So you have the architectures and the models of care, that's the backbone. But if we think about the technology we're putting in place as a team member for people like Edelweiss and our caregivers, what is the role that they're playing to serve Joan? And are they being a useful team member? Are they asking too much of us in cognitively engaging with too much information that reduces our ability to communicate very well with each other as a team? And being very mindful about the role that it plays to be an enabler of care as opposed to maybe a toxic team member. And I think we see examples of both of those things happening. So being very meaningful and purposeful about not just the function of what technology is doing for us, but the way it's enabling communication, relationships, and trust with our providers and with our patients and caregivers, I think will go a really long way to allow us to make the most of it without leading to additional cognitive burnout and overburden.
Thank you, Carolyn. How can we see technology as a member of the team? Very profound and a wonderful way to share observations. How to see technology as a member of the team and how you knit together your observations, and obviously the final compelling piece for all of us is how might we in fact see technology as a member of the team and either a positive, contributing, integrated member of the team, or as you said, watch out from becoming a toxic member of the team. You have sent in many questions. We are so grateful. We are at time. We will be able to respond to questions in the work we do as an organization as we move forward, and we're so grateful for the questions that did arise. To our panel, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for showing us not just the possibility, but the work that's already happening to lead the way. Thank you. And thank you to everybody for joining us, who's in the room and far away. We are now going to shift to our closing ceremony, and I welcome our Chief Executive, Niamh and Fiona, member of the senior team, to the stage.
Thank you, and I invite our colleagues from Portugal and from Calgary, from Canada, to come to the stage as well. And while they're doing that, so I don't delay any further, I'm going to go through my thank yous. So first of all, I'd like to thank our own team at IFIC. They all play hugely important roles in the organisation of the conferences, both during the long, very long lead up to these type of events. We started planning this particular conference in 2019, so that's 5 years of planning to come to Belfast. Hopefully you'll have had the opportunity to meet them over the last few days, but you've seen how they've been contributing, doing the videos, doing interviews, chairing sessions, being at the exhibition stand, so hopefully you've had a chance to talk to them. A big thank you to Abby, our professional conference organisers. Again, they've just been absolute professionals throughout the whole experience. They're incredibly reliable. And in particularly, thank you to Chrissy Schroeder and Emma Conlon. They've been by our side the whole time. No task too great, and incredibly patient when I'm sometimes a bit short in my how I ask for things, so I apologise for that. To the Department of Health Northern Ireland, again, this has been a long journey. You're also going through your own long journey, so we appreciate your commitment to this conference and being there throughout the whole planning process. Particularly involving the community voice through Johnny Graham. I hope Johnny's still here, who is our patient representative on the organising committee, and to Danny Power as well from Belfast Learning Cities. We were able to connect with a number of community projects based here in Belfast and beyond, and hopefully some of you got to see them in the site visits. But I would like to take the opportunity to thank the East Belfast Community Development Agency, Ashton Community Trust, Bridge of Hope, the Healthy Living Centres, the Footprints Women's Centres in West Belfast, and the Lower Ormond Residents Action Group. We have taken some videos of them that you've been able to see throughout the conference, and you'll be able to catch up with them afterwards if you didn't get a chance to see those. I particularly want to say thank you to Martina Moore and her colleagues Vincent Ramirez, Stephanie Drury and Shirley Murta, who are all part of the organising committee and instrumental in making sure this conference went ahead as planned. Even though we had COVID delays, we had no General Assembly and other obstacles that they overcome to bring us here today. So a big thank you actually to Martina and her team. Finally, it's not just the organising committee that makes it happen. I really want to thank our board, chaired by Professor Anya Carroll, all our scientific reviewers, our scientific chair, Deirdre Heenan, who was part of developing the programme. We had 700 papers. It's a huge amount of reviewing, and the reason why the programme is good is because we have that expertise that helps us to design it. But lastly, it's a big thank you to you. You're the ones that have taken the time to write the abstracts, to prepare your presentations, follow all the instructions through our digital platforms, which I think are fantastic. But so thanks for your patience if they haven't always worked. But it's really important to recognise that you as delegates are the reason that this conference can happen. You see that we don't have big industry sponsorship. This conference is purely funded by your attendance. We're a not-for-profit. We don't make any big bucks from these events. They're hugely expensive and a massive risk. So you being here is why we can make it happen. We're also able to record the sessions and live stream. We were live streaming 21 sessions from this conference to people who couldn't afford to be here or had caring responsibilities or for whatever reason can't be with us in person. So we try to have an equitable approach to sharing the learning. So yes, a big thank you to all of you. And now I'm going to hand over to Niamh, who's going to give some closing comments. Thanks, Niamh.
Thank you, Fiona. And before I go into that, the one person she didn't mention, of course, was herself. And none of this would actually happen without Fiona Lyne. And she is ably assisted by Miriam Galvin. So, very importantly, I've got to announce the results of the gamification, which I didn't even know existed until about half an hour ago. So I wasn't taking part. I'll have to know that for next time. So the fourth prize, which is a ticket to the gala dinner at next year's conference, goes to David O'Shea. The third prize, which is 25% off next year's ticket, goes to Sharon Thompson. The second prize, which is a half-price ticket to next year's conference, it goes to Renzo de Gabriel. And the winner, who gets a ticket to next year's conference, was Trudy de Vries. So well done, all of you. So just very quickly, I'm just going to share my reflections on what a 3 days it has been. And this is always a really big challenge for me. I'm asked to come to this session at the end and suddenly
synthesize everything that I've experienced over the previous essentially 2.5 days, but really full days. So how has this conference changed? Well, over time, I think we've seen a huge shift, and it's been really notable this year, from research and theory to much more around practice. A lot of conversations, and I was talking to Walter about this earlier, a lot of conversations about evaluation and how we're building in meaningful feedback loops into our systems around integrated care. And also more representation globally. So we've had more people from low and middle income countries at this conference than we have had before. Still not enough. We want to see much, much more of that. I asked some questions at the opening. So I asked you to think about and reflect on a couple of questions. How are people and communities actively and meaningfully involved in the implementation of integrated care? And are we really listening? And I can say, after listening myself to the last 2.5 days, there are lots of reasons to be optimistic about that. How will we know when we're successful in that? I'm a bit more optimistically skeptical or skeptically optimistic. I still think we are on a journey to really thinking about how we meaningfully measure that, and we'll know when we're being successful at it. But I was struck by something that Rafa Bengoa said in his opening about, and this comes back to my original role as a communication therapist. It's not always just about doing the talking and communicating the message. It's about understanding what it is that people are hearing from you. And we as a movement in integrated care need to get better at communicating the message of integrated care to bring people with us and not just talk in terms that we all understand and understand very well, but talk about integrated care in ways that are meaningful to the people we need to be convincing. And that is people and their communities, because if they're convinced, they'll convince the politicians and the policymakers to make the decisions that need to be made to make this real and do what we said we wanted to do in this conference title, which is take the leap. So that's my reflection. I'm going to hand back to Fiona, who's going to take us on the journey forward.
Thanks, Steve. So we weren't able to travel to Toronto in 2020 or 2021, but I'm delighted to say that we are going to be traveling to Calgary in Canada in October, and I'm going to hand over to Jodine Goldhar and Professor Walter Woodchest to tell us a little bit more about that.
Thank you so much. We are bringing the conference to North America. So as you know, as part of a global movement for change, as IFIC has set out an agenda to bring together all of us around the world to advance integrated care as an enabler for health and well-being, we also recognize the need for hubs to be created where we could also connect up within local geographies. And you can see by the attendance at the conference, we have, as a result of those hubs and the additional connections being made, 50 countries represented here today. In 2018, Walter and I came together and said, how might we create the North American Centre for Integrated Care and the International Foundation for Integrated Care Canada, and have been partnering along with many other people to bring this to life. And what we've realized over time, now that we have over 5,000 people across Canada connected as part of this community, is it's our time to bring the next conference to North America. We're going to be hosting it in Calgary, Alberta, a province as part of Canada. And our hope and dream around the conference is thank you, more than bringing the conference to Canada. It is about how do we connect our global and international community with Canadians, and how do we connect up Canadians with each other and as part of the global community. And our focus, it's happening in October. We hope you will all come. Our focus together, should we try it, is 1, 2, 3. Creating health with integrated care.
That was good.
Because as we have discussed, this is really around our opportunity for health creation in our local communities and in our countries and around the world, and how can this be a lever for change? Our work is focusing on 3 areas that have started to emerge in this conference, and if we look at futures work, what is our future possibility? And as Niamh said, we're optimistically hopeful, and even more so by being a part of this conference, to see what is actually happening, not just what we say we want, but what we're actually doing, and still the opportunity that sits in front of us. And as we heard from Helen from the Bevan Commission, 80% of the change depends on each and every single one of us. And so we have to ask ourselves, what is the work we each need to do to evolve, to grow, to learn, to unlearn, in order to move forward in a way that honors the possibility of health creation? So one major focus is on the human level, our individual work that we need to do, and our collective work to shift our mindset and our behavior and to increase our capability for impact. The second focus is relocating focus on community and community health and well-being and community-enabled change. And we're really shifting and looking at distributed power and how to make power equitable and accessible and co-designing the future together, and understanding that if we want community health, and if that is what we all say we're in service of, then how do we focus on community and the power of communities? And the third piece is, we all know, those that are in the room, but for those that aren't in the room that are interested, is we are creating new operating systems in the way we work. We just heard that we're looking at digitization as a member of the team, and who else is part of a team that we have to integrate at the point of care, but also across organizations and across health systems. And we'll do a very deep dive and sharing and learning and reflection around what it takes to build integrated care teams.
And for all of these areas, we also have key priorities that cut across the themes. The first one of these is health equity. We really need to be sure and certain that we're really being attentive to equity. Who are we reaching? Equity deserving populations, minorities, people of other languages, cultures, and how do they have their needs met by our models? Person and community partnership. We need to be co-designing with the people that we're really trying to enable and support and help. And we have many, many caregivers and patients, clients, persons here who are really helping do that work. We need to make sure we do that broadly, widely in all of our work, bringing that centering. And also, as Niamh had talked about, enabling our advances in our knowledge creation through evaluation. How are we evaluating? What are the models? And every time we do something, we should be thinking about how are we creating knowledge with this through evaluation. We are always going to align to the 9 pillars. And so we're interested in submissions for abstracts, which are now open, aligned with the 9 pillars of integrated care as well. So think about your work and how does it align, and we'll help organize the whole program around the 9 pillars of integrated care.
Our opportunity is to think about, and like we said before, and like we hope takes place in every country we go to bring the community together and further build our sense of ability to make a difference individually and collectively. Our hope and dream in Canada is it further ignites possibility. It shows our collective capability to make change, but it also inspires each of us to move forward together in a very different way than perhaps we came into the experience, similar to where we're holding space today. And this can't be possible without partners. Walter and I and our principals and with our executive which includes carers and clients or residents of communities, is that we don't want just sponsors, although sponsorship is helping. Each of these sponsors and many more that are forthcoming are part of our collective community to bring this to life and the possible impact that we have for change in Canada and across the world. On behalf of both of us, we're so proud to bring this to life. And we'd like to now share with you our video, which will share what is the opportunity that sits in front of us from many of our team's perspective. So please, to the video.
The time for advancing people-centered integrated health services is now. The conference is a phenomenal opportunity for people from around the world to come together, connect, learn, engage, stimulate new ideas.
We're bringing this conference so that we can connect up Canada with North America and the rest of the world, because we have so much to learn from one another. We have chosen 3 areas of focus for the conference, entitled The Human Level Transformation That is Necessary for Integrated Care, the Health and Well-Being in Communities, which takes us to our 3rd area of focus. In order to do all of this, we have to break down barriers across all parts of our health care systems.
And across all 3 themes, we have consistent priorities. Our first area of priority is health equity. The second is co-design with persons and caregivers in collaboration. And the third is evaluation.
The NACIC 2024 conference is meaningful to me because of the importance of improving integrated care in our society, especially for those with permanent disabilities.
It's imperative that we move integrated care closer to home, out of hospitals and long-term care settings.
I'm very excited about the NACIC conference. I think we're at a really great tipping point, in particular for how we think about digital health technologies and data that can support the way we drive our models of care, the way we think about caring for patients directly, and the way we work together as teams and across organizations.
Moving that integrated care closer to home in the community is what's going to make our health system sustainable.
Our constraints and our challenges are common, no matter what area you're living in or what catchment you're supporting. And so for me, the conference is an ability for us to compare notes, to share, and to grow the opportunities of integrated care at scale.
By getting everyone in the room together, we can really learn, we can think, we can challenge each other, we could really think about how we can advance the system so we can stop kind of perpetuating the same challenges and issues we've had and really build something better together.
I think we're trying to solve a lot of the same problems, and we don't always get the opportunity to talk about those shared problems and come to solutions together.
It will provide exposure on a wide variety of integrated care topics to people who otherwise may not have the opportunity to attend the international meetings.
I think connection. That's really what it's all about. It's about learning. It's about, going to really exciting sessions and, learning new things, but also just connecting and networking and building partnerships so we can move ahead and do work together going forward.
The biggest impact is making more friends. I think it's going to be great for us to get together and meet people we haven't met before, and coming out of this, stay connected.
I just love IFIC conferences. They are my absolute favorite.
It's a new and emerging area for us in North America, so I think people will be really, really excited and interested to learn more about integrated care.
The conference brings people together just like integrated care brings people together.
Lots and lots of informal conversations with colleagues from across North America and even globally, I know.
I'm looking forward to it, encouraging everyone to go to as many different talks as you can so that you can not just learn about the topic, but again, meet some incredible people who are doing some incredible work.
Every time I come away with new knowledge, new networks, and a new perspective on something that felt a little intangible or a challenge that I was really kind of knocking my head against a wall about. So I think others can expect the same thing.
It's our opportunity to learn together, unlearn together, grow together, and have impact together.
With patients and families in co-production of the future of integrated care.
It really is the best conference of the year.
The conference will encourage them and motivate them to start working with all the components of the health and social care systems to provide good care to people.
Everybody should come. It's in Calgary, too.
We look forward to seeing you in Calgary.
Join us at NACIC 24.
Creating health with integrated care.
Join us and be part of creating healthcare solutions and experience the excitement and networking opportunities the NACIC 2024 will undoubtedly involve. We invite you to NACIC 2024.
Now, if that wasn't exciting enough for you, I'm delighted to say that the ICIC, the European Conference, is going down to Southern Europe next year. We've spent the last few years in the north following COVID, so I am very excited to be going to sunny Lisbon in Portugal, and I welcome Dr. Adelaide Velo to tell us more about it.
Boa tarde. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, I must put my glasses. Esteemed colleagues and honored guests. As we conclude the enriching sections of ICIC 24, I stand before you filled with gratitude and excitement. Gratitude for the insightful discussions and shared learnings, and excitement for the promising path ahead in advancing integrated care. I'm thrilled to announce that the International Conference on Integrated Care will continue its legacy next year in the vibrant city of Lisbon for ICIC 25. As the host city, Lisbon promises not only its captivating charm, but also a stage for groundbreaking dialogues and collaborations in the realm of integrated care. Our theme for ICIC 25 is Synergizing Health and Care, leveraging integrated care for a sustainable future, reflecting our commitment to fostering collaboration and integration across health and care continuum. This synergy is essential as we strive toward a sustainable future in healthcare, balancing quality of care with efficiency and resilience. Soon, we will be opening the call for abstracts, inviting you all to contribute your innovative ideas, research findings, and best practice to shape the agenda of ICIC 25. We eagerly await your submissions as your expertise and insights are crucial in driving the evolution on integrated care globally. Now, let me share a glimpse of what is happening in Portugal that makes Lisbon an exciting destination for ICIC 25. Portugal is currently undergoing a transformative journey in integrated care. The entire country is now covered by integrated care organizations where primary and hospital care operate under the same board. This collaborative approach includes a representative from the municipality on each board, fostering a cohesive and community-centric model of care. Moreover, Portugal has implemented a national population risk stratification system and a risk-adjusted capitated-based payment model. These initiatives promote personalized care, efficiency, and sustainability aligning with our theme of synergizing health and care. So we can say that Portugal is now an integrated living lab. By hosting ICIC 25 in Lisbon, we aim to showcase these innovative initiatives, exchange global perspective, and collaboratively chart the future of integrated care. Together, you can build a future where integrated care is not just a concept, but a live reality, promoting health, well-being, and sustainability for all. In closing, I invite each of you to join us in Lisbon for ICIC 25, where we'll continue to build bridges, share knowledge, and inspire change in integrated care. Let's synergize our efforts, foster collaboration, and pave the way for a sustainable and inclusive future in health and care. And now I ask for my colleagues to join me so we can ask to go.
Hello everyone, greetings from Portugal.
We would like to welcome you to the IFIC 2025 here in Lisbon. Portugal is a country with great people, with good weather and great places to visit. But Portugal is also facing a great transformation of its healthcare system. We are just creating 31 new local health units, which are integrated vertical organizations that merge primary care and hospital care. So Portugal at this moment is a great integrated care live lab.
Sustainability was in good time chosen as the main topic for the Congress of 2025. In terms of environmental sustainability, integrated care has a huge impact in the reduction of the patients' itineraries, overdiagnosis and overtreatment, and these are significant determinants of the ecological footprint of the healthcare sector. This and other themes will be discussed in Portugal next year.
The Portuguese healthcare system is undergoing a transformation forward integrated systems nationwide. ICIC 25 provides an opportunity for stakeholders to come together, share knowledge, exchange ideas, and create networks contributing for this transformation process.
Care integration is absolutely essential for creating a more sustainable future. It optimizes resources, it decreases redundancies, and it improves patient outcomes. Digital technology plays a vital role in achieving these goals. It facilitates communication, data sharing, and care coordination. It gives access to holistic, patient-centric care at scale, regardless of geographical barriers.
PAFIC, the Portuguese Association for Integrated Care, we are delighted to partner with IFIC in bringing this initiative to Lisbon. We are confident that your visit to Portugal and Lisbon will be an unforgettable experience. We look forward to welcoming you in May 25 in Lisbon. See you.
We would like to invite you to come to Lisbon, and we are thrilled to host here this ICIC 2025 and share with you all the scientific evidence about this reform that is happening here in Portugal.
Lisbon is a fantastic city and Portuguese people is very friendly. So welcome to Lisbon.
So welcome to Lisbon next year and join us.
Come to Lisbon.
That's it. Look how lucky I am to get to work with all these wonderful people. It's so exciting for me to move from country to country because I get a new bunch every year. It's fantastic. And sometimes I get to revisit. So that's it, unless any of you have any final words. Thank you. Safe traveling home. Thanks for spending so much time and being patient with us when sessions were full and giving your attention to the speakers under pressure. It's been a fantastic 3 days, and thank you again.